Hello, guys and girls, and welcome, yes, welcome to the party. The party hearty, yes. We got maintenance today. I don't think that there's going to be a patch today. I mean, there's a small chance that the maintenance could be preceding a patch, but I actually did come across some information which has kind of led me down a different road, which is that the patch isn't coming till later. I thought the patch would be coming on Friday. That's at least how they sort of made it seem in the campfire, but I'm over here trying to open my candy. Give me the candy. That's right. Candy's life. Can put the candy right there just in case I need it. Also, Cody stares at it, and it distracts him. It distracts the dog. It's very important. It's dog distraction. I did find a Twitter post. Let me see if I can bring that up. By Joe Piaporo. And, Twitter. What am I saying? X. X. It's no longer Twitter, is it? It's X. Let me pull this up real quick. No. There it is. Mr. Piaporia. I can't even say his name. I'm sorry. My apologies. So anyway, this popped up on my feed today. Sorry for blinding your eyes, but that's just how Twitter looks. So we have let's talk about 1.11. Friday is another campfire chat. 2 Joes, 2 Adams. We go over patch 1.11, which includes some class changes coming in the future. And we got the campfire chat coming. But right here, Adam Fletcher confirmed for us that the patch is not coming on Friday. We are going over this future patch on stream with everybody, which is a little weird. So the campfire is not preceding the patch. The campfire is just going to talk about the patch, which will come later. Whatever. What's up, guys?
Hello. Hello, Gandhi.
How's it going? Cool stuff?
Nothing much.
Cool stuff? So today I was like thinking in my head, like, this game has so many bugs in it. Like, dude, if you really add up all the bugs that this game has had since launch, I mean, just straight up game breaking bugs too, like the ability to just duplicate gold infinitely and doing like quintillion amounts of damage with like stacking 3 different effects that shouldn't stack together. I mean, you pile them all into a big pile and it looks really bad. I'm not gonna lie, it looks really bad. I think this game has more bugs in it than I think I've seen any AAA title have, including Skyrim, which is a big statement because Skyrim has tons of bugs.
And I think it's obvious why there are so many bugs. 2 reasons. 1, closed beta a year ago. Not enough people were invited, not enough testers. 2, they didn't make the changes that were recommended to them for that closed beta because they had too much development timeline was not long enough. They were behind.
And 3, apparently they copied spaghetti code from Diablo 3.
True. There you go.
Spaghetti code.
Basically,
That's
a ton
one
of
of the reasons,
inexcusable
like,
reasons.
One of the reasons, like, I was very frustrated. Remember when I was like, you were telling me that you sound very negative all the time, is I felt that I was sold a beta game, like still in the beta development. That's what I felt. Like, the game is not ready yet for, here is a game, give me $100 and you should be playing it.
There is a big difference between a game that's in beta and a game that just got its first Season 1 update. And the Season 1 update wasn't even vetted properly. Like, I'm not sure if you guys have heard about this, but apparently with the season journey, there comes alongside the season journey, the season blessings, right? Well, inside the season blessings is the Urn of Bargaining, which boosts the amount of gold earned from vendor sales. Well, people were using this to cheat and basically get infinite gold. Well, they fixed the bug to get infinite gold. Okay, you know, yay, good for them. But they left in all the other game-breaking bugs involving the Urn of Bargaining. So, if you go to the vendor and you try and enchant an item, it costs you more gold to enchant the item if you have the Urn of Bargaining on. So, not only was it broken in one way, which benefited the player, but it's also broken in another way, which was causing the player harm. They fixed the one that was benefiting the player, but left the one that was causing the player's harm. This is a seasoned feature. Like, this is something that should have been figured out beforehand.
They never said it's a positive seasonal feature. Maybe it's a negative season. And this season is gonna be broke. That's the feature.
There are certain legendary aspects that are more rare drops than others, yes, Barnaby. Most definitely. I'm interested to put a poll up on the YouTube channel. I'm interested to see what people think.
I always thought it's too expensive to do anything in this game. Like money-wise, it's just extracting. Like for you to get 500,000 gold, you have to farm and fill your stash maybe 1 time or 1.5 times and sell everything. Cannot salvage anything. And you go and extract 1 item and it costs you 400,000. I'm like, why?
I mean, and not salvaging everything is actually kind of a good thing in my opinion, because in Diablo 3 it just felt like everything was salvage. Like, you barely ever sold anything in Diablo 3. It was just salvage everything. You just walked right up to the blacksmith and you just automatically clicked the salvage all button. Like, there was rarely, if ever, a moment where you didn't just go everything. And, I mean, I didn't like that about Diablo 3. So I kind of like the fact that you have to sift through your inventory, and also you can actually sell things to the NPC to get gold.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Just doing a couple nightmare dungeons. We got a world boss in 30 minutes.
In 30 minutes. Come and knock on my 30 minutes. I'll be waiting for 30 minutes. 30
Can I
minutes.
ask you one thing about the mechanic in Necro?
With what, woot, what?
Blighted. Like, you know, when I realize like, you know, a lot of time it says you gain blighted. What happened exactly when you gain blighted and why it's important?
What are you talking about? You talking about the Keystone passive?
Yeah, while you are playing, it says you gain blighted, you gain might, you gain, you know, so.
You talking about the buffs on your bar?
Yes.
I mean, if you hold your mouse over them, a lot of the times they tell you what they are.
By the time I do that, I'm playing with a controller. By the time I do that, I'm like dead. They disappear very quickly.
Well, usually because you use them. Sometimes they're consumables. So if you attack, you can basically use that blighted effect up. Like for instance, I have one that basically revolves around every time I use an earth skill I get more for my storm skills, and every time I use a storm skill I get more for my earth skills. So if I use a storm skill, it pops up on the bar, and then if I use an earth skill, it disappears and it's replaced by the earth skill, and then it goes back and forth like that repeatedly. The blighted might be something that you're consuming, so it's disappearing quickly in the middle of combat, but it may be something that you can trigger to pop up on the bar, and if you don't use another ability you can take a look at it. Blighted sounds like it comes from the Shadow Blight key passive. Which the Shadow Blight key passive is, what is it, every 10 times you hit somebody with a shadow effect, you get some sort of bonus. I can't remember what it is right off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I haven't played around a ton with the Shadow Blight key passive.
Each time the Shadow Blight key passive deals damage to an enemy, it increases the next Shadow Blight's damage within 10 seconds by 20 to 40%, stacking up to 5 times.
Okay, so that's probably what it's doing then.
Yeah.
Giving you a stacking damage buff.
So my goal is to stack up this Blight and then do my main attack then.
Yeah. You should also probably be using
Yeah.
the Shadow Mages too, because the Shadow Mages can help stack your damage.
It's just the Blizzard cold mages are so good though.
Oh, I know. But if you're using Shadow Blight key passive, it's hard to pass up the ability to stacking debuff. Like stacking buff yourself. They fixed that in one of the patches a while back, was the Shadow Mages, because you can get like 5 Shadow Mages or whatever. And then like one attack cycle is enough to get you the buff, and then you use your ability, so you constantly have the buff up.
I want this dungeon.
What killed us?
It's just a ton of mobs in that room.
Yeah.
There's like probably like 10 elites in that room, and it's very dangerous if you're not careful.
Yeah. I got CC'd.
It's crowd control dangerous. It's not even actually dangerous. It's just you get locked in an infinite crowd control loop.
Oh, did you want to join us, Ginger?
Oh, I mean, yeah. I just started a dungeon though, so I'm gonna do this one first.
Yeah. We're just doing. It's Leon, me, and Majestic Bear.
Majestic Bear. I've been having fun running the dungeons where I'm not constantly dying.
Yeah.
Don't like dying?
I mean, it's not my favorite.
I like dying. Tells me that there's something wrong and I need to fix it.
It's alright.
Is there ever anything wrong though, like with my builds, or am I usually just running like way too high level stuff? That's what it feels like to me. Maybe like level 75 and like a level 106 dungeon.
I also have that whirlwind thing going on, so I get all these mobs on me at once.
Not even death can save you from me.
I don't know. I don't feel like there's such thing as that in this game.
Such game as what?
Too high of stuff. The game, even with the nerfs, is still designed for 54 levels higher than you. It's just the 54 levels are a lot easier now. It's scalable. It's like you have to keep adjusting your build defensive-wise and offensive-wise to handle it.
Yep.
Yeah, but while you're testing out builds and trying to figure out what you even want to do in the first place, it doesn't
Well,
really
yeah,
help.
that's a whole different thing.
It doesn't really help much.
But once you theory craft a build, then playing it's the only way to
And when
do
you
it.
don't
That's
even
what
have
you
your
do.
flesh render yet.
I haven't found one yet today.
I theory craft my lightning build today, so I have everything I would do. I just don't know if I want to switch yet, because this build is finally like completed on the Paragon board. For it, like every other point I get is just like here or there. I got my final glyph today, so I just want to play around with the completed version.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, perfect.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I need more spirit. I must wait a moment.
But that whirlwind is pretty useful. Dangerous, but useful.
I must wait a moment.
unlike me, useless.
Oh, did you guys see the
I'm not
we gonna ban you if you keep using this tool post?
But yeah, the turbo hut. That tool was super popular in D3, and no one ever got banned from it in D3 that I know of. But I'm really hoping they lay the hammer on D4 users of it.
I assume they will. It's a totally different situation. D3 was basically kept alive by like 10 or less developers over all those years.
Yeah.
This is a brand new game. I don't think they're trying to let everybody run anything they want.
Oh,
Obviously they're not.
they always crack down hard at the beginning. I don't even know why people would even try in the beginning. They're gonna get banned.
I heard reports they stopped banning stuff in D2. But I don't know.
I doubt it. They had rolling ban waves in D2 for quite some time.
I'm not ready
At the
yet.
beginning, but since D4 came out, I don't know if they care.
From what I understand, there was always different rules on the Asia servers. Like the Asia servers were allowed to use like a bunch of different types of filters in D2. That
Oh, no way.
US, yeah. The Asia servers have all kinds of crazy stuff going on over there.
So someone could VPN over there.
Yeah, I guess. That's where you want to play.
I don't think you want to play over there.
I'm not ready yet.
Keep that going.
From the sound of it, it's probably just like Diablo 2 Classic became. Literally before, like right before Diablo 2 Resurrected came out, where literally nothing was worth anything. I'd be like, "Oh, you found a perfect Griffin's idea, Tim, and you thought you had something good? Yeah, that's like 1 penny. Okay, that's like 1 penny. Congratulations, you got a penny. It's a shiny penny, but it's a penny nonetheless."
Wait a minute.
Like, dang, I thought it was worth more than a penny. Well, you thought wrong.
I must wait a minute.
It's like, dang. Oh, you found a Shaco? Oh, look at that. It's got crappy defense. Nobody wants that piece of crap. Get that out of here. It's got to be perfect defense. Nobody wants that unless it's perfect defense.
So I only have 45s. I don't know. I don't have 50s, Leo. If you have any. If that's what you want to run.
I crafted a couple.
I'm not even joking, by the way. when I used to play Diablo 2 Classic, people used to just sell Shacos to the NPC if they weren't perfect defense.
I must wait a minute.
It's like, oh, it was not perfect defense, sell it to the NPC.
Majestic.
Get that,
Yeah, there
get
you
that
go.
crap out of here. Who wants that garbage?
And after a certain point of ladder, I don't even bother with them anymore. They're like worth less than an ist or whatever. It's like garbage. At this point, I don't need an ist. I don't need any of this.
So on my timer, I got 15 minutes before it's gonna let me know world boss is coming. So probably 18 minutes.
I'm not ready yet.
Play all enemies.
I must wait a moment.
Where do we go? There we go. This will be fun.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Chinchilla's hurt himself. Chinchillas cry. It's gotta be the craziest thing I know, but they actually cry. He was running in the wheel, and I don't know what happened. I guess he was going too fast and must have bonked his head on something, and then I heard him cry. I've only heard a chinchilla cry once or twice. It's a very odd sound. You definitely recognize it every single time it happens.
Poor Chinchilla.
Well, interesting thing about chinchillas is they have a photographic memory, and they're able to remember where everything is in the position, even in like pitch black darkness, which is really cool. But if something gets moved inside their cage while it's pitch black dark and they can't see anything, they'll assume that it's there, and it won't be, or they'll assume that nothing's there and there will be something there because something got moved, and then they bonk into it in the middle of the night. And when they bonk into it in the middle of the night, you hear them go, you hear them cry. Like they legit cry because they bonk their head on something. For years, I didn't know that one of my chinchillas was blind. He had lived in the same cage for so long that he had gained a like a knowledge of where everything was in the cage, and he I guess he fooled me. But when I got a new cage, because the old one was just like falling apart, I got a new cage, put him in the new cage, and he couldn't figure out where anything was. Like he was lost. He had to, and that was when I knew he was blind, because I don't think he could see anything anymore. It took him a while to get accustomed to the new cage, but he was so accustomed to the old cage that he knew where everything was. He didn't need eyesight.
Yeah. It's like walking around your house with your eyes closed.
Exactly. No, it was Jester, the purple one.
I'm not ready yet.
Man, they really want to give me pants. I got like two legendary pants from the same chest. Have some damn pants.
Don't have any revives left. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, this was a reduced resist one, so
Oh, okay.
expected to die in here.
Well,
So
I
you
die
have
when they
chosen
are all
death, basically.
sucked onto me or whirlwind onto me.
Whoa, Xylor, they sucked onto you?
Yeah.
Whoa, Xylor.
leeches.
Whoa.
Like leeches.
There's a thing you can get for
Bunch of leechers
dogs.
here.
There's a thing you can get for dogs, Joy, that are blind. It's actually pretty easy. It attaches to their collar. Kind of like goes in front of them like a little bumper. And then they can use that to bump into things.
Yeah, give it over.
I've seen a couple videos on it, and apparently it's pretty easy to use.
Frozen.
It's not even
I
that.
think
It's not even that expensive. It looks like this. Like there's a couple of them out there that you can get. It has a little ring that goes in front of the dog, so that basically when the dogs are walking around, the ring hits whatever it is first, and then instead of the dog hitting it. And as you can see, like here's a little chihuahua doing it, using it. It's a little bumper. There's another one. Yeah, basically it just gives the dog a forewarning that they're about to bump into something.
You and I combined for 25 million on one hit, 22 on a different. That guy had a lot of hit points.
All the hit points.
He had all of them.
That's a deal. I'll shake on that. Yeah, give it over.
Consumables.
Well, I'm up to 41 million now. Even after gambling away all my money that one time.
Nice.
Wow,
should
okay.
probably-
Just load in and immediately into a lightning storm. Alright. That's a little rude.
I'm not ready yet.
Nice axe for lightning storm.
Lightning storm's fine when you're by yourself. I actually kind of prefer it over a lot of the other evil mods. At least I can just deal with it. Yeah, well, at least as a chihuahua, he can be carried around on somebody's
I
purse.
must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Gonna have to grab my first meal.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Boom, 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 boom. Any predictions on the quality of boosting swords and barbs? Honestly, I don't really know. I know that sounds kind of lame for somebody who's supposed to be a Diablo 4 YouTuber, but
I'm not
I mean,
ready.
they already nerfed everybody. I mean, what are they gonna do? Undo the nerfs that they already did?
Well,
And even if they undo the nerfs that they already did, the Sorceress was still not very tanky, even before the
I'm
nerfs.
not ready yet.
one of the things they mentioned in the last emergency campfire chat was they will be buffing aspects and uniques from both barb and sword, is what they said.
I'm not ready.
Along with other things, they'll probably be changing passives and rebalancing things like that on the skill trees.
I'm gonna go over to the world boss.
Ow, 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 monster hurt. Ow. Rude. I don't know, it's just, you bring down everybody's defensiveness like that. I mean, I don't know how they're gonna fix it. You
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, what are they gonna do? Just like increase the amount of crowd control that the Sorceress has to the point where literally she can just crowd control stun everything to death, or
No, I think they're gonna have to buff some basic things about her. I mean, they could change Paragon nodes, but I don't think I've seen them do that yet to give her more armor choices there. But I don't think that's what's happening. I think it's going to be maybe passive changes on the tree, like they did it, like the opposite of what they did in that first beta when they nerfed her because she was too tanky. They'll probably give her some of that stuff back that they nerfed back then.
but what I'm saying is that they also nerfed everything else also. So if we take the original Sorceress, which was too tanky, then they nerfed the original Sorceress, right? Then after they nerfed the original Sorceress, they nerfed everybody, which also nerfed the Sorceress a second time.
Yeah, but they
And
also
even
nerfed
if
the
they
game.
even if they give her back the tankiness that she had in the beta, there's still all the nerfs that they recently applied, which are bringing her even lower than she was before.
But they nerfed the game too on top of it. So you don't need to scale as hard as you used to scale defense.
We just got an 848 item power unique rare sword There's no such thing as a unique rare sword unless you're talking about the super unique monsters, which is a whole nother thing.
I tried to time that invite to you, Ginger, as you were finishing that dungeon.
You're talking about the super unique monsters. Yeah, the super unique monsters can drop up to 850. I don't know. I think one thing they need to do, which would help the Sorceress immensely, and also the Necromancer survivability, is just for the time being, until they fix this problem, just remove the resistance penalty from Torment 4.
Yeah, that's...
It just needs to be removed. So I think that the real reason why the Sorceress is so weak, and I think a lot of people will agree, is that she's not getting the resistances she would be getting otherwise for stacking intelligence. I mean, and the Necromancer and the Sorceress both stack intelligence, and they're supposed to have a huge amount of resistances that they're getting from those stacking intelligence. I mean, you could almost have, what, 1,500 intelligence if you really wanted to stack it high enough? If you really wanted to push it, you could get 1,500 intelligence. And intelligence is supposed to give you resistance to all elements, but basically it does nothing at the moment because resistances are currently broken. So the thing that's supposed to make them tanky, which would make them tanky, by the way, because most of the damage in the game comes from elemental damage. It all comes from elemental damage. Just for the time being, if they really want to fix the Sorceress and let the Sorceress run free like a naked wild child, just remove the resistance penalty cap for the time being until eventually you have the resistance fixed. And then once the resistance is fixed, put the penalty back and then, you know, move on. Apparently that's not coming until season 2, so, and that's not soon enough. Everybody's complaining, everybody's, you know, crying about the Sorceress being really weak, and they're not wrong. Like, the Sorceress does have it pretty rough as far as survivability goes. But I mean, how do you go about the process of trying to, like, code in and fix something that you know is broken? That would be like if the sink was broken and it was leaking. And instead of going to the hardware store and just getting a new, you know, set of pipes and a faucet and whatnot, you know, to fix the problem, whatever it is that I need to fix the problem. Instead of fixing the problem, I just start shoving a bunch of towels underneath the sink. And like, just keep shoving more towels under there and just hope that eventually, you know, like, the towels reach a maximum integrity of blocking the water off so that, like, you can just ignore the problem forever. Until
it's basically a Band-Aid.
But, like, why spend all that effort? And this is something that I've learned as a you know, person who repairs things as well, like, because I've had my sink freaking break like that before. Like, why ignore fixing the problem right now when you know you could? I mean, using the same sink example, let's say the pipe busts and the water's pouring all out all over the place, right? I can clearly see that there's a problem. I can clearly see that there's an issue, right? Turn off the water, right? That's the easiest solution right off the bat, which is the same thing as just removing the resistance penalty for the time being. Like, it's a temporary solution, yes. The sink no longer works properly as it's supposed to, yes. But by turning off the water, you no longer have water pouring into your house, right? So, but instead of turning off the water, they're just leaving the water running, shooting water into the house, while they, like, shove a bunch of towels on top of it and just hope that we ignore the fact that the house is slowly filling up with water.
I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't think of half the solutions that have been proposed numerous times. I mean, it seemed like Joe Shelley was caught off surprise by the whole aspect codex thing.
Oh my god,
that's an interesting idea.
I couldn't believe he was caught off guard by that.
When we've been saying it for like a month. I think they lack some information. They might not even thought about the whole resistance thing scaling with the torment levels and the penalty. Like just reducing that by 10% or 20%, or I wouldn't take all of it away, but even reducing it by half would be a dramatic increase to resistances. Like as a band-aid fix, temp fix. I think they lack information. That's my guess.
Well, I'm just 3 world boss kills away from getting the season journey finished.
I'm more than that because all the ones we've done together, I've gotten credit for maybe like half of them. Because I teleport out too fast.
Johnny on the spot, Mr. Fast Quick
That's what happened
McGiggins.
to me yesterday. I didn't get credit for one of my kills yesterday.
It's crazy that like the game doesn't know unless you sit here. Like I got the loot and everything, and the game still can't queue up the database update.
Yeah, so I'm at 13 out of 15. So I get this one. I'm going to sit around until the updates, and then I'll do tonight's to finish it off.
Yeah.
But this should have been it. I'll get my fury up.
I'm only at 9 of 15, and we've done pretty much every world boss.
Yeah, I don't know how you got. You just teleport way too early.
I mean, I get my loot and I'm gone. Like,
Yep.
what am I waiting around for? Apparently, database updates I'm waiting around for
Yep.
because they don't know how to code that either.
Nope. Like a bunch of guys out of college learning how to program.
But I think they lack senior programmers. Like people have been saying that they literally fire their senior developers after a project's finished. Like they just like cut costs. It's like, why are we paying these guys a premium when we already sold the game? Like this is like a corporate mindset. Bottom line,
I need to see if I can put Xylor's ring in the heraldry. We need Xylor's ring in the heraldry. Is there a ring in here anywhere? There's no ring in the heraldry. This is awful. That's it. I want a refund.
Tyler, I think you need to quit your job and go work for Blizzard. Fix the game.
They don't pay enough.
So,
I know, that's what they said.
So far, well, on our patch, our vote, we only got 72 votes so far, but it'll pick up during the day. But so far, the majority of the people are saying yes, Diablo 4 does have more bugs than any AAA game that they've played before. Way more, 31%, yes, 29%. Only 33% said no, and 7% said way less. You 7% are way off. You guys are way off. Yeah, the barber gem needs to be patched out too. Like
What?
Yeah, the barber gem needs to be patched. Like that
Look
is.
what I got.
Oh, don't tell me you got a flesh render. You freaking hacker.
Well done.
I'm never getting that stupid mid thing.
It's because everyone else is stealing it.
Where's my database update? I'm sitting here. I'm still
Alright.
sitting here.
Let's go to season. So S or U?
Oh, there it
Season.
is. There it is. It just came down. Dude, how many seconds was that?
Ah, there it is. World boss. I just got it as
That's
well.
why I've missed like 5 of them. Because of that. It's like
Yep.
a 20-second delay.
And I checked. I'm at 14 out of 15, so I'm good.
I'm gonna go do this Legion event real quick. That's about to start.
Is it even worth it?
You get 3 chests, 3 chances at a flesh render.
That's true.
You're never getting flesh.
Don't tell me.
Not while I'm in town.
I'm gonna create a mule real quick. I need some
Called
inventory
flesh render.
stash space.
Do you want me to get him to World Tier 4?
I don't think he needs to be leveled. He's just literally gonna be holding items in this thing.
Essence Gaming, we didn't melt anything. The barber gem melted the boss. The barber gem is just it's stupid. It's pretty.
It's
stupid.
basically
It's stupid.
It's basically a group-wide 1.5 multiplier. So it's like that was 12 people doing
1.56.
1.5 damage. Yeah.
Or 14 times 14 times 14 percent wise. 1.14 times 1.14 times 1.14.
If you get a level 5, it's 15. By the way.
Yep,
So
yep.
Why don't you level up that?
So I'm gonna level up my
I must wait a
alt so that he has a story to get the guaranteed drop one. Then I'll work on the.
Yeah. So they're not patching that out, huh? Everyone's
Nope.
farming the guaranteed one. They don't care.
They don't care.
That's interesting.
Even Rob made a video on it. He says this is how you do it, and it showed him with a, a loot thing, a full inventory of them.
I must wait a
So if he can get the barb nerfed, but he can't get that nerfed, I'm saying all right.
I must wait a moment.
All right, let's go.
I must wait.
A servant of hell.
I must wait a moment.
Yay, I'm level 87. Look at me. I'm fancy.
How hard is it to get the Hellhammer?
I haven't seen one yet.
I've gotten like a couple of them on my bird block preseason. I would never use that thing though.
I'm
Not-
doing an upheaval build.
Yeah, but you know that thing used to have +8 to upheaval, which is like an 80% damage, and it just they took it away. They need to add it back because without it, it's pretty weak.
What's the fire damage, right?
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, it's the one that puts a burning dot on the upheaval.
I suppose you could use Azure Wrath with that, so you could get that
I'm not ready.
non-physical damage increase.
Yeah, but it's not even a multiplayer. That's just additive. So like if you're doing a 3k burning dot, you're just gonna do, I don't know, 3.2, like 200 more damage.
Oh, I know. I'm
It's
talking
like a
about. I'm
joke.
thinking about multiple ways to scale it there.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
So any weapon that the barb gets used, it gets nerfed.
Basically.
I'm not ready yet.
The problem is
Tag nerf barb.
they gave the bard the highest potential in the game with all the weapon slots and all the aspect slots, but then they've been so concentrated on it because of that that they basically nerfed it where those extra slots are not as strong as just a normal class. Because they keep changing and keep nerfing, keep nerfing, keep nerfing.
I must wait a
So it's like they might as well not even have 4 extra slots or whatever it is.
Why even have the barb in the game?
Yeah.
I must wait a moment.
Well, they should have just made it as it was supposed to be in the first place, which is how I thought it was supposed to be. Which is that you only get the effect of that aspect if you're actually using that
I'm
weapon.
not ready yet.
I mean, everybody else has that restriction. The sorceress has that restriction. The necromancer has that restriction. The only other class that even comes close is the rogue. And because she has a dagger, she has 2 daggers, and she has a bow. So any of the melee rogues get 1 additional slot.
I must wait a moment.
That would only make 1 keystone viable. In other classes, if you use like a totem or a codex, you have 2 aspects as opposed to 4 and 3 on the
I
rogue.
must wait a moment.
Yeah, but you're actually using both of those items, though. That's the thing. Like with the Barbarian, you'd be using 2 swords, you get 2
I
aspects.
must wait a moment.
If you're using the one-hander, you get 1 aspect. Just like with the Necromancer. If you use a 2-hander, you get 1 aspect, and if you use a one-hander and a shield, you get 2 aspects.
I'm not ready yet.
It'd be a hell of a lot easier to balance if they just dialed it back and just balanced correctly around that. Then they wouldn't have to worry about the Barbarian having access to 4 aspects. And 2 of them being 2-handed variants, by the way. Which I think is really the big issue, not the other thing. It's not necessarily that they have access to 4 aspects, which is the biggest issue. It's the fact that 2 of those 4 are literally 2-handed aspects. My Necromancer can get 1 2-handed aspect. That's it. And he has to give up 2 one-handed aspects to get it. The Barbarian literally has access to 2 2-handed aspects and still gets 2 one-handed aspects on top of that. It makes balancing ridiculously difficult.
Yep, which is why I think they're in the place they're at, because they have pulled it back so many times. Because they started so high, from what I hear in the closed beta, that we never got to play. They were like super high.
How high of a resolution do I use? I use a 4K, but I stream in 1440p. I don't think it's sustainable to try and stream in 4K. You know, I don't have the internet for that. I don't think most people have the internet for that.
Yes, I'll take it.
I also think too much power is weighted behind the aspects right now. Like if your goal is for the class to do 100 damage, then 20 shouldn't come from the base and 80 from the aspect. It should be a lot closer together. Be like a 40-60, even a 50-50, or
Well, if I had to make changes to the game, one of the things I would make right off the bat is I would remove these passives that just give damage.
Let's do my...
Like the game doesn't need 1,000 passives that just give bonus damage. The game needs passives that do interesting things. Like I don't need a passive that gives me 60 times bonus damage to companion. Give me a passive that gives me something interesting. Like give me a passive that turns my wolves into storm wolves. Take that storm's companion unique and turn it into a passive. Like there are so many damage passives on the board, and it's just stupid. Like why do we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 8, 9, 10 different passives on the board that are all giving damage output? Make my skill points actually matter for more than just increasing my damage output. Take some of those uniques and things, those effects that you have for uniques, put them on the skill board. Make them choices. Make it something that I can actually spend skill points on, because I guarantee you that Storm Wolf thing would be really interesting if it was on the skill tree. If it was something that you could like put a point into and it's like turns your wolves into storm wolves, I bet you more people would be interested in using it.
Who was that saying the aspects are too powerful?
I mean, some of them are just way too powerful.
yeah.
Maybe for your build. not for the sword. It's the only thing keeping me alive.
The sorceress had some of the most overpowered aspects in the game. They had to be nerfed. They were so bad. They were so bad that they were literally giving the sorceress more damage than any other class ever could even hope to achieve. They had one that was literally giving them what was the one that had it was like something times damage when the monster was crowd controlled or whatever, or like chilled, frozen, or slowed. And come to find out that whenever a monster was chilled, frozen, and slowed, they were getting the same bonus 3 times. So they were instead of just getting like a 30 times multiplier, they were getting a 90 times multiplier.
If it was on a two-hander, it was like 180.
Yeah, and if it was on a two-hander, it was 180. It was absolutely insane. They were literally like one-shotting bosses. They would as soon as the boss would go into stagger and all the crowd controls would apply, which is all bosses when they're staggered, all crowd controls apply. They would immediately get the 3 times bonus from that aspect and just annihilate the boss from existence.
Alright, well, play a 70+ sword right now in
they nerfed it.
Yeah, no one's saying they didn't nerf sword. You just came in to say that the aspects weren't powerful. They were really powerful. They got nerfed to the ground
in the past.
So now they're rebuffing it, like they admitted
right now.
So what are we talking? You're in like a limbo state right now. Yeah, everyone is.
Yeah, you are currently in the limbo state. That's what this current campfire chat is supposed to be talking about.
Yeah,
they're like, yeah, we're sorry that we had to nerf the crap out of your class because it was broken overpowered, but
like if they nerfed it any more than this, it wouldn't be playable.
Artillery shrine event.
Artillery shrine event. What?
Well, it's a shrine event on an artillery.
Nonetheless, I'm still enjoying Fire Sword. It's a fun build.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, the sorceress is already in a bad place. It has always been in a bad place because the resistance has been broken. I mean, that's just the beginning of the cake. That's just the icing on the cake at this point.
I'd really love to play without all the defensives possible in all of my builds on my bars. I mean, I have like 2 or 3 defensive.
I'm telling you, Veer's Mastery is the way to go. It's the only way to make a tanky sorceress at this point.
Oh yeah, I'm playing with Fireball and stuff like that. So. Basically, I'm kiting every pack with elites in it.
I mean, the Sorc used to have massive damage reduction when they had barrier, right? And then they had like so many ways to generate barrier. I'm pretty sure they're gonna get that back. They're gonna get their massive DR back just by having barriers. And then they have like 30 different barriers that they can generate.
30 different barriers.
Sorc is
I
insane.
don't need 30, but like for example, I already noticed the lack of one barrier when I swapped to the Malignant Gem that increases my dot damage, instead of having the Malignant Gem that gives me a barrier. Like, even that is noticeable. I die more than I did before, like yesterday.
Another thing they could give Sorcs is more like a debilitating war style asset, where like whenever they CC something, it does like way less damage to them.
I'm telling you, Veer's Mastery. There's a passive in there in the Veer's Mastery tree. It literally says something along the lines of whenever an enemy is hit by shock damage, like of any type, they will deal like this amount of less damage to you for a certain number of seconds. Like, it's straight up debilitating roar.
What is it? A keystone or is it a paragon?
It's one of the passives, I think, in the ultimate part of the tree.
Oh, so it's just a passive. Oh, so they can take any build can take that. It sounds like then.
I mean, you basically just have to shock the enemy. I'm telling you, Veer's Mastery and that shock tree is probably the tankiest part that you can ever make a sorceress. Not only do you get a debilitating roar style damage debuff to the monster, but you also get close damage reduction, all sorts of crazy stuff, stuns to stop the monsters from hitting you. It's pretty much the only way to make the sorceress tanky at this particular moment.
Problem is that that's called convulsions, which stuns enemies from shock skills.
Yes, convulsions is also good because that way all your lightning skills will also shock the enemy. So you have stuns coming in, you have a damage reduction coming in. Veer's Mastery gives you a close damage reduction. You add it all together, and you end up with just a really tanky sorceress. They can actually take some hits, and you don't have to run all of your defensives.
The problem is that's 3 tiers in, so it's a lot of points.
Oh, I'm not saying it's not.
We need more points for the sword. Yes, make that a buff.
Derelict said, "Could someone translate from Xylor?" Does anybody speak Xylor here? Can you translate?
Yeah, I can speak Xylor. I'm still using a glove that's 200 item power less than any of my other items.
I gave him some pretty good gloves. Hopefully he's using them. Them.
I don't have a ring though. I don't have a ring that's that low.
Good afternoon, everybody.
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
I didn't even see who talked.
That was Duck.
What's up, Duck?
Not much. Actually, I have a question. I know Luli was trying to school me on this earlier. I think I'm at the part of the seasonal quest where you go to fight Barshan. You're supposed to not fight him, and you get like all the Uber hearts over and over.
Yeah.
It's a quest lock. Basically, you don't complete the quest. I don't know if there's an NPC to talk to after you kill him, and you just don't talk to him. I don't know how it works because I haven't done
That's
it.
correct. That's correct. So there's an NPC right there. You just reset the dungeon before talking to that NPC.
Ooh, okay.
Was that Xylor answering?
Yeah, Xylor answered Duck. Am I the translator?
That's weird.
What's weird about that?
I don't know. Although maybe you've been through it so many times that
I actually haven't done it yet.
The problem, brain
good.
fodder, with stacking
I
barriers.
just watched the YouTube video on it.
The problem with stacking barriers on the sorceress is that, as we've discovered with temerity, barriers by themselves will not save your life. You can stack as many barriers as you want. If you don't have the damage reduction to go along with the barriers, the barriers are essentially useless and they do nothing for you. To the temerity barrier is 80% of your life, and the monsters will just smash right through it if you don't have the defensive chutzpah to back up the barrier.
what I've experienced is that with one more barrier, it just gives you a few seconds more time to put out some DPS, and then the monsters die.
The other problem with barriers is that you really can't stack barriers more than your life.
Yeah.
I've actually demonstrated this in my barrier video if you want to go check it out. But if you have 2 barriers and the total cumulative barrierness of both barriers exceeds your minimum maximum life, which is your underneath of all your padding, so whatever bonus life you have doesn't count into this. So it's whatever your actual maximum life is underneath of all the padding. If it exceeds that, it just caps at that, and it will not go beyond it. So
That's
stacking,
not entirely true, though.
Nowadays,
anyway.
I've already demonstrated it on several videos, Joy.
When
you utilize, for instance, the temerity barrier, which is 80%, and the earthen bulwark barrier, which is, I don't even know what my earthen bulwark is, which is currently 63%. You use them both together and you add them up. You take a look at your minimum maximum life and you look at the difference. It literally is the exact difference between the amount that you should have gotten and your minimum maximum life.
Yeah, but they're skills that, or aspects, I don't know what it is, that build off your DPS. So they generate a barrier based on the damage output that you're putting.
Yes, but the barrier still can't exceed your minimum maximum life.
Yeah, true.
Which means that if you have 2 or 3 or 4 barriers running at the same time, and they are exceeding your minimum maximum life, then you're not getting any benefit from anything over that amount. So running multiple barriers doesn't help unless you actually have damage reduction to, number 1, actually utilize the barrier effectively, and number 2, spamming barriers over and over and over again. Once you hit that maximum barrier limit, whatever your specific maximum barrier is, because it's going to be different based on each character, you can't exceed that maximum barrier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm running all the defensive stats on my chest and legs that I can. And I have topazes in all of my slots.
The only benefit that I've seen from spamming barriers is basically poison, like damage over times. For some reason or another, spamming a barrier can have an effect on DOTs, because the barrier. No,
I die a lot when I get poisoned.
It's kind of complicated the way that it seems to interact with damage over times. Let me see if I can explain it. Let's say you get hit by a poison, and it's ripping your HP down. All right, you had a barrier up when you got hit by the poison, but the barrier doesn't seem to be affecting the poison. It's strange. Like, it's almost as if the poison is going through the barrier.
Yeah.
Then you recast your barrier, and you'll notice that the poison will now be affecting the barrier instead of the poison. There's some sort of strange interaction with the way that the barriers function, where the first barrier that you cast, for some reason, is the damage over time is almost ignoring that barrier. And then the second barrier that you cast, the poison then transfers over to the second barrier. And it doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, but that's one of the only things that spamming barriers really does for you, is it kind of messes with the way that the damage over time calculations are working.
I'll go test that, because I thought it was the immunity from Flame Shield that dispelled the
event.
poison.
Immunity actually doesn't completely remove dots. It's kind of weird.
It doesn't?
You can test it with the end glyph barrier at the end of a dungeon. You can basically go stand in a poison, walk into the barrier, all of a sudden the poison is no longer ticking, and then walk out of the barrier, and then the poison will resume ticking. It doesn't necessarily stop the poison from ticking. It just simply or remove it from your character. It just sort of temporarily pauses it while you're inside the barrier. And then once you leave the barrier, it just resumes the ticking.
Isn't that a different kind of barrier? The ones that you can walk in and out?
But it's kind of the same way that the barrier works on you. That's what I'm saying. Is there seems to be some sort of weird interaction with the way that the first barrier interacts with the damage over times, and then the second barrier actually, for some reason, absorbs the damage over time. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense how the barriers function with DOTs, and more often than not, you'll find that the barriers are not protecting you from the DOTs properly. Something about the way that the DOT snapshot. So when the DOT was cast on you, it was snapshotted at a certain point, like certain damage over time numbers and things like that. So if you were under the effect of a debuff, if you didn't have your defensive cooldown up when you stepped in the poison, whatever's going on, for some reason or another, the poison effects snapshot at whatever it was that whatever condition you were at when that happened. So when you use a defensive cooldown to try and save your life from a poison, it doesn't work because the poison was snapshotted before you used the defensive cooldown. But it seems like using the barrier when you have a defensive cooldown up, after the poison hits you, has some sort of strange interaction where it can somehow diminish the snapshotted poison's damage, because now the barrier is then overriding the snapshot of the poison, and it's some sort of complicated thing that I can't even explain.
I'll go try it out, see what happens. Because I'm convinced that Flame Shield dispels anything.
I mean, Flame Shield, you're basically dead at that point. So at the point that Flame Shield activates, you're dead. Like, you have basically died. So that's a whole nother mechanic there.
No, I don't mean the proc activation. I mean when I press Flame Shield.
Yeah, the 7.5 second bubble or the 5 second bubble. Now, I don't like to run that one myself, but I will admit that when that thing pops up on occasion and I need it, I will run to it like a scared little girl.
Yeah, like, oh, there's a bubble on the screen! On my most recent item that I gained. I found a nice chess piece, and it had that aspect on it, and I couldn't find a better one. So I'm like, well, alright, I'll take it. And it works out, because I'm so squishy.
Honestly, the best defense against damage over times that I've noticed is Fortify. Fortify seems to help. Fortify seems to help against damage over times more than anything. I don't know why. it seems to be even better than just flat damage reduction. But as soon as you have Fortify up, it's like the damage over times do way less damage.
Oh yeah, I love Fortify on my barb.
But guess who can't generate Fortify at all?
Sword.
Sorceress.
Man, I bet that's gonna be the change today.
Honestly, if they gave, I think everybody should have access to Fortify, because you know,
sure.
even if it's a difficult thing, even if it's a you gotta do this and you know, click this button over here and tickle
I'll give him
tickle
6
your
of my
butthole. I mean,
I'll give him 6 of my skill points just for Fortify. Please, give it to me.
I must wait.
I mean that's probably what it's gonna end up costing is like 6 skill points.
I'd be happy to give it to me.
I'm not
I
ready
mean,
yet.
I'm sick of running defenses all over the place. I want to do some DPS.
I must wait a moment.
Well, what's really interesting though also is that poisons or damage over times in this game are
I appreciate
they all function differently, and that's also complicates matters immensely. So some poisons affect you directly and apply a damage over time to you. Other
What is the next
poisons,
one?
other poisons are ground-based poisons, which do not affect you directly, but you have to stand in the poison to have the effect happen. So in
Yeah,
those
it's basically
particular
like standing in fire, right?
cases, if you step outside of the puddle, you now no longer have the effect on you. So you end up in these situations where you have some of them that are, you know, actually attaching to you. You know, like somebody threw a glob of poison at your head and it's stuck to your hair.
Oh,
And then another one that's completely different, which is, well, you guys got wrecked.
he blew me up.
What is going on right now? Another one that is completely different is the ground-based ones, and the ground-based ones are nasty. Like they are really nasty.
Oh, did she heal?
I know she completely reset. You all died, so
You both died.
she reset.
Oh wow.
I
I
think
didn't
I
realize
have 2
that was
little
a
lumps.
thing.
How did you both get one shot by the boss, though? That's the question.
One of them is 74.
But Xylor, though.
I don't know. I don't know how.
But Xylor,
Did she
though.
blow up or something? I don't know. I have no idea. I thought she was dead, and then
Xylor blinked and then he was dead.
I don't know. I just walked in and fell over.
maybe we all died. She died, and then we all died, and then she was resurrected like us.
It shows you not to engage the boss without me there, okay? Xylor.
I guess I'm tier 55. I guess I'll wait.
Xylor. Oh, Xylor.
Oh, Xylor.
What's the deal?
Ba-do-do-do. I think damage over times are so nasty in this game too, though, because of the whole snapshotting thing. I don't think a lot of people realize that. I think they're running along and they're just whistling a tune, you know, and then they get hit with a dot and it's absolutely nasty. And it's like on the Aliens movie where the alien like acid hit the Marine and his like arm is melting off, and like your arm is literally melting off, and you hit one of your defensive cooldowns because you think it's going to save you, but the acid hit you when you had none of your defensive cooldowns up. So the acid is now snapshotted at your weakest point. So hitting your defensive cooldowns doesn't help you. And then when you tap your barrier doesn't help you either because your barrier is literally still being affected by the original DR conditions that were snapshotted by the damage over time. So the damage over time is hitting you for the massive amount of damage that it did when you had none of your defensive cooldowns up. And then what happens is you try desperately to save your life from this literal alien acid from the movie Aliens, and you manage to just barely save yourself by, you know, popping like all the barriers and potions that you have to counter the damage. However, if that same poison were to have hit you when your damage reduction, abilities were up, if you had your ice armor running, if you had your various attacks, they will cause that poison to snapshot much lower, and it's much easier to deal with.
Did you want that helm, Ginger?
Which one?
I liked it in party chat.
Scowling Eye. Oh, I actually have a 444 already, but
Oh.
you know what? My 444 doesn't have. Well, that's not a 444 though. That's a 344. No, I'll just stick with the 444 that I got.
Okay.
Unless I can find a better 444.
Are you saying you have
Give it over.
+4, +4, +4 skills on your helm?
Yeah, for the companions.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. I barely have +3 to 1 skill on mine.
I mean, if you need 444, then you can use 444. You just gotta find it.
Jeez. It's gotta be pretty rare, right?
Or get to level 80 and take Leon's.
Level 80? Why level 80?
Because 80 is the minimum level, or the maximum level for ancestral items. Which means that no matter what level we are now, past level 80, we can still share equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, mine's not going to survive the inventory tension, so.
What level are you? Are you all 85?
Yeah, this is mine right now, Leon.
We're 87, 89, and 93.
So mine is 444, but it's it has a resistance as the fourth stat. So if I do eventually find one that's 444 that doesn't have a resistance as the fourth stat, it'd be nice.
Yeah, the nice thing about mine was you can reroll the resistance to whatever you wanted, like cooldown or whatever.
Yeah, but it's not 444 though.
It's so close.
It's close.
But it's an 803.
It's close. I found a perfect Earthstrike one. I was actually thinking about trying to work that in. I don't know.
So if you're all 85 plus and grouping together, that should increase the chances of an Uber dropping, right?
Why is my character glowing like this? What is going on? Do you guys see this? Or is this just on my screen, or is this on your guys' screen too?
Where
I
are you
get
at?
that all the time, GGM. That's so weird.
Where are you located at? The
Like,
middle?
like I got this like glowing thing that's going up and down me, like I'm being scanned by an alien probe.
Let's see.
I get that too. It's so weird. I don't know what it's causing.
I don't see it.
So not from us. I see it on your stream.
Yeah, it looks weird on my, it looks weird on my stream, doesn't it?
But I think that is an option in the game options. You can highlight yourself.
No, the highlight is a line around your character, not a glowy thing going from bottom to top.
Huh. All right.
It's like it's saying, "Hey, you've leveled up. You've got a point. Put it in." Kind of glow, you know.
Speaking of poisons,
I got an item to pick up. Is that what it is?
Maybe.
No, I don't see any item over there.
Maybe it's just a bug. I've had it tons of times, wondering what it is.
I was watching your stream, Ginger, or I was in Discord and I was folding laundry to where I couldn't say anything. But you were defending yourself. I guess somebody was trolling you about, oh, you're playing an overpowered class. And as soon as you said, dude, I'm playing a companion druid, I was like, oh my gosh, please understand. He's crazy. That's so hard. That is not overpowered.
But no, I'm playing a druid, so instantly overpowered character, right?
Yeah, no, I companion is going for the gusto. I haven't been able to figure it out.
You want this finger up your nose, Cody? Because I will stick this finger right up your nose.
You know what I'd like to see? 10 Sorks trying to kill a druid. I bet they won't be able to.
Are you kidding me? Sorceresses are freaking ridiculous in PvP.
They are?
Oh yeah.
I was
The
folding
fire
my
shield. The
laundry.
fire shield basically makes them close to immortal. They basically what they do is they run in, they use everything they've got. You kill them, The fire shield triggers, saves their life. They instantly re-heal back to full. They use their defensive cooldown. They come back. They attack you again. They beat the crap out of you. And even if they don't succeed, their fire shield triggers, and then they end up literally just running away. They can essentially use that fire shield as a get out of jail free card to come in, attack you, try and kill you, and even if they fail, they can full heal up and run away. It's crazy.
Because of the...
I've seen so many sorceresses in PvP do that, and then the flame shield is absolutely insane because you literally can kill them 4 or 5 times and they still won't die.
It's not the flame shield though; it's the enhancement. The enchantment. Sorry. Causes it to trigger it. It's kind of lame. It's like an auto bubble.
Help.
What's going on in this dungeon? Oh, God. What did you drag over to me? That was very rude, sir.
Butcher! Xyler, don't die.
Don't die, though, Xylar.
Is he gonna despawn him again?
Oh, God. I would come help you, but half the dungeon just spawned on my head.
Don't you just love when that happens?
Apparently,
Butcher tried to run away.
oh, he does some. He has some sort of chain attack he likes to use, and every single time he wants to use his chain attack, he likes to get distance for some reason. And if you chase him, he just keeps running until he gets his distance. It's kind of weird.
It was funny because he was at like 10% when he started doing it, so he's like, it looked like he was trying to run away and then just died. He was just like, ah.
I think it's because it's a ranged attack and you have a minimum range. Or monsters do, anyway. That's why they keep walking away when you walk towards them.
Corpse bows.
Your favorite?
No, Asmongold's favorite.
Didn't he quit D4?
Yeah, he's mad right now because of off-screen deaths. This is his main complaint for like an hour rant.
I mean, he's not wrong. I mean,
I got him the other day.
Dying from a monster that you can't see with a projectile that you can't track, like that literally just hits you from off screen with not even with really an audible indicator that it's happened. How is that even fair gameplay in any state of any game? Like if I'm sitting here fighting a bunch of elites and all of a sudden a corpse bow one-shots me off the screen, and I didn't even know the corpse bow was there.
The camera is so zoomed in that you can't see half.
Yes, and that was one of Asmongold's like things. Like I checked out his video yesterday because people were talking about it in the stream, and he basically was like, he's like, how are you supposed to see it when you're so zoomed in? You can't see anything.
You know, Ellie, the other Sork in the clan, she died this afternoon on heroic because of a disconnect, and she just gotten the Telly Stomp.
Oh, yeah. You're doing this? Okay.
Hey, look, it's a corpse bow.
The scrolls.
Bye, Brett. That corpse bow said, "You little newbie, boom, headshot."
Yeah, he aims for me.
Man, he hits hard. I'm not gonna lie. Ow.
One time I saw an elite corpse bow spawn. I was like, okay, we're gonna stun that one.
I must wait a moment.
Like all my attention dropped for anything else.
Oh my goodness, let me res the boy, stupid increased health skeletons, your mom's a hoe. Stupid increased health skeletons, why is your health so high? I literally hit him for like 1,000,000 damage and it's like barely even a hit, a pip on their little bar.
Back to Asmongold's thing there. There's no reason why they can't zoom it out because, like, Look at the boss fight.
Yes, we've already seen in many situations that the zoom out is 100% possible. We've seen it in many different places.
Tree of Whispers.
Scenic areas, Tree of Whispers, boss fights, all sorts of various things where they zoom you out to do the fight. So we know for a fact that it's 100% possible. They just are not doing it.
We should send it in
Not
for
just
their
that.
next fire chat. Or the
The camera is entirely free. They just don't allow us to use it that way. Because when you get to the quest at the coast,
you.
it goes all the way horizontal.
So
And you can see
Going.
in the distance.
So does Diablo 4 have more bugs than a standard AAA game? We are still currently far winning on the yes. In fact, 32% say way more. 27% say yes, there's more bugs than a normal AAA game. Only 36% so far have said no, and 6% have said way less. So we are currently still on the side of way more and more bugs than a AAA title.
What I would say is probably people who are saying no are the people who have been through like Battlefield launches and other games where their bugs be fewer, but you can't play the game at all. It's like you can't get on the server, you can't log on, you can't, like there's too much lag, you know. Like, there's some bugs and some of these AAA games that the game is just completely unplayable. This game has been playable. There's game-breaking bugs in the sense of damage and other things, but from the launch, this game has always been playable. I've been impressed by their server stability since launch. Like,
well, that was because of beta, right? Because we broke. But that just goes to show you how important beta is to the cycles of a game, because we broke the server during beta and then they fixed it, right? So this was something that we managed to help them do. But a lot of the stuff isn't making it through any kind of beta phases. It's just going straight to the game. I don't even know what's going on with the testing right now, because a lot of the bugs that are making it into the game are things that would have been easily filtered out through some sort of public test realm.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how the gold bug got into the season.
I'm so glad that they did have the early access beta. You know why? Because if they didn't, can you imagine if the horror, like, I mean, literally, we got to use the line from the actual like trailer for Diablo 4, Diablo 2. You know, the horror that would await us. If the launch of the game had been as bad as the early access beta, oh my god. Like, if we hadn't had the early access beta and they just went straight to the launch and we didn't even have a chance to do it the other way, like if it was just the launch was as bad as early access beta, it would have
failed.
It would have been an abject failure right from the gate.
Like right now, if they had given us what we wanted, more stashes.
What were we in the early access beta with a limited audience? We were sitting at what, like 2-hour queues, sometimes even higher. Can you imagine how long the queues would have been on launch if we hadn't like beta tested that in advance and got it fixed? They would have been looking at days, like queues that were in the days numbers. Like, it would have just been like, you can log on in 2.5 days. You're just like, what?
I've had queues like that on World of Warcraft when the expansion is released. On a max population server.
I can't believe that you scan everyone's inventory when you log in the cities. That's crazy. I just don't understand that. I still.
We have verifiable tests that show how it works. Like we can do it right now. Like I can. Let's see here.
The dropping of the gems.
I got a Fist of Fate. Nice.
No, just wrap your head around that.
270% Fist of Fate.
15 years ago.
Okay, so here we can show this off right now. Okay, so Xylor, drop something on the ground real quick, right here by the thing. Just doesn't matter what it is. Just drop something on the ground.
Oh, I'm dropping those.
All right. So we got a flawless skull on the ground. All right. So you teleport somewhere. Teleport anywhere besides this city.
Yep.
All right. I want you guys to watch this flawless skull. This is Xylor's flawless skull that's on the ground. When Xylor teleports away to another city, the flawless skull will disappear. That's basically what we've discovered. So
it should have disappeared.
What happens when he comes back.
And poof, right there. See? So when Xylor disappears, the flawless skull disappears. Now come back, Xylor. And as soon as Xylor comes back to the city, watch what happens. The Flawless Skull will reappear on the ground. Just because Xylor is within range of me, everything that is on the ground even has to be loaded in that Xylor can see.
Yep, it's right there.
Would you like something?
I still think we should all run a HellTide and not loot anything. See what happens.
The whole
Crash
server
the
will
server?
explode.
Yeah, exactly. Let's crash the server.
I tried last night.
Oh, really?
Wolfie was cleaning it up though.
Oh, that is a really nice... Wow,
Big
that
guy
is...
wolf.
That is a really nice werewolf necklace. Holy crap, I wish I had found that when I was running the werewolf. Look at that,
If
Leon.
anyone wants this.
Look, it's a +2 toxic claws with movement speed and 4.9% willpower. That is a really good roll.
Trying. I'm lagging. Someone's dropping items all over the place.
God, chair boss.
But my
Yeah,
point is,
that's
for
pretty nice.
$100 that you spend for the game, like, you have to endure that. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
know I'm not
I
a computer
can't.
programmer.
I can't
This is something
understand.
that happened 10 years ago.
I can't understand why it's loading in that information in the first place. So there at some point or another, there's got to be some sort of min-maxing to this kind of thing. Like, even if that's how it works, why is it loading my stash? You can't see my stash. There's no chance you're ever going to see my stash. Why is it loading the items that I have on the floor? Why is it loading account-bound items that I have? Like, if the item is account-bound, then there's no reason for you to even know that that item exists because you can't obtain it. So at a certain point, you look at it and you're like, why is it loading in everything? Even if that's the case, even if it needs to load in lots of stuff, like, okay, it needs to load in lots of stuff, fine. All right, agreed. Like, it's loading in lots of stuff. But why is it loading in things that you're never going to be able to see or pick up or interact with in any way, shape, or form that are account bound?
Maybe the dev who did it 10 years ago, copying the D3 code, and it was like Timmy. We're like, Timmy, enter.
But then that goes back to even a further question, which is, why did Diablo 3 players need to see what the other players had when everything in Diablo 3 was account bound?
That's like a mystery within a mystery. Never gonna solve that.
The thing too is, like, not everyone that goes to town is even going to their stash all the time. Like you can just wait until you click the stash to load it. Yeah, it'll be delayed, but it'd be better than not having stash tabs. Like, there's other things they can do.
It could have been alleviated quite a lot by just putting stashes in every time. Spread it out, you know?
I mean, at that point, they could just give you your own hideout, but then their whole MMO aspect of seeing other players in town and looking at their, store purchased items, saying, I want to buy that item, is gone. And then they lose money, is what their thought process is, I would imagine.
I'm just talking about the technical.
What? The shop is
issue.
down? That Jank said.
Yeah.
That Jank said Tejal encountered an error and is unable to make offers at this time.
Yeah, you get an error where you actually see the name of that woman, the one with the cards, and she's not available right now. Blah blah blah. That's weird. It happened last week too.
Doesn't the server go down in 7 minutes?
Maybe. I don't know. Is it live maintenance or offline maintenance, did they say? Depends what
I
kind of
thought the
maintenance.
maintenance was already done.
No.
Yeah.
'Cause
Beginning
the-
on 11 a.m. PDT, Thursday, July 27th.
The notice was gone when I got on.
Notice it's still there for me.
It's at 1:30 a.m. CEST for me, which was
We will be
6 hours
performing.
ago?
So here's the message. We will be performing scheduled maintenance beginning on Thursday, July 27th. That's today, 11 a.m. PDT, which is in 6 minutes.
Pacific, yeah.
We expect the servers to be available again approximately at 1 p.m. PDT.
Also, it's 4, so it is going down for 2
Is it
hours.
PDT?
PDT is Pacific. It's Blizzard time. It's they're located in California.
California.
That's weird because I'm in Europe and mine said CEST 1:30 a.m., which was 6 hours ago.
Yeah,
And now
well, you're in
there's
Europe.
nothing.
You're in Europe, and you don't count.
During this time, the game will be
But
unavailable.
my
to
launcher,
play.
I just relaunched my launcher and it says nothing now.
I guess I got to go back to theory crafting if we can't play the game in 6 minutes. All right, we have a 6-minute dungeon to do.
What are my errands?
Isn't there normally a chat warning or service going offline?
In other games, I don't know if this game has ever had it.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
They're going to talk about that in their fireside chat.
It's not till tomorrow.
No, it's not till tomorrow.
Let's do that.
Yeah, this has got to be a speed run. Server's going down.
I'm not ready
Yep.
yet.
Every man left behind.
Every man left behind, Red. Yes.
Isn't there achievement for doing a 2-minute dungeon?
Yeah, I think there is. I don't even think it has to be neighbor though. I think it can be any dungeon, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably do burrows or something.
You can do tier 1. World tier 1, just speed farm, run through a dungeon. Burrows would be decently fast, but you do have to run around a lot there because you have to go to each corner and kill the mobs to unlock the door. You'd have to pick one with an objective that's like...
Let's send a couple tornadoes down each little nookie, hoping that it targets the, the objective guy. Whoa, I'm stuck, and I'm dying. Okay. That was nasty poison. I barely escaped.
You definitely don't want to select the slay all enemies one. You need an objective that's just fast.
Yeah.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready
One
yet.
more. You got it? Did we miss one?
Deposit.
Alright.
I'm not ready yet.
No, the patch is not coming out today. In fact, they confirmed that the patch is not coming out tomorrow either.
Yeah, I heard that. They were saying a couple days after.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
very
they said.
precise.
Last week they said that. They said we're
Yeah,
going to
they
give you the
wanted
patch
to
note.
talk about it in case. Yeah, they wanted the community's feedback before it goes live.
Yeah, they said they've committed to giving us the patch notes before they ever patch the game again. So first of all, we haven't gotten the patch notes yet, so you can't expect the patch before we get the notes
I
now.
missed that.
Second, they said that we weren't getting the notes until the campfire chat, and then third, he said a couple days after.
Yeah,
Like that was all said last week.
Yeah, which is why I was talking about earlier that literally this freaking campfire, the past one, is like what had the most information in it we've ever gotten ever. I mean, they talked to us about tons of things. We got information about why there's not more, variants of the loot goblins. Like they talked about the fact that they're going to be giving us the patch notes in advance from now on. They talked about how they're going to be buffing the Sorceress and the Barbarian. They talked about the reasons why specific things were going on, like the inventory tab, like why they couldn't give us inventory tabs. Man, that had to be embarrassing. That had to be embarrassing to admit, literally, that they couldn't give us inventory tabs. That they knew it was an issue. That they realized it was a problem. That they couldn't fix it because of probably one of the dumbest reasons I've ever heard in gaming history.
I mean, they tried to fix it without telling us, and I think it just got to the point where it's like taking way too long, and they basically were like, we gotta tell them. It's going on too long.
I think it's like the when the Artemis rocket, which was sitting on a tower costing more than $1 billion, couldn't get launched because of a valve that got stuck. One valve.
We haven't been kicked off the game yet.
I mean, there's so many things that go wrong when you have like many cogs spinning at the same time. There
Yeah,
was
but Valve
actually
is
there was
rather
actually a space
complicated.
shuttle disaster because of an issue between metric and imperial system. I remember they were using different sourced bolts or something, and some of the bolts were from the imperial system, and some of them were from the metric system.
And that was a satellite.
And apparently it caused some sort of catastrophic failure within the space shuttle because the bolts were off by like a fraction of a millimeter or something, which was outside of tolerances, and the whole frickin' space shuttle just exploded.
No, that's something different. But there was a metric imperial problem with the satellite about 150 million cost. It went the wrong way, so to speak.
They had it
Instead of
happen
being
on a
adjusted.
plane. They had it happen on a plane before too. They put the windshield on with it was like metric bolts instead of imperial bolts or something, and it was off by a fraction of a millimeter, and the whole windshield came off during the flight.
Anything else?
Were you talking about the Challenger space shuttle? Because that was an O-ring.
I'm not talking about anything
Frozen.
specific. I'm just remembering the details of the metric imperial confusion. But basically, what I'm trying to point out is that it's a giant machine that's turning all at once. All these different parts are going all at the same time, and they end up making mistakes. And I guess Blizzard is just a big giant machine now that's just like making these big giant mistakes because they're not paying attention to what's going on. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. It's stupid.
Mm.
Well struck.
Who's scanning with virus scanners to remove viruses? What's going on? Honestly, if you think you got a virus on your computer, or you're sure you have a virus on your computer, you might as well just do a reinstallation.
Yeah.
Just wipe it, reinstall. Those viruses hang on like ticks. You think you got them removed, and half the time you don't. The only real surefire way, and this is coming from an industry professional who's literally removed thousands of viruses over his lifetime. The only way to absolutely be 100% sure that you have removed that virus from your computer is to wipe the computer and reinstall.
F-disk format.
Because the virus cannot survive you completely wiping that disk 100%. I'm talking boot sector and everything. Just wipe the entire drive, flat zeros, and then reformat it and put a new operating system on it. The virus cannot survive that. Now, if you re-download the virus later on like an idiot, that's on you, but...
Raise the father.
Then there's also BIOS viruses, which is an even bigger problem because then wiping your drive does nothing.
Well struck.
I mean, if you got a BIOS virus, you got some more serious problems than I think. I think anybody. I don't know how that one was going to go.
What kind of adult site are you going to?
I know. What kind of adult site are you going to?
It's usually ransomware.
Which, by the way, speaking of ways to prevent viruses from hitting your computer, ad blocker is actually one of the best ways. Believe it or not, most viruses actually come through ads on websites, not the actual websites themselves. Especially illicit websites. If you go to an illicit website, the illicit website is usually not responsible for giving you a virus. It's usually the ads
that pop up.
It's usually the ads on the illicit website that are responsible for giving you the virus. So when you have an ad blocker, you actually block like 90% of all of them. Like it's not gonna for sure fix your issue, and I'm not saying it's like a rubber condom that's gonna like prevent all ills and ailments. But if you use an ad blocker when you're going to those websites, a lot of the times it will prevent most of the issues from ever occurring.
Yeah, I've had all kinds of stuff happen to me. So right now, I've been
Sounds like Joey's been on some bad websites.
Yes, I have been.
Oh boy, Joy.
I can't afford Amazon.
What
or
kind of
Disney or
hentai
anything like that.
tentacles are you looking up?
No, nothing like that.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. We're all adults here. We can admit it.
They'll say.
We can admit it.
Basically, whenever I'm browsing on Firefox, I use NoScript, AdBlock Plus, and a sponsor skipper. And that sponsor skipper has some additional functionalities as well. So there's no way somebody's getting into my computer unless I'm really stupid or they're really good.
Well, there you go. It's always nice to know that they're really good.
Honestly, security nowadays is actually pretty good on computers to the point where the only way they're getting into your computer for the most part is if you're stupid.
Yeah.
Phishing, the majority of hacking is actually just phishing, which if you guys are unaware of what phishing is basically just the process by which they pretend to be someone who's legitimate, but they're not. So if you ever get an email or something or a message and they're like, hey, this is Cox Communication, we need you to verify your information. We're just doing a work in the area and we're asking members if they need any upgrades or anything like that. So if you could just verify your information for me so we can get this started. And then you put in your information and they're like, oh yeah, we're going to need your last 4 digits of your social security number and your mother's maiden name. And that's basically phishing. It's phishing in a nutshell. And phishing is one of the most successful things in hacking. In fact, most companies, that's how they end up getting hacked is phishing.
No kidding. Phishing's so effective that they actually managed to hack security companies that way.
And I'm not talking about the FSISHING.
Oh, yeah,
no.
PH.
This is PHISING.
Yes.
Okay. This is phishing with the PH. This is the fat PH.
Yeah, we call it phishing here in the Netherlands.
Are you calling me fat again?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm at a Legion event if you guys want to come kill it real quick.
I
don't know if we're
almost...
gonna have enough time before the servers go down, but
I don't think the servers are going down.
I type the next.
But almost anyone is susceptible to that scam. I mean, one of the most famous people that are against scams, Jim Browning, he was even scammed, because someone made a fake YouTube thing and just totally ripped him off. If you know who Jim Browning is.
yeah. So there's a guy who has an entire YouTube channel based around phishing and scams and things like that, right? So
Yeah.
So he
that's
got
ironic.
he got contacted by a company that was pretending to be YouTube, and YouTube basically told him that he had committed the worst offense ever, and that he needed to delete his channel. That otherwise he was going to be taken to court and sued for millions of dollars or something like that. They had credentials. The email came in the correct way and everything, and he fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. He deleted his YouTube channel. This boy deleted his YouTube channel because he thought it was legitimate, and it was right up until the point where they sent him to a Google Docs form to fill out the information for his channel, because apparently it wasn't over after he deleted his channel. He had to go fill in the information for his channel. And he was smart enough to reel back at that point and realize that it was a phishing attempt, right?
It's too late.
It wasn't too late. So that Google Docs form was actually what they were after the entire time. So deleting his channel was just part of the ploy. And after he deleted his channel, he was going to put his information into this Google Docs form, which would have given them the information to then therefore take his channel and assume it as their own. So they would have had access to his channel, and they would have been able to undelete it using certain methods that are available via, Google information. So what they had been doing was they were tricking people into thinking that YouTube was out for them, that they were going to get sued. They would delete their channel. Then after they deleted their channel, they would fill out this form, and then the company would then go undelete their channel and then have full access to their channel.
Not just that, probably whenever he put any information in that Google Docs and send it back to him, or they had access to it, they would have had access to his computer.
But No, I don't think you can do that with Google Docs. That's not how that
I
works.
must wait a moment.
Google Docs is just a form that you fill out. The real money of what they got from Google Docs was the information that he would have put into it.
Yeah, that's true.
I must wait a moment.
They use them to seem like they're official forms. They're not official forms. I don't think pretty much any company is sending you to a Google Docs.
Definitely not, no. But no company will ever ask you to delete your accounts, which they operate and control,
I'm not ready.
because they can do that themselves. So that's the first mistake you made.
I just got a 2 million hit
I must wait a moment.
Nice.
at level 74.
Are you using the barber gem?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that thing's insane. It basically just
Oh,
takes
is
all your
your-
damage and stores it up.
Is your character glowing again?
I'm not ready.
Yeah, he's still going.
I think what it might be is I'm using giving everybody 200 armor.
Yeah.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready.
What about all those single moms in your area? Yeah, they don't exist. That's a whole scam in and of itself, by the way. If you guys have ever fallen for those dating app sites, that's apparently 90% of the females, or was it like 95% of the females that are on those websites are all fake.
I must wait a moment.
Those websites are primarily men, and there's not actually any females on those websites.
Yeah, I know better than that because there's no female that would actually date me.
That's right.
It's a personal information business, nothing else. It has nothing to do with dating.
I must wait a moment.
Although, I have to say they're getting pretty smart.
Oh no, they
nowadays, here in the Netherlands.
They know where you are, brain fodder, because by your IP address they can tell your generalized location. They
Unless
know
you're
where
on the
they know
VPN.
where you are. That's why the ads are usually custom tailored to your location.
I'm not ready yet.
Where
Get a
did you say
VPN.
you're located?
I'm in Virginia.
No, the other guy.
Oh.
Someone say he was from Netherlands?
Yep.
I am, yes.
Oh, nice.
The guy who
I'm
sounds like
Dutch
he's
as well.
from space is in the Netherlands.
Yeah, I'm a fellow Dutch boy.
Several hundred kilometers from where my IP says I am, though.
I mean, that's close enough for them to get it right for single moms in your area.
There's single moms in your area that need love.
No.
Yeah, I think it's funny. We get those ads here, and it's a rural area. There's not like 1,000 people here. Single moms on your drive.
Yeah, they use your IP address to to put in their location, so that they can pretend they know where you are.
Be funny if it was in a sparsely populated area where everybody knows everybody, and people are like, "Did you get that ad last night? Who got pregnant?"
Where everybody knows your name. What?
Here's
Where everybody knows you. So the servers are not going down. That's what we determined.
Seems
well,
like my
I'm not going to log out and find out.
We have determined that that was a lie.
Yep, like I said.
I'm gonna be sad if I get my flesh render though, and then I get rolled back. It's totally happening.
Yes, I'll take it.
I'm almost level 89.
Don't ruin all that
I'm almost level 90.
Nice.
I'm level 72.
I'm almost level 55.
Oh, I forgot. 89 is a seasonal blessing.
Real ladies with hairy chests, man. What kind of ladies you dating?
Apes.
Comdor Temple. Y'all were doing level 53s? I don't know why I would have a 53 in here otherwise.
Yeah, we were doing 53s. 53 to 55.
Well, here's 53.
55.
$7 million moms.
Thousands of beautiful girls and one ugly one.
Oh,
See, now that would be more believable. 7 million ugly women looking for looking for love.
now that I would believe.
I'm not ready.
That one's believable.
They still wouldn't date me though.
They still wouldn't date you. That's right. They're like, my standards aren't that low.
Exactly.
Wait a moment.
I want to know all your worst being hacked stories. I'll start with mine.
I'm not ready.
Can't breathe.
I was a guild master of a raiding guild in World of Warcraft, and I was at a festival with my girlfriend, and her brother asked if he could get access to the guild bank or something. So I gave him my login.
Oh no.
Oh, that's terrible. Bye-bye
Yeah.
everything in the guild.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh yeah, everything was gone within minutes.
Everything's gone.
His computer, man. I've never seen so much porn.
I'm not ready yet.
Anyway, I got lucky. A GM took control and reverted everything and sent back all the items the hacker put on the auction house. So duplicated it.
Oh, we had that.
I was rich.
I used to run an auction house, and I mean a business, a computer business, and this guy came in with his computer, full, just absolutely full of viruses, just more viruses than a man could ever rightly shake a stick at.
I must wait a moment.
And so we wiped his computer. There was no saving it. Like we tried a little bit just to see, and every time we removed one virus, there was another underneath the surface. Like it was awful. It was like peeling layers of an onion. And so we told him there was no choice. We had to wipe it completely, reinstall Windows, and just start from scratch. Like there's no way we're gonna save your computer. So we wiped it. We gave it to him. He paid his money. I think we charged him like I think back then it was like $70 or something. We just wiped it, reinstalled Windows, and he comes back the next day. Computer's full of viruses again. I mean, just more viruses than there was the first time. And we're like, how? So we go through the internet history, and sure enough, the day that it was brought home, somebody goes on there and just goes to every kind of porn website that they can go to. I mean, literally every single porn website that you would ever want to go to, this guy visited, whoever it was. So he tells us the story of how he took the computer home, hooked it up, and then he didn't have any time to use it, and he went straight to work. So we bring him to the back because he's accusing us of not doing our job right. Because he hadn't even turned it on to check and see that we had fixed the computer yet. Like, that's how bad this was. So we show him the logs of somebody hopping onto these websites and looking at all this porn. And he sees the time and he sees the date, and he goes, that mother... He's like, he knew exactly who did it because there was only one person in the house when he left for work. It was his nephew. So as soon as he left, his nephew hopped on there, went to every single kind of porn website you could go to, downloaded 1,000 viruses on that thing, until literally there was nothing left of the computer. Like, we had to wipe the whole thing again and reinstall Windows a second time because there was no saving it the second time either. Like, it was completely and utterly just done.
Poor nephew.
And he paid for the repair a second time, but man, when I'm pretty sure his nephew got it. He might be dead. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yep.
That'd be like the equivalent of you bringing a car home after you just got it fixed for repairs, like after an accident, and then your nephew hops in the car and then just crashes it into a wall, and then parks it back in the garage, and you're like, didn't I just get this fixed? There's always loot. There's always loot next to an exploding monster, and we're all dancing trying to get it. We're like,
There's loot there. Okay. I can pick it up now.
I enjoy watching people die that way. Like, I stand back knowing something's gonna explode, and then I see 3 other people running in.
I'm not ready yet.
did anyone play the original Conan MMO? Yeah, I played the whole thing at launch. I had fun with it.
Yeah, I used to play it too.
It was decent. I don't think it was the most amazing game in the world, but it was decent.
I didn't really like it at all.
I must wait a moment.
I liked running around being a barbarian. Because I want to be a barbarian, because at least I know I'm a barbarian. Born to bar, because I be bar.
Must wait a moment.
Ow.
I must wait a moment.
Oh. Oh. I didn't expect that. Oh. I don't even really know what happened.
I must wait a moment.
Have y'all been noticing what I've been doing?
What you been
I
doing?
must wait a moment.
Like, I'll hang around like the edge of the fight where you guys are fighting and find the stragglers and kick them into you guys.
Get over there.
Yeah, fight's over there.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, unique.
I must wait
What
a
is it? Two-handed sword, grandfather? No, Fields of Crimson.
I must wait.
Imagine if it was a grandfather.
I'm still waiting for my first super unique to drop. I don't even care what it is. Just give me one. I'll make a whole character around that thing. That jank.
Fields of Crimson, isn't that the one they buffed?
Yeah, they buff Fields of Crimson. They buff Rupture too.
Let's see if I can do something.
Fields of Crimson is based around Rupture, so.
What they change on Fields of Crimson? Do you know the details?
Increased the damage, the dot damage, I think, on the puddle.
Carry anymore.
Interesting.
Oh,
There was a
chat here.
couple changes that they made to Rupture and Fields of Crimson that may have brought it more in line with usefulness.
Pretty low roll. It's 4 out of 6.
Let me can take a look at the patch notes real quick. It's all in the patch notes.
That'll go up though when I upgrade it, won't it?
Oh, they
Or
increased the
six?
pull damage. Looks like increased the multiplier of the pull. Because I think it used to be 10, now it's 15. Interesting.
So let's see here.
Maybe the cooldown reduction too. I don't remember.
I'm
what
going
that's
here.
about.
I'm looking.
Well, someone linked one in game, so I was just looking at it.
I'm looking.
Just doing it off memory.
Boom, 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 boom. Long patch notes. Here we go. Enhanced rupture damage was increased from 30 to 45%. Warrior's attack speed, or Warrior's rupture attack speed bonus was increased from 20% to 30%, and the duration was increased from 4 to 5 seconds. Fighter's rupture healing was increased from 15% to 18% maximum life. And then the Fields of Crimson bleeding damage bonus increased from 10% to 15%.
Yep.
So four separate buffs for the Rupture / Fields of Crimson combo. Honestly, pretty good buffs overall.
I thank you.
I was actually making fun of the attack speed bonus because it was so low and also just didn't last long enough. And the fact that they increased the attack speed bonus and also it increased the duration of the attack speed bonus kind of made me laugh because it almost seemed like they must have watched my Fields of Crimson video. Because I swear they made all the changes that I was talking about were things that were wrong with the ability.
This I can sell.
Didn't you show us like a couple weeks ago that you can see who's watching your YouTube channel, and it was including Blizzard?
Yeah, there's a battle.net thing there, which is weird, or blizzard.com or whatever, which shows up oddly, because I don't even know why that one's what domain that would actually come from, because if it's the forums, it shows forums.blizzard.net. If it's like a specific subset, it usually shows the subset, but I don't know.
Maybe it's the maintenance guy just looking at your stream because he likes you.
I have no clue. It must be some sort of internal thing, I would assume.
A lot of times what they do is, I mean, this game probably has thousands of servers, but they'll take down like one server at a time and apply the patch to it. Like not apply it, but like preload the patch. So it's like even faster the day of. And then just apply it the day of. So they might be cycling through servers and we don't even notice because they can like instance hop us easily. They can transfer. We used to have that technology 10 years ago. So we could be floating from different instances and not even know it while they're updating the server, which is like live maintenance versus offline maintenance. Very rarely do they have to take down every single server.
Yeah, I think that's what happens when I'm like at the cathedral, for example, and I'm walking towards Kyobashet town, and I can't get through.
Yeah. It's trying to hop you to a different server, and there's some kind of delay in the memory.
Yeah, or my...
Because it's got to copy your character state and your position and all that data to another server, basically.
Yeah, I think at that point my server, the server I'm on, has been put in offline mode and will go offline as soon as I exit it. And that's why I don't have access to the rest. It will work perfectly if not for the D3 code.
Honestly, I have very low expectations at this point for the game. Like, they just keep steady putting in bugs. They just it's like never ending. They're just like, oh look, here's a new patch. It's filled with bugs. Yeah, we don't mind these bugs. Don't mind all the bugs in this patch. Don't mind these guys.
I mean, if they proved anything, they proved that their testing procedures are just not adequate.
I don't think they're testing at all.
600.
No, their testing is not adequate even in the least. In fact, I don't even think they're testing anything at this point.
I think they're just compiling, see if it runs. If it runs, they release.
Check out the level 5 version of that wolf one, Ginger. I don't know if you've got one yet.
Do you think these pants are tankier than my current pants? I'm trying to like compare these two, and I feel like these new Doom Salvations are mo tankier, but at the same time, they don't have the barrier, the injured barrier, which I do like. I'm not doing werebear anymore, which is a big issue. So I was doing the werebear now, and so that 12.8% total armor while in werebear form is just wasted at this point, which is why I'm trying to replace them.
Cursed, perhaps?
Wasted, that's right.
What is done is done.
Reminds me of an add-on I used to run in PvP for World of Warcraft. It had the multi-kill, ultra-kill from Unreal Tournament noises when you were on a killing spree. That was fun.
Yeah, I think overall these are probably better. More DR, less dodge chance. I do lose a like 0.9% flat, which isn't amazing.
First ones are nice.
I think the new ones are better.
The new ones are really nice. New ones are perfect stats, just some low rolls, but
And
perfect stats.
I didn't get the passive that I wanted either.
The passive is not as important, I think, on our builds because you're using bulwark, right?
I mean,
So,
yeah, I already have a barrier.
It's not as important. Yeah, it's not as important for our builds.
But it is nice to have that emergency barrier when your health goes down to that point and you pop your potion. Like, it's nice to have that emergency.
Of course.
That emergency do-jank.
But I would maybe take the perfect stats over the passive. It's like how you weigh it, and I think on our build I weigh the barrier less.
Well, I'm weighting the werebear form at 0 because I'm not using werebear form anymore. So,
yes.
So that's
your new one's way better.
Yeah, and then the dodge chance. While dodge chance is certainly nice, it's not gonna save my life versus a one-shot. So, I think I'll hang on to these. Maybe if I switch back to werebear form, though.
I will say that dodge chance single-handedly saved me on the Uber Low fight a couple times, but I started stacking it for that last phase on purpose because those ghosts would one-shot you unless you dodged them.
I was going to say dodge is such a weird stat.
Yeah, it's like the king, and then until it's not king. Take no damage.
Yeah.
Take damage.
Or you'll dodge like minor attacks, and then a big one comes, and you fail to dodge.
You gotta treat dodge as like another layer. Not the only layer, but a layer.
Yeah. I remember in World of Warcraft, rogues at one point could have so much agility that their dodge chance went up to over 100%. And they could tank bosses.
I talk about
Fire Enchanted down here.
I talk about dodge chance in my video. It's basically just a way to help your inventory management, your HP management. So like whenever you're trying to manage your HP, and you're like, oh man, it'd be nice if I had like 3 more seconds to get off this heal. Dodge more often than not will give you the 3 seconds that you need to get the heal off, but it's not going to save you from a one-shot. It's just helpful because it gives you a little bit of padding in between your next hit. Oh, dang. Always with that stupid pirate every single time. I hate those pirates. What is with that AoE attack that they have where they slam the mast into the ground? Because it's just so hellaciously ridiculous.
That hurts.
It doesn't just hurt. It's like even if you have all of your buffs up, sometimes it'll still just burn through everything. Still kill you anyway.
I was gonna go use the bathroom, but Zyler keeps dying.
The Fire Enchanted is kicking my butt.
We're in the middle of an event. I stopped the event to res you. Come help.
Oh, I didn't realize. Sorry.
I can't even get to you guys. I don't even know which way you went. Like, I'm just stuck here
Or
in
I'll
the back.
suck 'em all in.
I've already died twice. I'm not going to use up more revives.
Someone spawned an armor reducing dungeon like our only defense.
I'm just glad that in Diablo 4 it doesn't
What
work
the
like
hell
it
is
does
with
in
this
World of Warcraft
dungeon?
with defensive stats. That when you get stunned, they all go to 0.
You deal 15% more fire damage. We don't hardly any of us do any fire damage whatsoever. All the elites have poison enchantment. Like, holy crap.
And they destroy your
And they
resistances by
destroy
destroying
your
armor.
armor and your resistances by stacking an armor debuff on you that goes up to 35% for 6 seconds. No wonder I got my butt handed to me twice.
That sounds like a Xyler choice. How quiet he is, I think it was Xyler.
You probably like the look of the icon.
Because what? I'm capped. I gotta start gambling. I'm capped. Well, I'm heading all the way up.
We're gonna go down.
Well, I was gonna go res, but it's he released for good.
I mean, I don't
Okay,
really
no,
know what I'm supposed to do here.
Get up again.
The mob choices in this freaking dungeon are awful too.
The race. Ugh.
Well, no, it's not just the Wraith, it's the Pirates. The Pirates have that stupid AoE attack that they spam. The one that literally kills you in one shot if you're not careful. That one.
And it's a big radius too, right?
It's fairly large.
Yeah, that guy just... Yeah. Dreadful fate, first mate.
I love the spicy dungeons. It puts a smile on my face.
I'm not using the last revive. I'll let Leon use the last one.
I mean, you've used like 3 of them, man.
I haven't used 3 of them.
I used 2 of them. I was just trying to get to you guys, though.
What level are the monsters in a tier 100 dungeon when you're 100?
154.
154, yeah.
It's always 54 above the chair.
That's nuts.
I mean, it's nowhere near as nuts as it was before this nerf. They did the Hotfix nerf.
Alright, that dude and his slam is just so strong.
I'm telling you, the slam is literally ridiculous. No matter where you are, no matter what level you are, when that slam goes off, if you're standing within range, it's gonna donk you pretty hard.
Yep.
You better have a buff up when he uses that slam, or you better get out of the way.
This is one of the more rippy dungeons. Like I would say if you wanted to survive this dungeon, you'd be sacrificing your chest damage slot for a defensive chest slot aspect and all. A little easier for me because I'm closer to their level.
I'm not ready yet.
What I don't understand
there's
is
a slammer. I'm staying away from the slammer.
Yep, he's about to slam too, watch. No, killed him.
He's about to die. I do so much damage. I love this build.
Oh, why can't I open this? Is this an event? No. Chest won't open.
Does anybody experience that regular succubus monsters?
Alright.
A lot.
The lightning pillar spawned directly underneath of me. I almost survived there for a second. It was actually kind of impressive. And then I don't know what happened, but it overwhelmed my defenses. It was too much.
Thanks. Impressive. No.
Ow, they almost killed me.
I don't know why.
Alone.
Oh. We got a big boss. He's a big old boss. He's got big old... I mean, she's got big old titties. Or is it a he? I don't really know at this point, actually. It did say sea hag. It did say sea hag, so I guess that's a she.
Depends on what pronoun she wants to use.
I mean, she chose it. It was a hag. She already chose it. It's already chose it. It was pre-chosen.
Oh, an 812 Vasili's. Is it better than mine? Not really.
So why do succubi fireballs hurt me so much? Nothing else does.
Because resistances suck.
Right.
Imagine being stuck at like 25% resistance for like Diablo 2. and you just couldn't go above 25%, no matter how hard you tried. That's basically what we're sitting at right now. Whenever we do high tier content, half of our resistances is immediately removed. So we're looking at whatever our resistance is up here. So if I'm currently at, say, 26.4% lightning resistance. So half of that is 13.2. So I'm even lower than I thought. So when my armor gets stripped away, I'm sitting at 13.2% lightning resistance. Imagine being stuck at 13.2% lightning resistance in Diablo 2. How long would you live in Diablo 2 with 13.2% lightning resistance?
Not
So-
in Act 4, you would die.
So that's why a regular succubus can two-shot me.
Yeah, we're basically playing the game on the hardest difficulty mode, which is essentially you don't you don't get to actually do anything. Like you're just stand there and die. You get no resistances, die.
Vulnerability, lucky hit, crit damage.
Like if this were Diablo 2 and we were stuck at 12.5% resistance, we're desperately stacking things like magic damage reduced and physical damage reduced to somehow like compensate for the fact that we have no resistances.
So annoying.
How much MDR can you stack on your character? That's basically what we're looking at right now.
Well, I just adapted my combat playstyle. Like when I attack a pack, I don't go for the elite or the boss or the big group. I just find the succubus at the outside of the pack and kill him first, because that's the most deadly one. That's not fun.
Have I noticed there's hardly any hell dungeons? What are you talking about?
The ones that look like Elias's place, I guess. Where you fight him for the capstone. Or, like when you're actually in hell during the campaign. Which is true. I haven't seen many dungeons like that.
Well, how would we have ever tested the resistances during the early access beta? We didn't have access to anything other than World Tier 2. The penalties don't start until World Tier 3. So, and the first Nightmare Dungeon doesn't start until World Tier 3. Which means that the scaling, we never would have really found out about the scaling and the penalty issues until we got to World Tier 3 and started doing Nightmare Dungeons, which we weren't able to do in the early access or the Server Slam weekends.
I wonder what the closed beta people were able to test, because there were hundreds of people, or dozens, I don't know how many, who completed the entire game.
Yep.
And they didn't notice this?
Well, the thing is, I heard some things from those people, and some of them have even made videos on it. Like that Rob guy, who's like responsible single-handedly for nerfing the Whirlwind Barber to the ground by showing off all the builds, played that closed beta, and apparently reported that Whirlwind bug scaling with like the Edge Masters and all that they had to fix week 1. He reported that back then in the closed beta last year, and he says they just didn't fix it in time. So who knows how much stuff got reported to them that they didn't fix. They just put it off to launch the game.
I bet that's how they found out about most of the game-breaking stuff, looking back through those reports. Way too late, obviously.
But also, I think there wasn't enough people invited to that closed beta. And if you really wanted to test your game, you wouldn't do a closed beta, a closed endgame beta. It was more of a marketing decision, I think, so they could sell more copies. Because if they let too many people test the game and they just had no NDA and people got to talk about it, a lot of people might have not bought the game. They wouldn't have done as well in sales.
Yeah. They should be doing stuff like, in World of Warcraft, having endgame raiding guilds invited, and test bosses to the absolute max, tuning live while they're actually fighting the boss.
Yeah, but that's like a guild, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like they had people. I'm talking about they need a massive amount. They don't need a guild. They need like thousands upon thousands of people, more than that, maybe hundreds of thousands, testing the game. Like,
I mean,
Yeah, yeah, but
I've said it before. Like, if they brought us in, we would be able to test the game massively. I mean, just like the entire kinship. Just bring the entire kinship in. We'll do it. We'll get it for you. We'll do it. We got it. We got you, fam.
Yeah, just pay us some cheddar cheese, you know? Little cheddar cheese. Maybe they're just too proud to do that. Like, we don't want some
Rare.
hobby people telling us what to do.
I don't know. Products need to be put through their paces. You can't just put a product out without testing it first.
You haven't heard of the meme, you know, with the most famous guy in the world? It's like, I usually don't test my code, but when I do it out in production.
What does that mean?
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
In any case, Blizzard has taken
Event inside the one teleport I went through. Oh, stuns. They stun. They hurt.
I must wait a moment.
what I was gonna say. Blizzard has taken the pre-order early access gimmick to a new level. We paid for this game such a long time ago.
I'm not ready yet.
I think all that money would get them some good devs. Fix all this.
It's the best way to get
I'm
silver.
not ready yet.
Silver ore.
Yeah.
The mines out in the world.
Yeah,
Like
the
the
ore veins
veins?
out in the world.
HellTide
can-
is really good.
You can get some from deconstructing items, but it's not nearly as much as you're going to get from running like HellTides and stuff like that.
Although the ash bonus helps a lot with it now. But yes, you get the seasonal blessing for the rare materials. It helps somewhat. But the ore veins, specifically the HellTide ones, like the screaming ones and all those, are crazy good. And then you also can churn chunks into silver ore if you're desperate. But you also need the chunks, so it's kind of a last minute strategy. Last ditch effort kind of thing.
I need chunks. What do I need chunks for?
Chunks are used in upgrading as well. So you can churn some of your chunks, but not all of them, because you need the chunks to upgrade.
He's talking about iron chunks.
The iron chunks.
Oh, I thought the player chunks.
The player Chunky? That guy?
Oh, his name's Chunky. I thought he was Chunks.
Chunky.
I got really confused then.
I noticed.
Where is Chunks today?
Probably at work.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I start work in a couple weeks. I'm a school bus driver.
School
Nice.
bus driver.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Best
someone's
job
gonna
ever.
be. Sounds like someone's gonna be listening to my YouTube channel.
Oh yeah.
For
I
some
might get you
reason,
some followers.
all I can think about right now is Billy Madison and the school bus driver.
Yeah. Funny thing is, I kind of look like Chris Farley.
Chris Farley, there he is.
Yeah.
I love Tommy Boy.
I do too.
Oh,
And
that
Black
blew up.
Sheep. Black Sheep was great as well.
Chris Farley is hilarious.
Fat guy in a little coat.
That guy in a little suit.
I should make a druid, call it Chris Farley. Or Tommy Boy.
Tommy Boy.
No, then people would misread it as tomboy.
Ah, yeah.
A female druid called Tomboy.
Now it's just
No,
confusing.
if I make a female, I'm calling her Roseanne.
The druid literally looks like Roseanne, like the female druid. It's just straight up Roseanne.
My
I
druid's
know.
named Diabetes.
Diabetes.
I mean, they don't look fat. Don't get me wrong. They're kind of bulky, muscular, like I said, like Zangief. But I don't know. Do you want your woman to look like Zangief? That's the question.
Big bone.
The Russian Cyclone. Zengi. The red set.
I
Some
am
of the artists
I'm
got
in
drunk and,
SF4.
stretched them.
Street Fighter 6 is awesome.
Oh. Freaking. Oh, he killed, like. Didn't just kill me. Okay, good. He killed Xylor too. I don't feel so bad.
I was playing Street Fighter 6 for like the week before the season launched. I loved it.
I'm not ready yet.
Brothers and sisters of the Triune, you are hereby called upon to...
You know, being a part of Inarius's cult, the Cathedral of Light, is bad enough, but could you imagine actually being a member of the Triune and totally believing in that religion? That it's literally run by the three primevals?
I'm not ready yet.
I just picked up a Creast invitation and they were like, "Brothers and sisters of the Triune," and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. What was this, a church meeting?
I prefer the Triune over the church, Cathedral of Light. I mean, Inarius is just huge.
You definitely don't want to be in the Triune, trust me.
I still prefer to, you know,
Do you
have
even-
Lucia as a leader.
Do you even know what the entrance ceremony for the Triune is?
Got in your throat?
They literally like beat you to death and flay you alive, like to like clear you of any kind of past, to the point where literally your mind goes blank and you forget about everything that you once were and become part of the Triune.
Still sounds more fun than listening to Inarius rambling
You
about
know,
how good he is.
you don't gotta listen to Inarius. He's dead.
Well then, the Mother Prava, who didn't even
She's
say
dead
thanks
too.
for saving me.
She's dead too.
I don't. Was Inarius supposed to be stronger than that? And he was just like vain or whatever, and thought he's overconfident. Because he just got like wrecked. If we're talking about it,
He turned
just
his
got
back
wrecked.
on Lilith. You don't do that.
He got wrecked. Like,
Inarius can be reborn, but he will not be Inarius anymore. He has to be reborn through the Crystal Arches, and when he gets reborn through the Crystal Arches, he won't be Inarius anymore. He'll be something else.
Except he got absorbed by hell.
yeah, but for DBZ power level rating them, like, was she supposed to be that much stronger, power level wise?
No, but
well, the thing
he turned
is
his
in
back
the
on her.
original story, he had tied himself with the World Stone, which made him more powerful than even a primeval. So he was basically above I don't want to say
So-
Diablo Prime, but probably close to Diablo Prime in power level. And according to everything that happened, the only reason he lost the fight with Aldacian was because Aldacian also managed to tap into the World Stone. So there was like a whole double World Stone tapping thing there. Apparently Aldacian was better at tapping into the World Stone than Inarius was. Don't know how that actually occurred, but
I think what we were talking about is how he lost to Lilith.
yes, well that's what I'm trying to say is that his power level went down severely after he lost access to the World Stone. The World Stone no longer exists, so he went back down to his original power level before he had access to the World Stone.
I'm not ready yet.
I think it was far more simple than that. He turned his back on Lilith and he was crying to the heavens. So he had an easy shot.
Cursing on stream again.
Who did?
What?
Joy, swear jar, swear jar.
What? When did I swear?
He didn't even hear himself.
Cannot carry anymore.
I didn't hear anyone.
An easy shot.
Has anyone tried a double swing build?
It was kind of more single target than anything. It's decent single target damage, but not really the greatest in terms of multi-target. But I guess with the Gem of the Barber now, does it really matter? You can just build for single target and then just Gem of the Barber everything.
I think you misheard me.
Oh no, it's on stream, sir.
Yes, I'll take it.
You just hit
I
50
don't
with
know,
your
I just-
sorcerer and you're trying to hit 50 with your druid. Okay. You might want to level up a little bit past 50 though, because you get access to your Paragon board at level 50, and then you can start working into some of the other stuff.
I may not be a native speaker, but I didn't swear to them.
Joy, why do you always got to fight with me on everything?
Because you're
It's like you enjoy fighting. Like literally, I'll say something that's the truth, and you're like, "That's not the truth," and then I tell you and show you that it's the truth, and you're like, "Oh, I guess it was the truth," and then but you still pick a fight with me on everything.
I like a discussion.
It's not even a discussion half the time. It's just you picking a fight, like with everything. You just always have to pick a fight.
You're difficult to.
I'm not difficult. I'm really not. You're literally picking a fight with me about picking a fight with me. You do realize that I literally just said you pick fights with me all the time, and then literally you picked a fight with me about picking a fight with me.
No, I'm not. I don't do that.
That's literally picking a fight. You literally, in the exact moment, you literally gave us an example of how you pick a fight with everything.
All things have value, I suppose. All things have value, I suppose.
I have a 32 level sigil.
You don't want that.
Where did this come from? It's my only good one, too.
Ain't no mom and dad. I mean, full disclosure, and I'm gonna say this on stream for all of you guys to hear. Joy is getting very, very dangerously close to getting banned from the channel and the server entirely. All right. Every single time he has an opportunity, he fights back and argues, says nasty things, cusses on stream all the time. In general, he is very, very close to getting banned. We have had discussions several times about this. I've talked to him in private about some of the things that he says. He doesn't seem to know how to mind his manners or his language or be respectful. Very simple. And ever since he is
in somebody's stream as like being in their house. So whatever somebody, you know, their rules is their rules.
Yes, I'll take it.
That's the way I look at it. Right.
I mean, it it's more so about just being respectful. Like there's no respectfulness.
Yeah.
There's not an ounce of respectfulness. And yes, he did swear. Do I need to say the exact same swear word that he said before you'll literally listen to me? He literally said Anarius' death was shitty. There you go. Now I said the curse word that he said.
Yes, yes.
$1 for the jar. Sure.
I don't want to get banned, so I'm just gonna hop off her voice.
$1 for the jar. $1 for the jar. Done. Bam.
You need the floating jar like animated. I'm sure that can be done on stream.
Look, I'm really not trying to be mean to Joy. In fact, I've had several conversations with him in private messages about his disrespectfulness, and it just seems to be getting worse. And then one day he showed up in voice chat, and he just continued to be disrespectful. And I'm not going to put up with it. If you want to join voice chat, you gotta be respectful. I don't need you to kiss my butt. I don't need you to lick my anus, okay? But what I do need you to be is respectful to me and other members in chat. That's as simple as it goes. And if you can't be respectful to me and other members in chat, then don't join voice chat.
Talking to you, Zyler.
Say what? I've never sworn on stream.
Zyler's like, whoa, whoa, whoa! Why are you pointing fingers in my direction?
It's too good.
I've been quiet this whole time.
I'm not ready yet.
This way, this way. That was the entrance.
I must wait a moment.
Yes, it demonetizes my stream. I've had several streams now get completely demonetized just from swearing. There's nothing I can do about it. It's an 8-hour stream. Once the stream goes over a certain time limit, there's no way to edit anything out. So, at a certain point, if the streams are longer than, I think it's like 4 hours, at that point I can no longer edit anything out and the stream just stays demonetized. I've been having a problem recently where literally every single time I live stream somebody is cursing and it's getting my streams demonetized, and I've been trying to be a little bit more aggressive in telling people to stop cursing every single time we do a stream. And if you guys don't believe me, let me show you. This is literally a picture of my my views. These are my live streams. Limited. I have had to basically request. I've had to request review of every single live stream for the past like 2 weeks. This one right here. Where's the one that most recently failed? I actually asked them to go back and take a look at it, and they said we are upholding the decision because you. Yeah, this video has been confirmed by manual review as not suitable for most advertisers. When I send them back to look at the video and be like, hey, are you sure that this is, not suitable for most advertisers? And they go through, sometimes they'll give me a pass, and I don't know why they give me a pass. Maybe they're just being nice to me. But several times now, I've had them go back and review the videos, and they tell me, nope, yep, this video is not suitable for all audiences. We're going to take away most of your ad revenue for these videos.
I must wait a moment.
I'm really not sure. To be honest with you, though, I don't have a problem with demonetization on my videos. I only have a problem with demonetization on my live streams. And as much as I like chatting with you guys, I mean, it's not really that much to ask, to throw in a couple of goshes and darns and dang it's, as opposed to the other ones.
I'm not ready yet.
Half the time I literally won't even hop into chat. Like, I'll just hop into my own chat, and then somebody will come in and just start cussing, and I'm like, well, that didn't work.
I'm not ready yet.
Adult content doesn't help anything. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. An adult content channel doesn't help anything because adult content channels get no views. Once your video is marked as adult or mature rated audiences, you basically get no views. YouTube won't push your content. You get no ad revenue. It basically is a death sentence for your videos. I had a guy one time who was asking for advice on his YouTube channel. He was wondering why he didn't have any views, and he had been streaming for like 2 years. I think it was 2 years, and none of his videos ever caught on. And I went and I took a look at his videos. Every single one of his videos was mature rated. Every single video. And I asked him, I'm like, why are all your videos mature rated? I'm like, you do understand that having the mature rating on a video on YouTube is pretty much a death knell unless you're putting out pornography. Like, I mean, unless you've got some porn in there, I mean, YouTube isn't going to push your content. YouTube is only interested in making ad revenue. So when it comes to ad revenue, YouTube is interested in pushing videos that have more options for displaying ads. They get money for ads just like I get money for ads, right? So if you have a video that is mature rated and basically has no ads available to it, you think that YouTube is interested in pushing your video? They're not pushing your video. They don't want to push your video. They don't care about your video because they can't make any ad revenue off your video when it's mature rated. So as soon as your video goes mature rated, you're pretty much done. That's it. Just done. The YouTube won't even push your content at that point.
If they can't profit, why would they help you profit?
Exactly. They're interested in making money, and you've put out a video that is not going to make them money. And so then, therefore, they're not interested in posting your video. Honestly, I get like next to nothing for shorts. I tried putting out some shorts. I get like 10 cent, like 15 cent, like nothing big.
This I can sell.
I'll have like 10,000 views on a short and I'll get like 18 cents. And then and I'll have 10,000 views on a regular video and I'll get like $10.
Decent value. I thank you. I thank you.
Yeah, I made them specifically for a cell phone around the beginning of Diablo 4. Is my kinship diverse? It's pretty diverse, yeah. There's people from Europe, there's people from Australia, there's people from United States, there's people from friggin' all over the place.
There's a person that claims to be from a different planet.
Honestly, the one thing that I thought the shorts, and the only reason I made them, the only reason I made the shorts at all, was because I thought maybe the shorts would be good to draw people into my channel, like, you know, build subscribers, basically. And it doesn't even seem like they're really good for that either, because despite the fact that they get thousands of views, very few people actually subscribe to my content from the shorts. So, I think, I don't know if I'm done with shorts. I might make some more. I don't know. We'll see. But it doesn't really seem like shorts are profitable. That doesn't really seem like...
Shorts are mostly clickbait on YouTube.
Well, it doesn't really seem like shorts even bring in viewers, like new viewers to the channel.
Who's AFK?
Not me.
Right, yeah, it wasn't me.
Hey, I just got back. I was at the bathroom.
No worries. I was doing an easy one for you.
Okay. I accepted it. Did it work?
Yep.
Okay. I don't mind doing the hard ones, as long as you guys don't mind me being there.
Nope, not at all.
And if anybody else, like one of the OGs, want to come in and play with you guys, I don't care. You can boot me.
The OGs.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
It's the polite way of being about Elite. You know?
Yeah, we need our quad Ds in.
Quad Ds?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
See, I enjoy that content. I like watching it. So, I don't
You
care.
like quad D
If somebody
content?
wants-
Most guys do enjoy some quad
Yeah.
Ds. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Most guys do tend to enjoy some quad Ds. It's definitely an enjoyable experience.
You
I
got
don't
me
know,
there.
that's just a bit much to handle.
I must wait a moment.
I'm too low level.
I'm not ready yet.
Look at all those tornadoes. Oh, we're already through the door?
I'm not
I already got
ready
the key, yeah.
There's a skeleton with a flaming sword chasing you, Silent.
Where?
It was kind of cool to watch him run after you, and the sword was all flaming, and like he was running, and they was leaving like a flame trail. It's pretty neat.
I'm not ready.
Nice.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not
Trapped behind a
ready
wall.
yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready.
Found one of the Animus carriers over here. Oh god. 6 lightning pillars right up my butthole. That was a little much. I found him in a little tiny room and he spawned all his lightning pillars in the little tiny room. They're all in that room. Every single lightning pillar is in that room. It's insane. I pulled him out of the room. His lightning pillars are still in the room, I think.
Oh, we missed one right here.
What is the best food that I like to cook? I'm not really the best cook in the world, to be honest.
I make good steak.
I know some prison ramen techniques. I don't know. If I had to say the best food that I cook, it's probably gotta be my absolutely delicious, like beef. I don't even know how to explain it. I'll just tell you the recipe. How about that? And then you guys can tell me what you think it is. I mean, I don't really think it's chili, but it doesn't really. You know.
Like a chili casserole?
So basically what I do is I take a crock pot, and in the crock pot I put usually some red kidney beans, like a whole bag of shredded cheese. I get some taco sauce from the from the grocery store. Like usually Ortega is the one I like to get. I get like not too spicy, but I don't want the like super mild one either. So like medium. Pour the whole thing of taco sauce in there. You cook up some taco meat, season it with the taco seasoning, and you put the meat in there too. And then you can add what's the other thing? You basically just cook it. You just let it sit in the crock pot like for a really long period of time. You know, just let it slow crock pot for like all day long, basically. Mix it every now and then if you can. And then you get some chips and you kind of just like dip it in it, or you can pour it on the chips too. You could do that as well. And that's pretty much it. That's the whole recipe, and it's delicious, and it's just very good. I still remember when I first got to this house, I made it one time, and my girlfriend was like, "Could you make that the cheesy beanie nacho thingy dip thing that you made?" I'm like, I don't have a name for it, okay? But it's good. It's very good. It's very good.
I'm not ready yet.
It is amazing.
So what was that you saying? Like when you hit level 80, you don't really have to worry about loot
No,
anymore?
ancestral items max item level requirement is level 80.
Okay.
So, like all the items I pick up that are ancestral will only
Mhm.
be level 80, so I can share them with my alts or you guys that are at level 80.
Oh, cool.
Before, they would be like level 100 or whatever, and I couldn't share them with other people until they got to 100.
Right.
Yeah. 80 seems a little high to me still, though. There's like so many people that I could have helped with loot already.
Yep.
It's like by the time they're 80, I'm sure they found most of what
I
they
think
needed.
70 would be a good level.
Yeah.
I'm just focused on killing, not like other or maybe Barrett can do the releasing of the.
Oh, you guys are in the dungeon. I had to go to the Tree of Whispers. I was full.
I'm not ready yet.
I am on the way.
On the way.
Yeah, I know the way.
Do you know the way?
I know the way.
I don't know if you know the way.
I'm not ready yet.
Bless you.
I must wait a moment.
I did not know the way. I got lost, brother.
I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I must wait a
There's
moment.
a malignant heart. Yeah, Xylor's on it.
I must wait a moment.
What kind of hard is it?
Devious, I think. Shrine event.
My bags are full. I'm not ready yet.
Oh,
Whoa.
so many death pulses.
Oh, that's what got me. Okay.
Yeah, we killed.
Xylor
we,
was slain
we
by
killed,
Xylor.
We killed about 300 spiders in 1 second, which is, you know, pretty par for the course because spiders tend to be one of the weaker monsters of the game. And then all the spiders death pulsed and killed us. Killed both of us. It's one of the... It's a death pulse is so punishing, literally, for any character in this game. It kills quickly. So it's like, oh, you're doing well at the game? Well, congratulations. Now die.
Especially since I, bring them into one focal point.
Yeah, that's a good and bad thing. It's good that they're all in one spot. It's bad that they're all in one spot. So if you can dodge them, you dodge them all. If you can't dodge them, you die to them all.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a ball.
Well,
You dodge a death ball.
it makes gathering them up even more deadly too. Like to have that one that brings them all in and puts them in one spot. That just turns it into a one shot.
Fine indeed.
At that point, you're basically just like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll die. Oh, dang it. I wasn't even down there to get completion. I went back to town because I was so full of crap.
No.
Such a short dungeon.
That's a good one for leveling glyphs.
Does the 12% damage from amplify damage, you're talking about amplify damage, apply to both curses? Yeah. I would assume that it basically just applies to when any monster is cursed. If you're asking if it applies twice, I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I don't know the answer to that one. Wow, what perfectly rolled stats on this axe. It didn't roll with good item power, but man, look at this frickin' axe. It rolled vulnerable damage, nearly perfect. It rolled all stats, it rolled willpower, and it rolled damage to poisoned enemies.
Nice.
But unfortunately, it's too low item power to really be useful to anybody.
Yep. I need to back and then print.
Finally got it.
My hammer sings.
Chest piece I needed.
Nice.
There's a good XP one. If people know the routes. Lots of spiders if you want to. I think this one has spiders. Forget.
I actually don't know if I should wear that armor though, because there's no fortify on it. Fortify generation.
I'm in.
Let me empty my bags and I'll be over.
Richard, nope, I died. Joking.
On class.
So, if anybody needs any gems on an alternate character, or a character you're using now, I'll be your gem guy. One of my chests is almost full of gems. And they call me a hoarder.
Am I okay? No, I'm not really okay, to be honest.
What's going on?
Look, Joy is a very valued member of this community as far as I'm concerned. He shows up to every single stream, he chats. He actually does moderator duties and all sorts of other stuff. You know, like in general, I consider him a valued member of the community. And I don't like to remove any valued member of the community. And I've given him a lot of chances over the years, honestly. A lot of chances. He constantly makes mistakes. He constantly does things wrong, and I talk to him, and I try and set things right. But at a certain point, I kind of feel like I got to cut my losses and move on. But I don't want to. You know why? Because I like having a community of people that hang around and chat and like there's a certain sort of kind of camaraderie there that exists. And in some way, you know, I feel like we even look out for each other. You know, when somebody's having a bad day, we help each other out. We talk to them. We give some advice. It's more than just like that's one of the reasons why I chose kinship in the first place. It's more than just a clan or a guild. You know, like there's something more there than that. So I don't really want to give up on Joy, but it's getting to the point where I think I have to. Because every single time we have a conversation and talk about the kind of behavior that he brings to the table, he never fixes it. At some point or another, if you've had 100 conversations with somebody and they just continue the same behavior over and over and over again, I mean, it basically just comes back on me at that point, doesn't it? Now I'm the idiot who's letting the person run rampant. Now I'm the one who's at fault.
You can break out the cone of shame.
I must wait a moment. Not ready yet. I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Death pulses.
My burden is too great.
This is that dungeon that has insane loot in it. Every single time we run this dungeon, I end up full.
Yep, this is the S-tier dungeon. At least you didn't go to town this time. Right before.
So how high does the yellow glyphs go? 20?
I'm unsure of your question.
The glyphs.
Oh,
that you,
21. 21, sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah. And the blue ones are what?
The magic blue glyphs? I've never leveled any of them up.
You don't want that.
Yeah, I'm using one called Power for every 5 strength.
Gotcha.
Gain increased damage.
Yeah. Once you start doing a bunch of nightmare dungeons, you'll be starting to find rare. And then those are the ones that you're going to want to ultimately use.
Now, what do they look like? Because I have, like, the yellow-looking ones and the blue ones.
Yeah, yellow ones. There's yellow and blue.
I've got a bunch of the yellow ones.
How are you doing, everybody?
So don't even use the blue ones at all?
If you can help it.
Okay.
The yellow ones are superior than always.
Okay.
You just have to figure out your build. You want to be able to meet the second bonus requirement as well, like having 25 dexterity or whatever it is. You know, you want to hit that bonus and then continue on to your next Paragon board.
Gotcha.
How's everybody doing?
Pretty good.
Oh, sorry, I went.
Any female members of my kinship? I don't know, maybe one or two, I don't know. I don't really pay attention.
How dare you assume my gender?
Very interesting.
So with that one, I need 25 dexterity.
I think they should put a check mark by the name.
Where's this guy on Discord?
Who's not, are you accepting accept, Leon?
I am.
Oh, it's probably Majestic.
Trying to do my officer administration here for someone who wants to join. I got him in the guild on the game, but looking for him on Discord.
You should probably look in Discord first.
I am looking in Discord. I just can't find his name on the list. He has an underscore next to his name.
Who, me?
Oh, there he is. Ginger Gaming Menti.
Minty.
I don't know what this rank is used for. So he was already promoted at some point. Wow. Now that's a totem. Not the best rolls, but that's a 817 totem. Pretty strong.
Ooh. You're using it?
Debating. Looking at the stats, comparing.
So don't throw it away. Use it or not.
No,
Don't throw it away.
I'm gonna delete it right in front of you. It's not a 400 item power ring, so you wouldn't use it.
Whoa, whoa. Danger, danger.
Stranger danger. Oh no! Oh,
Danger, danger.
yeah. Do not teleport on Solor.
Especially when I'm in rage mode.
Yeah.
A hug. My girlfriend's home. Maybe she'll give me a hug.
Guys, I'm gonna go eat real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna as well, right after this dungeon.
Sounds like a good time to break.
If you need to, just kick me out of the group or whatever.
Zylar, if you're gonna use it right away here, I don't think I'll use it. So it's got decent stats. Like you can re-roll the healing to something else as well. It's good.
Oh, I
It's
like
not
the cooldown.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just I think it's better for your build than mine.
Okay.
It's good. It's good. Like 817 is pretty rare to find that high totem.
Yeah, I've been looking.
That's a powerful totem.
Thank you.
Yeah, Cody.
You're welcome.
Cody would do anything for some beef jerkums. Cody would do anything. I mean anything. You don't need. There's no limits. Like, what do you need him to do? You got some beef jerky in your hand? He's ready. He's ready to go. He's doing spins. He's sitting down. He's giving you his paw. He lays down on his tummy. He does a rollover. He's ready. He's calm and ready.
I'm not ready.
Okay, he's not calm. He's whining and he wants the beef jerky in your hand, but he's ready.
You have to go delete Uber low the barber gem when I get another one. Get a farm one. It's gonna be funny.
What's up, Caldium? Finally a chat that doesn't give you whiplash? Nice. If you come over on YouTube, there's even more people over here, but it's pretty mellow. I can't stand joining those chats where everybody's talking all at the same time, and I don't even understand why people are in there. You can't even hold a conversation. It's like, hey man, how's it going? And you try and look for the reply, and it's like, I think he said, what's up, dog? I don't know. Let me scroll back up. Then you try to scroll back down, and the chat is going so fast that it's going faster than your scroll wheel is going, and you can never reach the bottom.
I must wait a moment.
Like, you legit cannot reach the bottom because it's just the chat is scrolling faster than your scroll wheel's capable of scrolling.
That's why you do the embedding. That way you have nobody talking in your chat, but you get all the viewers.
Honestly, I think that's why my videos of the campfire are usually pretty popular, is because I have a chat that's much more manageable. So people will come watch my campfire just so they can participate in a chat that's not insane, with people spamming the same thing over and over again.
I think that was the #1 reason why I never followed Llama, because I went to his chat before and it's like, nope.
Hashtag nerf barb, hashtag nerf barb, hashtag nerf barb, what?
Yeah.
My Barb, don't nerf him.
As a content creator, I don't even know how you could even follow that kind of a spamming chat. Like, I don't even know. I guess it would just get lost.
Oh, you only respond to people that pay, is what it is.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's really necessarily the right way of wording it, though. It's you only can respond to people who pay.
Yeah.
Because at a certain point, the chat's going so fast that only the messages of people that pay are actually even highlighted to the point where you can read them. You can't follow anything else. Alright, almost 21 on my next Doojank.
Alright, I'm gonna take a lunch break.
Alright.
I'm gonna keep on grinding, because I'm almost level 89, which means my flesh render's coming, right? Level 89, my fresh render's coming! One level to go!
Something's coming.
Shush, don't jinx it.
Positive
energy, positive energy.
It's coming.
Positive energy.
To who is it coming?
It's stop it. Positive energy.
He's crying, not laughing.
It's craffing. It's craffing. Hey, this one's better than mine. 9 points. Oh no, that's damage, not that. God, every single time that thing gets me. The damage, I think it's the flat damage reduction, and I always read it as the flat damage reduction, and then I go back and double check, and it's like, and I'm like, no, that's the flat damage, not the flat damage reduction. Stop it. You're fooling yourself. You are fooling yourself. Don't do it.
I'll shake on that.
Oh, there's something in my chest. Is it a flesh render?
I must wait a moment.
No. Reigns of the Chaldeum steed, and a poopy axe. Cody, what are you whining for? Sound like you're whining a lot. Cody, do you gotta go Peppus? Do this? Do you need to do a Peppus? Do you need to do a Dudus? Do you have a pig? You got a pig. Why do you got a pig? Give me the pig. Give me the pig. Give me the pig. It's my pig. Can't have this pig. This is Mr. Pig. That's Mr. Pig to you. That's not regular pig. His name's Mr. Pig. Also Mistums. Mistums is also acceptable. Mistums pig. Mistums. And why you be mean to him and rip his neck open? That's not nice. Look, you ripped open Mr. Pig's neck. He doesn't like that. That's rude. Why you gonna be rude to Mr. Pig like that? I'm gonna give Mr. Pig some popcorn and you're not gonna get none. Mr. Pig got some popcorn and you didn't. That's right, because you be mean to him and he deserves it. Is everybody taking a lunch?
Yep.
Apparently.
Yeah, well, I might as well take Cody out to go to the bathroom real quick now. Cody, you gotta go Papa do this. Cody gotta do the peppers. Come on, let's go peppers.
Hey, I'm back.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Hey, Ginger.
No.
I'm gonna link something in chat here.
No.
Finally got it.
You're having a DM argument with Macro Bioboy? I don't really need communication with him or even anyone to prove what he's doing. I just don't want to have anything to do with him. It's an interesting contradiction in terms. A lot of people don't realize this. You don't need to prove anybody wrong. You don't need to have any facts. If you feel like something is going wrong and you just don't want to do business with that person anymore, guess what? You just don't do business with that person anymore. You don't need a reason. If you feel like that person is a negative, has a negative effect on your business as a whole, and you just want to cut that person out of your business, just do it. You don't need a reason. You don't need facts. All you really need is, hey, I think this person is negatively affecting my business. Gone. Bye.
That so you then?
You see it? What I posted?
Loathe Shear? No, that's me. Did you put it in clan? Oh, you got a Zero Wrath? Nice. Oh, 5,491 a Zero Wrath. Wow, that's a pretty good roll. 806. Yeah. Not bad at all.
I don't even know how I got it, though. Because I went to eat, and then I did the glyph thing. I left the dungeon, and I was looking through my stuff, and there it was. Like, I didn't pick it up. It was just in my stash.
Yeah, somebody else killed a monster, and it dropped on the ground, and it saves it for you and throws it in your stash.
Oh, cool.
That's the way it's kind of like a saving system. It only works for 10 items, so if you have an item fall in a dungeon or whatever and you don't pick it up, it'll transfer. But it's only like items of extreme value. It's only uniques, legendary items, and I'm trying to think here. I think there's like one other thing. The cosmetics. Sometimes it'll transfer the cosmetics to your stash as well, like a Steed of Chaldeum or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had that happen before, too.
Alright, well, everybody's gone, I guess. So I'm gonna run a dungeon. Why not? Let's go. What's 10 levels over me? 90, 98? So 98 minus 54? What is that? 98 minus 54. So a 44-ish sigil. Sounds like fun. Just go ahead and craft some up. This doesn't seem too terrible. It does have the cold affix on it, but let's see how bad that goes.
Ah, shoot. I hit the wrong button.
I mean, I would need somebody who actually knows how to animate, because I don't know how to animate. I mean, I could come up with the writing and the jokes and stuff like that, but not the animation. That's far outside of my league. I can draw a little bit, and I'll even go so far as to say that I've drawn some. I've done some decently good pictures, but animation, nah. I'm not even close to animation level. It might take me a week to draw one cell of the animation. One cell.
I've got one caveat with this sword, though. It's only on what's it called? Core skills, not basic skills.
Yeah. Honestly, it kind of seems like it would be an interesting setup for a whirlwind barbarian, a dual wield
Oh,
whirlwind
yeah.
barbarian. Like if you did a Ramalodnes and the Azure Raft together, it seems like it would be a very interesting whirlwind barb. Freezing everything as you whirlwind around. Maybe throw in Penitent Greaves just to even like further stack on the cold damage. Because it gives you a 10 times multiplier for cold damage.
So it won't even work with upheaval then, will it, at all?
Yeah, because you can't use a one-handed sword with upheaval now. I mean, does it say that it has to be that weapon, or it doesn't say specifically that it needs to be that weapon, so it would probably work with anything that's a core skill.
I'm gonna keep trying. It hasn't froze anything yet.
I can see it on your hip there.
Yeah.
Sounds like Elmo. Oh, I can do Elmo.
La 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 la, Elmo's world. La 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 la, Elmo's world.
I must wait a moment.
Exactly.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, they're certainly going to freeze me with all these gold enchantments in here. I think I'm about to die. Yep. Too many gold enchantments. Every single one of them was gold enchanted.
Wasn't Azura the god in Skyrim?
I don't know. Azura?
Yeah.
I mean, Azure is just a color. Like that's legit
Blue.
just a color.
Not ready yet.
Did you play Skyrim?
Oh yeah, definitely, many times.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, there we go. Oh, they got me stuck in the freaking loop.
Yeah, she says a new hand has touched the beacon.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, somebody made a joke about that the other day, and I was cracking up because it was a they were in like a thrift store, and there was an item or like a thing in the thrift store that looked exactly like the beacon, and he picks it up. It's like a new hand touches the beacon.
Man, Skyrim was so fun.
Xylar's the main villain in the animated series. Dang, Xylar. Oh, dang it. My hand was offset on the keyboard.
I'm not ready yet.
Hate when that happens.
Okay, I think it's time to make the Thunder Wolf, Thunder God.
The Thunder God Wolf?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to see this. I want to see you literally just like walk along the screen and like just lightning bolts shooting everywhere from every orifice.
I must wait a moment.
Did you ever see the Mythbusters episode where they blew a hole in a concrete wall with static electricity?
No.
So you know how like when you touch a PVC pipe or something like that, you get shocked a lot because the PVC pipe transfers the electricity really easily?
Yeah.
Well, basically what it comes down to is that the PVC pipe actually doesn't absorb the electricity at all, and it just builds up along the surface, and then when you touch the outside of the pipe, it automatically discharges to you because you can actually absorb the electricity. Well, they took a big giant like industrial-sized PVC pipe and put it up on glass cinder blocks so that the electricity couldn't propagate downward to the ground. And then they took a sandblaster and they basically just shot the PVC pipe with a sandblaster like repeatedly for quite some time so that it would build up a large amount of static electricity on the pipe. And then with a insulated rod, they pushed the PVC pipe toward the concrete wall, and the electrical discharge from the PVC pipe was so big it literally blew a hole in the wall. It was one of the Mythbusters episodes.
I must wait a moment.
I had been using it for 5 years before I noticed when resubbing for the 3rd time. What are you resubbing with? What are you guys even talking about? I'm confused.
I must wait a moment. 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 I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Use the jailer's key to open the door. Oh, you're still dead, Barrett? You didn't say nothing.
I'm not ready yet.
You could be like, I'm dead
Yeah,
over
just
here.
letting you have fun.
You could be like, I'm dead over here. But you're not getting any XP while I'm having fun. Let me guess. Slay all? Travel to the dungeons of Slay all!
I must wait a moment.
Welcome to the dungeons of Slay everything. I kill all of the monsters and give them a ring. Oh Lord. My bear is frosty cold.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready.
Holy crap. My poison creeper reset so many times. It was like back up every single time I looked. That's glorious.
I'm not ready yet.
I should have picked Druid.
I mean, what are you, a barbarian?
Yeah.
What's your basics go?
Right now it's play.
Alright. Are you using bleeds?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're a bleed barbarian?
Yeah.
Hmm. Unfortunately.
I was just messing.
Unfortunately,
I was
you're just-
messing around with people.
Are you using the aspect of might? This one right here?
I think that's the one, yeah.
Alright, are you also using the disobedience aspect?
I'm using... Oh, the aspect. Hang on.
Because Barbarian is one of the more tanky characters in the game. I don't think anybody's going to say the Barbarian's not tanky. Maybe they don't put out the damage that they should, but you should be able to absorb pretty much any kind of damage out that's coming from these dungeons. The aspect of might is one way that you can do that, which is basically where you swing the air, and as soon as you swing the air, you get a 20% damage reduction. That's the first one. As a barbarian, you have the unique opportunity to stack armor. Not everybody can stack armor because armor is really low for a lot of classes, but barbarian stacks strength, and strength is armor. So the more strength that you stack, the higher your armor gets, and the better your defenses are. So the aspect of disobedience actually works surprisingly well for the barbarian. So you should be running, if you want to make your character a little tankier, just run the aspect of might and the aspect of disobedience together, and you're going to have a much tankier character right off the bat.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not using...
You're not using which one?
The might basic skills grant 20.
You got the disobedience one though?
Let's see. Yeah, that's on my helmet. Warlord, Great Helm of Disobedience.
All right, so stack on the might one too. Put that on like your pants or something. Like, it doesn't have to be anywhere special because the defensive ones can go just about anywhere. They can go in your helmet, your armor, your pants. Just throw that might one on one of your defensive items. All right, and then once you've got your disobedience and your might together, one of the things that you can do is when you have the might one, you can literally just attack the air.
Mm-hmm.
So just attacking the air will automatically apply the 20% damage reduction for the might. The problem with the disobedience one is you actually have to hit things. So the disobedience one requires you to get in there and actually dish out damage. You can stack the might one and the disobedience one together. The two of those together for your character is going to be preferable because you have a lot of armor as a barbarian already, and then you're stacking on some other stuff. Are you also using this one? This is one I would also recommend. You see the gem that I have in there? The Brutal Heart, 17% of incoming damage is instead suppressed when you use a defensive skill, Subterfuge, or Macabre skill. All suppressed damage is amplified by 250% and explodes. The 17% is like a flat damage reduction.
Yeah.
So that right there is another 17% you can add to your character. It depends on what you got. Like I got a 17. I need to get a better one than that. But if you combine,
I was using that when I was leveling.
That one is definitely worth using. It's one of the best defensive ones, I think, pretty much bar none.
And then I switched to the one that does so much damage. You know, the build-up damage.
Well, you can use that one and the other one together. This is a Brutal Heart, not a Wrathful.
Oh.
So the Brutal.
Oh, okay.
So you can only use one Wrathful gem. So you do have to make a choice on the Wrathful, but you can use as many Brutal or Viciouses as you have sockets. So if you want to do 2 Brutals or 2 Viciouses or whatever. I'm currently using the Creeping Death, which is on my necklace. I'm using the defensive one on my ring, and then I have another offensive one, the Vicious one, on my other ring.
I need to go find that might for sure.
It's in the codex. It's not the greatest. It's only 2 seconds, but you can still swing and jump into battle. The benefit of it is that you can basically just go ahead and pre-buff before you get into the fight. So you see the monsters, you swing, and then you have your pre-buff before you get into the fight. That way you're walking into the fight with a 20% damage reduction. The disobedience one is nice, especially for the barbarian because of the armor that it gives you, but the problem with it is you actually have to get in there and beat stuff up for the effect to apply to your character. So you're starting as a weakling, which is why I really like the aspect of might, because you can start with a little bit of DR on your side before you go in there to beat on the monsters and build up your armor.
See, what I've been doing with this build is trying to stay focused on bleed and berserk at the same time. So all my skills that I use give me berserk.
Yes.
So I get the extra damage.
Are you using the berserk capstone, or are you using the bleed capstone?
The bleed.
Well, with the bleed capstone, you want to stack crit damage because it scales your crit damage based off of the capstone.
Yeah, you're talking about the gushing wounds.
Yeah, if you read it, it talks about how it scales damage based on your crit damage percent. So the more crit damage percent you have, the more it scales.
Crit strike damage on my character is 100.4%.
Yeah, you're going to want to bring that up to 300 or 400 if you can. With the gushing wounds.
My chance is only 22.
Well, the thing is that with the gushing wounds, it's scaling off of your crit damage. So you really have to stack that to get the best use out of it. And
So,
I gotta be stuck in a CC.
With me focusing on berserk, it would be more beneficial for me using berserking, right?
Until you can get your character set up properly for that passive, yeah. The berserk passive would probably be better for the time being until you can get enough crit damage to utilize the gushing wounds. There's a couple more ways you can add in some more tankiness to your character. There's quite a few different things on the Barbarian that work to your advantage to make yourself more tanky. If I remember correctly, there's a passive that literally just gives you like a huge damage reduction versus elites. There's a couple other things. But before you go messing with your tree, trying to make yourself tankier through the tree, I would recommend that you just try and get your aspect of might in there. Work that in there too.
Yeah.
And get that gem of subterfuge, the one that gives you the 17% reduction. Put those two things in there and see how that affects your tankiness. Because you should be able to tank. You should be able to tank these monsters. The Barbarian is definitely capable of it.
I've got it unlocked. I just put something.
Also, fortify. Are you generating reliable fortification?
Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. Where I berserk on my legs, I've got 35% chance to gain fortify.
So if you're able to generate reliable fortify, at that point you also want to take a look at the Undaunted gem, the glyph on the Paragon board. Do you have the Undaunted glyph? So the Undaunted glyph is a special glyph that gives you an additional 10% damage reduction depending on how high your fortify is. And it also gives you some more damage while you're fortified. So if you can generate reliable fortification, Undaunted is a way you can add in another 10% damage reduction.
I wish you knew how difficult it was to navigate on a controller in this game. It's rough, man.
I mean, that's why I'm trying to like spell it all out for you. I mean, you don't even really have to look at it.
You're doing a good job.
You don't really even have to look at it so much as I'm just telling you. The Undaunted glyph is one of the better glyphs in terms of defensive output. And not only is it defensive, it's also offensive. I don't have it on this character because I'm focusing on something else. But where's my Undaunted? There it is. So it's for every 5 intelligence. This is for the druid, by the way. For every 5 intelligence spent, you get a 2% increased damage while fortified. You gain up to a 10% damage reduction the more fortify you have, which is a scaling damage reduction depending on the amount of fortify that you're currently running. So even if you're only running half fortification, you still get 5% damage reduction. If you're running, 75%, you get 7.5%. So you don't even have to be completely fortified for the Undaunted gem to add additional damage reduction into the character, which is really nice.
Yeah, I have the Undaunted. It's only.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, so that one's a really nice one to help with the damage reduction as well. I think if you get that gem, the subterfuge gem, and you sub in the aspect of might, you'll be tanking right alongside of us. Like you'll be up here in these high level dungeons tanking right alongside of us, and you won't even have any trouble with it.
So what I'm using right now of exploit, or the first one.
Yeah, exploit's really important for the Barbarian. It gives you an easy way to grab vulnerability. Pretty much every Barbarian uses exploit at this point.
My second board, I have Blood Feeder. I might change that.
They are gonna kill me. Too much freezing effects in there.
And then my third one will be Daunted, which I just slotted. But I'll have to upgrade all that. It'll come with time.
I mean, not everybody has access to the fortification, unfortunately. Sorceress and Rogue can't fortify at all, so they're basically screwed. They don't even get access to that 10% damage reduction that we can get access to, and it's unfortunate. I need to add in Undaunted into mine. I'm probably gonna use it for my 5th glyph socket.
I'm not ready yet.
See, on my Eternal Realm, I have everything on everything.
Oh yeah, I mean, the seasonal is a challenge. You gotta go
for sure
with what you can get. Where do you get the Undaunted glyph? You just find it as you're leveling, and once you hit level 50, the glyphs start dropping, and you'll just find it.
I'm not ready yet. wait a moment. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Speaking of Undaunted, I think that's probably going to be my next step. I'm going to get my Undaunted glyph leveled up for once I finally get access to it.
I just tanked that guy. So now I need willpower. There's one. It's like they spread these out where they're just shy of what you need. Could you imagine the guy that had to sit down and
Tomorrow, Vector
design
Fox.
this Paragon
Tomorrow.
board?
Tomorrow, Vector Fox. I mean, I'm sure they had a whole team working on the Paragon board.
Yeah, give it over.
Get it over. Give it over. Give it over.
I'll shake on that.
Yeah, I don't know if they did the shard shutdown maintenance, but I never got booted off, so I guess maybe no.
Going back is like before.
I guess maybe.
I got booted early this morning.
Guess maybe do.
Yeah, let's do it the other way. Yeah.
Aspect of might. Let's go have a look. See.
Patch notes. Yeah, campfire chat is not till tomorrow. Not till tomorrow. Die.
I must wait a moment.
Oh my god, let me out.
Disobedience and might and what else?
The brutal gem, the one that has the 20% damage is suppressed. I mean, if you can get a 20%er, that's the best. The higher the percent, the better that one is.
Oh, the brutal gem.
It's I don't know what the actual name of that one is, unfortunately, but it says 20% of incoming damage is instead suppressed, and when you use a defensive cooldown, you know, it explodes outward in a doojank and makes all the monsters cry. It works really good. It helps prevent death, which is nice.
Barrier generation, heal life. Caged Heart of the Revenge. 18% of incoming damage is instead suppressed when you use
Yeah, that's even better than mine. Mine's only 17.
So that's the one I should be using.
Mm-hmm. Very nice defensive gem. Very, very nice. And every single time that you use your cooldown, I don't know which cooldowns you're using for defense. Do you have Iron Skin or something like that? Every time you tap your defensive cooldown, it will create an explosion for the damage that would have hit you. And the explosion kind of knocks them back a little bit too, which is helpful because if you're in a dangerous situation, it can help turn that dangerous situation into a less dangerous situation.
So I've been using Rally Cry because it has the unstop.
Well, you should, if you're going bleeds, you should be using the Creeping Death like me. So that's the one that I'm using, which is the Creeping Death, which is your damage time of effects are increased by 44% for each different crowd control effect on a target. Unstoppable monsters and staggered monsters take 126% increased damage from your damage over time effects. So you're trying to scale bleed damage, right?
Mm-hmm,
That's literally what that is. The Creeping Death is a way that you can scale bleed damage for every single crowd control that's on a target. So and that's going to give you a huge damage bonus.
I think I have to farm that boss to get that one.
Yeah, you might not have it right now, but that's what you want to be shooting for. Okay. Also, eventually, if you want to utilize the Gushing Wounds, you may also want to get the other one that I'm using, which is the crit damage one, the one that gives you higher crit damage. That one, because you want to scale your crit damage to increase your bleed damage.
Wow, yeah.
I must wait a moment.
Alright. So that is
I'm not ready.
I have not gotten the flesh render yet. MD, MDre, MC. It's the Ramaladi's Magnum Opus all over again.
Oh, I'm cute.
I must wait.
Listen a minute.
What's up, Xyler? Somebody said they wanted to make an animated comic, like about our adventures, and you were going to be the villain.
Nice.
Xylor the villain.
So I need a brutal ring. I don't have a full ring.
Yeah, it might take you a little bit of time to get it all set up, but I might have
the Sauron.
I might have something. I don't know.
Yes, I do have a brutal ring. I forgot. I put it in chest 1. That way.
Just make sure you don't mess up your aspects though too, because I made that mistake myself. Swapped in a brutal ring and then ended up like not fixing the aspects, so all my aspects were wrong.
So I'm not able to log in, so hopefully people don't log out anytime soon.
What did it tell you?
Error trying to log in.
Oh, so if we're still online, it's letting us stay online, but if we're not online, it's not letting us come back. Hear that, folks? Don't log out unless you don't want to be able to log back in.
Are you trying to log in on the PS5, Xylor?
No, the PlayStation. Or no, I mean PC. Sorry. Yeah, on the PC.
I know sometimes I have trouble on the PlayStation, but it's rare. Like this morning, I got kicked off. I was doing a nightmare dungeon, got kicked out, and tried to log back in, and it took me like 10 minutes. I kept getting the 3005 error.
Yeah, so it would go into queued. It says right now like queued for login for less than 1 minute left, and then it errors out.
Butcher is brutal, Bootos. You killed a level 89 Butcher and you're level 74? Yeah. That was probably a tough fight.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
That was a fun little battle there. All that for a blast wave try.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, you.
There's a problem logging in. Code 1. Code 1, people. Code 1.
Every now and then I come across this guy. He has Frozen, Cold Enchanted, and Chilling Wind. All on the same monster. You can't even get within like 5 feet of him without getting locked in an infinite CC. You pretty much have to just like walk up, hit him, and then run away.
I'm gonna go try the PS5, see if it's the same.
Yeah, die. Nobody likes you.
This was easy money.
Nobody likes you. Everybody hates you. You might as well go eat worms.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
So I guess that Brutal Heart will work with Rallying Cry.
Yeah, if it's a defensive cooldown, it'll work. So whenever you tap your Rallying Cry, if it's defensive, it'll automatically cause the explosion.
Wish I could find another way to gain Unstoppable. Like ground stop was unstoppable.
You may have to work ground stomp into your build.
Yeah,
there is an aspect. What is that one? It's the one that's like every time a monster hits you while you're bleeding or something, or berserking, it causes a stun. I can't remember which one that one is. So the way that the creeping death works is it scales your bleed, your poison, your damage over time effects based upon the number of crowd control effects that the monsters are currently under when you use the ability. So if you have more crowd control effects, you get more bleed damage. And the way that they have it set up is it's beneficial to have more bleeds. What are you doing, Cody?
I must wait a moment.
Cody's losing his mind. Is it that time of the day yet?
It's confirmed. I get the same code on both systems.
Cody's losing his mind. You hear him? Losing his mind.
Oh, did you hear? I don't know if you heard me.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah. Oh, so PS5 gets the same code error. Code number 1 can't log in. So no one can log in right now, is my suspicion. So stay logged in. And they said when? Service to be available again approximately 1 p.m. PDT. So that's 4? It is 4. Wouldn't that be available now then?
Maybe they're having trouble. Yes, if you get the butcher first, then the goblin can be second, and if you get the goblin first, the butcher can be second. They seem to be linked together, the two.
I think this aspect's going to work.
Which one?
It's where I'll be using Rallying Cry. It's whenever you cast a shout skill, its cooldown is reduced by 1.1 seconds per nearby enemy up to a maximum of 6.
Yeah, a lot of people are using the ones that reduce the shout cooldowns.
Yeah. Speaking,
Speaking
I can cast it more.
Speaking of aspects, you're using bleeds. Are you using ground stomp right now?
No.
You probably should be. So there's an aspect for the bleed barbarian. Let me go back. I'll pull it up on stream here. Hold on. Barbarian aspects D4. So there's a barbarian aspect for the barbarian that is really, really nice, and it has to do with bleeds. And if you're running a bleed barbarian, you probably want to grab this one. And it has to do with ground stomp. Where is it?
The only thing I could sacrifice is Steel Grasp. Steel Grasp is really fun.
Well, when you see this aspect, you're gonna realize why you kind of need it. I just need to find it first.
See, I can't really use Steel Grasp running with you guys because you're too high level. But when I play on my level, I can see like a big group of mobs. And I do the Steel Grasp and bring them all into me, and then kick them, and they just explode.
Well, I mean, if you want to do a kick build, that's a whole other build, and that's really fun too. But I was thinking about the fact that you're doing bleeds, and why can I not find it? Here it is. Okay, right here. Skullbreaker's aspects. I'm gonna bring it up on stream for you so you can see it. And of course, as soon as I pulled up the page, it rearranged.
So
everything.
if I took Steel Grasp off and
Okay.
kick off.
All right, so take a look at this Skullbreaker's aspect before you just look at it. Stunning a bleeding enemy deals 40% of their total bleeding amount to them as physical damage. Okay, Ground Stomp is an AOE stun, hits everything around you in a circle, right? You granted there's other ways that you can get stuns, but that's not really the point. The point of this is it's an AOE stun that hits everything within that circle. So you make everything bleed. You use your rend, you use your flay, right? You make everything bleed, all right? Then as soon as you make everything bleed, ground stomp. Now all the bleeding damage is now done to the target as physical damage, and if you put it on a two-handed, that's 80%. So you can get 80% damage done to the monster as whatever your bleeding amount that you put to the target. So if you're running a bleed build, the Skullbreaker's aspect is really kind of mandatory. Like the way that it functions and how it makes your character work is amazing. Now you don't have to use ground stomp. Okay, there is another way that you could take advantage of this. It's not as useful as ground stomp because ground stomp is an AOE stun. It's going to hit everything, everything in that radius anyway. But there's another one. Trying to remember which one it is. Yes, right here. Aspect of the anemia, which is lucky hit, direct damage against bleeding enemies, has up to a 20 to 30% chance to stun them for 2 seconds. So if you ran aspect of anemia together with Skullbreakers, you get a stun, which will then happen all the time whenever you're hitting a target that's bleeding, and then when that target is stunned, will take 80% of whatever the bleed damage is as physical. Those two aspects, the aspect of the anemia and the aspect of the Skullbreaker, I think is what it is, are just really good in terms of how they work with the bleeding damage. So if you're scaling bleeding damage, those are amazing. Your kick, however, the kick is a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother build. And I was playing around with the kick too, and that one's really fun. It is really fun. You can actually do that one with ground stomp though, so that's a whole thing as well. So if you run ground stomp, kick, and leap together, there's an aspect called the aspect of perpetual stomping, which allows you to reset your leap every time you ground stomp or kick. So every time you kick and every time you ground stomp, your leap gets reset, and you can literally just like leap, like ground stomp, leap, you know, kick, leap, ground stomp, leap, kick, leap, ground stomp, leap, and you can basically just go back and forth between that over and over again. There's like a whole kicker build out there, which is pretty amazing. I was playing around with kick, and it's insane. But I'm sure you can see how that 80% of your bleeding damage, just as physical, as soon as you stun the target, is pretty amazing, right? And then, then if you ground stomp, which is an AOE stun, so basically what you do is you go in, you hit your flay a couple times, you use your rend, you make everything bleed, right? And then you ground stomp, and then everything within range is now taking a huge chunk of damage because you've got all your bleeds running. You could also, like I said, use the aspect of anemia. That also works because that gives you it's like a 30% chance to just randomly stun the enemy. It's a lucky hit, so it's not always going to go off. But whenever the stun does happen, you'll get a pretty big chunk of damage there as well. It's not quite as predictable as ground stomp, but it works.
Which one was the one for the ground stop?
Skull Breakers, I think. That one you definitely, if you're doing a bleed, I think you definitely want to put that one on a two-handed. You want that one to be one of your two-handed aspects, because it goes up to 80% on a two-hander, and that way you're getting pretty much the majority of your bleed damage as physical instantaneously.
So that's not one that is in the codex.
I don't know if that one is, but
I don't see it.
You may have to find it.
Yeah, that's one I like.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, I'm not watching the stream where I've got you on my phone on Discord.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know what's going on in the background behind me, but I gotta go figure it out. Apparently Cody's like jumping the fence or something. I don't know. I'll be right back.
Alright.
Alright, Cody's gonna end up banished back to the Shadow Realm. Never mind. Yeah, what'd you do this time? Always banished to the Shadow Realm every 5 minutes. You weren't even out of the room 5 minutes. Ah, dang. Just banished to the Shadow Realm at every opportunity. Look here, Mr. Corpse Bow. I'm trying to open a box. I got Cody a new kennel mat. Not that you deserve it. Man, looks like they got this thing wrapped up good. Holy Jesus. That's a professional job right here. You know, like when they have it wrapped up so good, like you can never get it back in the container. Like ever. You open it up and somehow it's like 6 times the size it was when it was in the package. Like, how did they even do this? What is some sort of origami going on in here? Advanced origami techniques. Usually what it is they have a vacuum machine, and they literally put the mattress or whatever it is in a vacuum machine, and they suck all the air out of it so that there's no air inside of it whatsoever. And that way when they package it up, they can get it really, really small. And then as soon as you open it up, like, it just starts sucking in air. Like,
Hello, friend.
you know why the reason I have to get him a new kennel, Matt? Do you know why? Do you want to know why? Because he ripped up the other one. Ripped a hole in it. All the foam started pouring out. So I had to throw it away.
I must wait a moment.
Because he's bad. He's bad every day of his life. He's always bad. There, go try out your new kennel mat while it inflates. Rudus a Buddhist. I'm giving you stuff to think about, haven't I, Majestic Bear? How you thinking? You got your brain gears turning, right?
Oh yeah, they turning.
I must wait a moment. ready.
Oh,
They've been feeding on me.
Now, if you want to build a kick build,
Please.
there's an aspect or a passive on the kick build that literally gives you like a huge damage bump for having full fury or maximum fury when you cast it. And on top of that, you can also beef up your maximum fury. So there's an entire kick build that basically revolves around beefing up your maximum fury to its utmost, using pretty much just a basic skill and then running around kicking everything. Like, you build up your fury and then kick, and then it uses every single point of your fury in that kick, but it does massive damage. I've seen people do like 30 million damage. Single kick. I don't know if that's still possible since the nerfs, but it's still probably pretty high.
look at this. I'm hanging, man, with you.
See, now you got like a little damage reduction. See, look, now you're hanging in here with the 95. See, doesn't take much.
That's crazy, man.
And you just got to remember to precast your might. Like that's important. Get used to just taking one swing. Just I don't know how you do it on you said you're on console. On PC, I just hold shift and I just swing the air one time. Like it's all you got to do. Before you hop in, you just swing the air one time.
Oh yeah. I've got mine on R2, so I just hold it down like that.
Yeah, see, and then you notice, see the little buff appearing above your screen like every single time you do it, and it refreshes too.
That's cool.
And between the might and the other one, you should be a lot tankier now. Just having those two in the mix. Me, on the other hand, I'm over here. I got all that. And sometimes I still get one shot.
So now I need to keep an eye out for Skullbreaker.
Yes, for bleed build, Skullbreaker I think is almost mandatory. Like if you're running a bleed build on the Barbarian, the Skullbreaker's aspect is crazy. There's a bunch of different ways you can set that Skullbreaker's aspect up to work properly, you know. But at the end of the day, if you're running bleeds, that gives you the ability to just solidify your bleed damage at any time. Apply a stun, bam, all your bleeds are now solidified on the target. There's a lot of different ways you can stun on the Barbarian too. I don't even know them all. And I know there's the aspect of the anemia. There is the ground stomp, obviously. I think Iron Maelstrom stuns on the first hit. I'm probably missing some. I'm missing some stuns, aren't I, Leon?
Probably. I'm not even. Sorry, I'm half here right now.
You're what?
I'm half here.
Oh, you doing? Are you putting your Thor build together?
Yeah, I put my little build together. Cooking, all kinds of stuff.
I must wait a minute.
I definitely need to sacrifice damage or defense. I can't wear these 3 uniques. It's just too much sacrifice right now.
Are you trying to wear the Storm Towel one?
I'm wearing the Storm Towel pants, I'm wearing the Temperature, and I'm wearing the Mad Wolf's Glee. I think the first thing that goes is the Mad Wolf's Glee.
Well, I mean, the Mad Wolf's Glee, yeah. I mean, I don't see any reason why you really need to wear that one.
Just more damage, really, and I need to sacrifice the damage. That's all it is. I just have to sacrifice it.
It's a little bit of sacrificial lamb action.
Has to happen. Unfortunate. I definitely don't heal in this build either.
I must wait a minute.
Hey Cody, guess what? You got a new candle mat. That's right. And guess what? You're gonna need it because you're gonna get stuck in the kennel all the time because you're bad. Might as well get used to laying on it because you're gonna be on it all the time in prison. He said no, I don't want to. I don't want to go to prison.
I'm not ready yet.
I got thorns because bleed causes stun with that aspect. So, well, in that case, you would probably run the what is it? The passive that gives you the like a little bit of thorns, and then the thorns based on HP, and I think you put like 1 point in both of those. That would be more than enough to give you, you know, quote unquote thorns, which could trigger the stuns. Kubus doesn't even know what the word goodest means. He's not even laying on his new mat. He's just laying on the floor. Got him a brand new mat. He's not even using it.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, let's go finish this dungeon. I'm gonna go say hello to my beautiful lady.
I must wait a minute.
Put Cody's kennel mat in his kennel, so he has a place to lay down in prison. You know, prisoners have to have, you know, a little source of water and some you know, a place to lay down, and you know, follow the rats, they say. Look at this crab right here. What if we follow the crab? Why is there just a crab side scuttling around? See him right here, a little crab, just side scuttling. Him's a little crab.
Yeah.
He's just doing his crab business. He said, "Leave me alone. I'm doing my crab work."
I must wait a moment.
Come on out, boss. We got work to do.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
3, 2, 1, let's jam.
I cannot carry anymore.
I cannot carry anymore. Bone weave of the shared misery.
I cannot carry anymore.
That's a fun one too. So, you might want to consider maybe even working that in somewhere, if possible. The aspect of the shared misery. And I'm gonna tell you why. So, if you're gonna use the stun thing, the aspect of the shared misery has a % chance of just sharing that stun with another target, which means that that other target that you share the stun with can also get applied the 80%. So if you're running the skull breakers, which gives you the 80% damage instantaneously as physical damage of your bleeding damage, and then you run the aspect of the shared misery, the two work well together because you basically just get to share those stuns with other targets that may not have gotten stunned, and then they can then be also stunned and then have another 80% damage applied to them. It's one that you can put on something rather innocuous too, like your boots. Like, it doesn't have to go on anything important. Aspect of the shared misery can go on like your boots, your helmet, something that's not really all that important. But it goes up to 50% chance to share that CC with another target. Or 50% lucky hit chance. Sorry, 50% lucky hit chance. And this is it right here. I literally just got it. That's the aspect of the shared misery right there.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Yeah, so even if you didn't use Ground Stomp, if you used the aspect of the anemia, which has a chance to proc the stuns, let's say you hit that target that gets stunned, then there's a 50% chance, a lucky hit anyway, that stun could then be applied to other monsters that are around that monster that also would then take the additional bleeding damage. So you get, it's kind of like a compounding thing. The more stuns that you can get with that Skullbreakers aspect, the more bleeding damage is applied directly, and it balloons out from there.
I really like upheaval, but it might be more beneficial for me.
Well, if you're doing bleeds, you probably want to go with Rend. Rend is your money maker there for bleeds. Upheaval, I don't think has any bleeds tied to it, does it?
No. But where I'm using the expertise, two-handed sword expertise, any attack.
Well, yeah, that's a way that you can get a free bleed, but it's not really like scaling bleed damage. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's not much. But
Rend is the real way you scale bleed damage on a bleed barbarian. So if you're a bleed barbarian, you got to be using Rend. That's just how it works. There's really not a lot of good ways to scale bleed damage otherwise, except for the Gushing Wounds passive, which the Gushing Wounds passive does require you to have a lot of, like I said, crit damage. That's how that one works. You guys can't log in? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's almost like there's a maintenance today.
so we will get kicked eventually.
I mean, I was assuming we'd already had been kicked. Like, it's 5 o'clock p.m. We should have been kicked ages ago.
I'll shake on that.
And you notice something else? Look around.
Ain't nobody here? We're all by
Nobody's
ourselves.
here.
All by myself.
Well, there's one guy right here.
I just wanna cry all by myself.
I was able to log on, but I leave my game on the character screen most of the time, so I just popped back in.
Sacreds can be good as ancestrals in very rare situations, and they do have to be 700 item power or higher to do so. Weapons will never be better, so sacred weapons will never be better than sacred or ancestral weapons. On top of this, sacred 725s, if you can get it to 725, sacred 725s still are not optimal for specific aspects. So if you have an aspect that has a flat damage aspect, you really don't want to throw that on a 725. But you want to throw that on a much higher item power. You want high item power for flat damage aspects.
You can't be serious, Tomaris. Morgan's folly is lost in ruins. Going back is... This isn't like before. This isn't for the fort, for Akarat. Surely you understand that.
I don't think it really shows much of a split. I feel like the majority of the community is on the side of it has way more bugs than a normal AAA game. If you add up 30 and 25%, you get 55% towards the way more category, or the yes. Like, yes is just more bugs than a AAA game, and way more is way more bugs than a AAA game. So we already have a majority there basically saying that yes, it's way more than a AAA game. I mean, we have 37% who say no, yeah, which looks like it's leading the poll, but if you actually add up the numbers, I think the majority of the community has pretty much said that yes, they feel like the game has more bugs than an average AAA game. And 7% saying way less, I feel like is also very poignant there. Because even the people that disagree, you know, that there are more bugs in Diablo 4 than a normal AAA game, they don't disagree to the point where they're like, oh no, it's way less bugs than a AAA game. No. The majority of the people are so far from that option that it's not even funny. Which I think demonstrates that the game does have a lot of bugs. Way more than it probably should. Because if that way less number was a lot higher, I'd be like, alright, you know, it's a little bit more of a split. A little bit more of a split. Alright, let me be quick, because I don't want to get booted, because if I get booted, I won't be able to get back in. Let me go put his doojank in the kennel. And say hello to my beautiful lady, and I'm going to toss Cody some popcorn, and hopefully it will keep him busy for 10 seconds. Hit her, hit her. Throwing the popcorn on the floor did not work. He ignored the popcorn and ran straight out of the room. Destruction. Destruction. Go lay down. On your bed, weirdo. I buy him a bed and he lays on the floor. Well, I like the floor. The floor's great.
Now I need some Rend gloves.
Rend is pretty amazing. Like the damage-wise,
I
it's
have the power.
It's pretty nuts. You can you can it hits the hole in front of you. It's kind of like Upheaval. It has a nice frontal AoE cone, and if you use it right, you can really get it in there and dish out some pretty good damage with it.
I've got a pair. It's only 2, but nothing. 2 ranks of Rend, 21 damage to injured enemies. Attack speed. I like the speed.
Crit's always nice too, but with a bleed build, it's. I mean, I think in general you just build crit for pretty much every build, even if it's just a bleed build.
Yeah. Have you ever played games like The Division? Looter shooters?
I haven't played that one now.
I played it for a long time, and it's got like building stuff in it, like this character development stuff.
What's going on? You can't log in? Oh no.
Oh, I just I got kicked.
You got kicks? Oh no.
I'm trying.
I'm gonna hang in here for as long as I can.
Like a hair in a biscuit.
Man, when the beta ended, I was online after the beta ended for like quite some time until I finally couldn't do anything.
That streamer privilege.
Like I couldn't leave town. I couldn't hardly do nothing.
Oh yeah.
This is the time when everybody shows up to my stream. How are you online?
Yeah.
What person did you pay for privilege? You son of a monkey's uncle. Dang, alright. You gotta be rough about it. I was just online, alright? They haven't booted me off yet. And then they're like,
no. I can't get back in either.
Yep, you dropped from my group too.
The butcher found me and I killed him again.
He found you?
My minions do nice work, Drum.
I'm not ready yet.
Honestly, there's a lot of attack speed stuff with minions, and I actually wanted to explore like an attack speed minion build. I thought it would be kind of crazy.
I'm not ready yet.
Code 1.
Especially with the it's called Abhorrent Decrepify passive. It gives you a stacking lucky hit that reduces the cooldowns of your ultimates, I think. Every single time a monster hits the target.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like you can pretty much just with the minions, especially if they attack really fast, you would have like infinite use of your ultimate. Can you imagine being able to just like spam Bone Storm like every single time it's up?
Well, right now I'm using Army of the Dead.
Well, yeah, you're a minion mancer, but what I'm talking about is there's that new unique item. It's called Lidless Wall, and it's for the it has basically the ability to stack Bone Storms.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So what I was thinking is you would build like a minion mancer without not the damage part of the minion mancer, but the speed part of the minion mancer, right? And then you would use Decrepify to grab the Abhorrent Decrepify for the resets, and then you would have infinite use of Bone Storm. So you'd basically be able to spam Bone Storm all the time.
So basically I would give up Army of the Dead for Bone Storm.
Well, as a minion mancer, you probably want Army of the Dead. I'm talking more of like a Bone Storm mancer.
Oh. Will you still have minions?
That's the entire point. That's what I was saying. So the Abhorrent Decrepify has the passive that gives you a reduction in the cooldown of your ultimate abilities on a lucky hit chance, and it works with your minions. So you would have max minions with the Abhorrent Decrepify, building the attack speed so that your minions are constantly resetting the Bone Storm, so that you could spam the Bone Storm over and over and over again.
That sounds like fun. What piece of equipment am I looking for?
There's a couple that have to do with attack speed. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but there's a couple minion attack speed aspects. I think one of them is like for every second your skeleton's alive or something, they get like a stacking buff of, I think, damage and attack speed.
Yeah, I have that one.
I think there's another one that also has to do with attack speed. I can't remember the name of it. I'd have to take a look again. And then you can also get minion attack speed on your equipment as well.
Yeah.
But you got to imagine, between 15 minions, all attacking a target, how many times do you think? How many times do you think Bone Storm is gonna reset if they're attacking really fast? It's just gonna be a constant, never-ending stream of cooldown reductions. And then if you're doing the Bone Storm build, you're probably also going to grab the two passives, the one that gives you the barrier and the one that increases the duration of the Bone Storm. So the duration of the Bone Storm is probably the key here, because you can get it up to like 20 seconds. And
damn it, I got
and so as long as you're able to reset the Bone Storm before the 20 seconds is up, then you're going to have another Bone Storm as soon as that one goes down.
Man, I got 2 legendary rings, and neither one of them are Mendelev.
So you would have permanent uptime on your Bone Storm. It would be kind of an interesting build. I'm still thinking about it.
Ring of Mendelin does?
No, Ring of Mendeln is something different. It's not Mendelin. That's Lord of the Rings, my friend. Ring of Mendeln. The Ring of Mendeln is a lucky hit explosion thing that basically works only on you. Wow, that boy chased me down. It works only on you. So how it works is you have to hit the monster and trigger a lucky hit. When you trigger the lucky hit, it causes your minions to obtain an explosion the next time they attack. So the next time they attack, they get an explosion. It goes, pew! And then you have to obtain another lucky hit to make it happen. So it's a little different. What I'm talking about is the minions can get the lucky hit. The Ring of Mendeln, you have to get the lucky hit to apply the explosion to them.
Gotcha. Well, I got 2 legendary rings, and neither one of them were Mendel. So I got excited for a moment.
But with no minions, you can get 4 Bone Storms. How'd you get 4 Bone Storms with no minions? And you wouldn't want to do no minions with Bone Storm, because your Bone Storm also goes around the golem. That way you just get to double your Bone Storm. You're not using Bone Storm.
I'm not ready yet.
Man, these boys are spicy.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I must wait a moment.
Okay, that one's done. Hmm. Yes, but the problem here is this line right here. So this is the problem with what you're talking about. Right there. That's the issue. So yes, you're getting more active bone storms, but it does require you to actually have an active bone storm. What I'm talking about is being able to keep the bone storm active 100% of the time, which is a very big distinction in what we're talking about here. So I'm talking about making it so that there is always bone storm active 100% of the time. What you're talking about is that you can get some extra bone storms if you have the bone storm active. So we're talking about two completely different things. I'm talking about keeping the bone storm active 100% of the time, all the time, so that literally your character never walks around without a bone storm around you. And your golem. I think that at the end of the day, 100% uptime on bone storm is probably going to trump some additional bone storms only if you have bone storm active. You're talking about every 60 seconds you get the effect, or I have the effect all of the time. I think having it up with 100% uptime is probably going to be superior to 4 when it finally is up. The general gist of what I'm talking about is that the minions would reduce the cooldown of the Bone Storm to the point where the Bone Storm would always be active. So that no matter at what point you're running around, no matter if you're fighting a boss, no matter if you're fighting a pack of monsters, or if you're just fighting, you know, like one elite, you would always have Bone Storm active. Bone Storm would essentially become your main ability, your primary attack. At that point, you wouldn't even have a core skill anymore. It would pretty much just be, let's build my entire character around Bone Storm and make it so that I can use Bone Storm at every single opportunity that I can use it.
I'm not ready yet.
And I'm back. I'm out of space.
And he's got that weird look upon his face. There was an alien girl in his ship, and we know what happened there. Oh, there were tentacles and a whole lot of hair.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
So any theories on what the new characters will be?
I vote for Valkyrie. I keep saying it.
I mean, I would definitely like Valkyrie. I think it's probably going to be a Templar, though.
So this is my first Diablo. Were they in the older games?
I mean, not really. Not mess characters, anyway. I mean, they said going forward that only classes are going to be added are new characters entirely, so... I'm assuming that means no Paladin, no Witch Doctor, no Monk, no, you know, etc.
I hope they add some sort of character that can heal the group, because that's what I like playing, the healer class.
Then you should be a druid then, because you can spam Blood Howl, and Blood Howl heals the group.
Really?
Yes, really.
Oh,
What do you think I've been doing the entire time? When you were playing with me, you didn't notice that your health was always topped up?
well, that's how I was tanking then. It wasn't me.
Man, that's all I do is spam Blood Howl. That's this whole build.
Wow.
The druid is the one character that could definitely be a support class out of all the characters. Blood Howl has an aspect which allows you to cast it to other people and your companions. The Cyclone Armor can be cast on other people as well if you have the aspect for that. And then on top of that, you can also get the Debilitating Roar, which is a attack that actually affects the enemy. So it reduces the amount of damage that the enemy dishes out. It's a 70% reduction in the amount of damage that they put out. So when you're rolling with me, you were getting the heal constantly, and I was also applying the 70% damage reduction to the monsters.
Wow.
That's why when you were dying, I was like, you really shouldn't be dying. Because
I was pretty squishy.
But now you're not. So see, you already fixed the squishiness issue. Now you just need to figure out everything else.
I must wait a moment.
I will in time, hopefully.
I think Leon knows more about how the Gushing Wounds passive scales than I do. I haven't actually played around with it yet. He's probably not paying attention though, because he's playing with his Lightning Wolf.
No, I heard about him. I think I don't play as it, but I think you just scale crit and crit damage, and then your chance to crit becomes a chance to proc the bleeds, chance to do your crit damage percentage, like to get increased by it. So your crit chance scales the chance that your bleeds have the chance to do the crit damage.
So that malignant gem that Ginger's using would really coincide with that, wouldn't it? Good.
Yeah, the creeping death.
Yeah, if you can keep your crits up.
Any bleed build would coincide with that. That's just massive dot damage.
Yeah, and then on top of that, also the other one, the one that gets you more crit damage but loses you the non-crit damage.
Yeah.
That one also would work well with it too, yeah. Because that's gonna.
I've got some of those in my stash.
That's also gonna scale the bleed damage.
The Barb has some healing passives in the shout tree.
I'm not sure what I want to make next, to be honest. I know I said I was gonna do my freezing arrows on, but I haven't really done a full bleed barbarian, and I kind of want to do a full bleed barbarian. The creeping death
Show me how it's done.
The creeping death seems insane, to be honest.
I would build a world with. I've seen, like, every time you load up a video on YouTube, it's whirlwind this, whirlwind that.
You can do whirlwind.
Like
you can do whirlwind bleed. Whirlwind works with bleed.
Yeah, I know, but I don't like doing stuff that everybody's doing. I'm
I don't
kind of
know
like
if
you.
is everybody even doing whirlwind bleed builds? I thought most people are just doing the other kind of whirlwind barbarian.
What like critical or?
So whirlwind has a passive.
Damage.
Whirlwind has a passive that allows you to add bleed damage to targets, but it does require that you specifically set your weapon to your slashing weapon.
Yeah.
So it's a whole thing. I mean, as far as barbarians go, Leon is definitely far more versed with barbarians than I am right now. So if you wanted some help with your builds, well, we can just help you. Tell us what you want to do, and we'll try and make it happen. But we try not to just tell you how to play your character, but that way you've got kind of like you're going to a cake designer shop or whatever, right? And you're like, I want a cake, I want it to be Superman, want a little Goku in there too. You tell us what you want, we'll try and make it happen. Like give you set you in the right direction.
The way I was building mine was I wanted to have berserk, and I also wanted the enemies to bleed. So when they're bleeding, I can apply more damage.
Yeah, because you got like the aspect of the anemia. There's a bunch of different aspects that have to do with bleeding. There's the aspect of the berserk ripping, which gives you more bleed damage if you're berserking when you attack the target. Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of ways that you can scale berserk and bleeding together.
So I was on the right path. I was just a lot of stuff I didn't know.
It's a whole thing. Like there's tons of ways that you could make a character, and one of the coolest ways I think though to get a lot of things set up is looking at how things interact with each other. Like as an example, Rend is very good at extending vulnerability, but it's not good at creating it. Like it's not a good vulnerability creator. So if you utilize the passive, the exploit passive that gives you, whenever you use a weapon mastery skill, your next core skill can cause a vulnerability. So what you do is
the exploit glyph.
Well, you don't even need it if you go this way, because you can literally make everything vulnerable anyway.
Yeah.
So how it works is in the weapon mastery tree, there's a passive that basically just says your next core skill will cause a certain number of vulnerable seconds. I think it's like 1 second and scales to 3 when your next core skill hits, right? So you use your mastery skill, and then your next Rend ability will cause everything that it hits to be vulnerable, and then it also extends that vulnerability by 2 seconds. And you can literally just go back and forth between weapon mastery Rend, weapon mastery Rend, weapon mastery Rend. It's a whole thing. So there's an interaction there between the two, and then you don't even need the exploit glyph at that point. I think
I'm back in.
I think a lot of people still use it just because it's free vulnerability, so why not?
Yeah.
Where are you at? Or type of X in chat or something. The server hamster tripped. Now he went riding around on that wheel for a little while. He got real dizzy.
I'm not ready yet.
Put a X in clan chat.
I'm not ready yet.
Poison Creeper Landslide's pretty fun. I'm having a lot of fun with it.
I must wait a moment.
Majestic Bear. What? Are you on the wrong character?
No.
It says that you do not have the current world tier unlocked.
What?
Yeah, I'm going to invite you, and it says the
I'm in
player
World
has
Tier
not
4.
unlocked access to your current world tier.
I'm in World Tier 4.
I must wait a moment.
Okay. What I will say about this Ginger is it's super fun, and it does a ton of damage. And I want to optimize it.
I would imagine so, when you got 1,000 million lightning bolts coming out of your anus.
You're not online.
I think you had to help me
Yeah.
out on this.
The roster list.
I don't know if the pets are worth it yet. I have undecided. It's hard to tell what the pets are doing.
I must wait a moment.
I mean, the Stormhowl Companion might not be... I don't know. I don't know if that one's worth it.
I'm not ready yet.
I think there's something going on, Ginger, with the
I did want to run the Keeper Glyph, which buffs them by 10 times and me by 10 times for lightning.
I'm not ready yet.
I have my own streamer world tier 4. That's right. This is the streamer world tier 4. No, it's probably because whatever happened, I need to reload. I probably need to relog, which means I'm gonna get stuck in the queue.
If I go into the clan menu, nobody's online. Like it shows everybody offline. And like
What's going on? You can't join anyone?
The ones that are online, it just says their rank. There's no picture or nothing. Like rank member, rank officer, rank member. That's all you see. Or I see.
I've got so much additional damage to poison targets on this build. It's kind of insane. And these chocolates are delicious. I looked at it. It was $9 for this freaking bottle. I was like, I don't know, $9 seems expensive. It's worth it. You ain't getting none of this chocolate. Don't even look at me. No, look at the ground. Chocolate bad, chocolate bad. Chocolate kill you, chocolate dead. You gonna die? You want theobromine poisoning? Because that's how you get theobromine poisoning.
I'm not even playing Lightning Storm right now. No core skill.
You're just running basic and storm?
I'm running basic and all the other stuff. I skipped on
See,
Lightning Storm.
somebody just tapped in the clan, and it don't show their name. It just says it's odd. No one's name is showing it. Are you seeing that?
I see names.
I don't.
This is so much fun.
I need to see all this lightning.
Ginger.
All right. Can we group up after this run?
This is so much more than what I wanted out of this character. This is awesome.
What do you got? What, you doing really good now?
Yeah.
You'll do even better. Let's take some time.
I worked the ground stomp into it.
I mean, with that aspect, it definitely helps. I think, as much as I think people using the aspect of the anemia is all right, I think ground stomp is just nice because you can just pound down a couple rends, you can get all your bleeds running, stomp the ground, and everything gets massive 80% damage bump, like right there. You just, and it's like, and everything gets masked. It's nice, okay? You imagine all the cool sound effects that you've heard in your life, and like the Star Wars one with like the guy that screams, like that one too, like. And then you can kick him in the face. That one's fun too.
Yeah, I've still got kick. I've got kick, rallying cry, ground stomp, rend, flay, and the berserker ultimate.
So flay plays an important role in it too, because flay, number one, can create vulnerability, but also it increases the amount of bleed damage that the target takes. I've also noticed this about flay, which is rather interesting. Flay's bleed damage stacks and does not stop stacking. So unlike some of the other ones, which seem to stack to a certain point and then that's it, you can stack flay infinitely to the moon. So when you're fighting a single target, if you walk up to that single target and just start flaying them to death, and you just keep pressing the button, you'll notice that red bar will just keep growing and growing and growing, and eventually the whole red bar is taken up by bleeds.
Yes, I'll take it.
Yeah, then you can just walk away and let them die.
Just walk away real cool style.
Yeah, never look back.
All right, I gotta see this. No, I don't even see Leon on the list. Looks like the whole server's broken.
On which all tabs, like clan and social?
Social, you're not there at all. I don't see you on the clan list either.
I see you.
There you go. Alright, let's see this lightning build of yours. Let's see what we're dealing with here.
See, I'm assuming this is your name top of the roster, the clan list, because it says all it is rank, and then it says leader. That's it. There's no picture. There's no name. Nothing.
I mean, I am the glorious leader.
Then the one below that has a little leaf. But Aqua Snow, rank member, no picture. Dang.
Maybe I'm not seeing all the lightning bolts, but I can definitely see that you're doing lots of damage.
Yeah, I think you have to see it from my side. I don't think they load all these graphics onto everybody.
You would just be like Thor walking through the dungeon.
That's what it feels like.
You see how the crit one just stacks infinitely? At a certain point during the dungeon, you just have it on all the time.
Oh, the one that surrounds you for a second.
Yeah, that one's kind of insane. You doesn't even have to be a high number. Like, you just keep getting crits, and the more crits you get, the higher it stacks, and it literally just... it'll be like a 30-minute buff on you at some point. No patch notes, there was no patch, so... we don't even get the campfire till tomorrow, guys.
Like, all I see on my screen now is fortified, vulnerable. That's cool. Yeah, this is what I wanted.
And with Rend, it all comes down to placement. You got to get good at placing your character in the right area so that you're getting your Rends and they're hitting everything. It's kind of like, there's kind of like a subtle technique to it where you kind of like engage the enemy and then you back up a little bit, which is where you string them, and then they run towards you, and when they run towards you, they kind of funnel, and then you use your Rend. And that's the moment where you can literally just hit the entire pack of monsters with like one Rend.
Get them angry at you with Flay and then unleash on them with Rend.
Mm-hmm.
Then ground stomp, shout.
Yep, once you get them all bled up, once you got all your bleeds on them with your Rend, then you ground stomp them.
Yeah, it just says fortified over and over like 40 times in a row.
Ash Houghton said, hey, much love from New Zealand. Well, hello there, New Zealand. You're playing a druid and you want to know if the aftershock aspect is a drop or from dungeon. So the dungeon ones are codex entries, and the codex entries are always bare minimum. Even if it's in the codex, you can still find it as a drop. With the aftershock one, it's really not too big of a deal because it doesn't have like a huge damage range. It's only 6 to 12%. So if you can get that one from the codex, which I don't even remember, I think you could. I know the subterranean one is in the codex, which is the other one that we've been using. I can't remember if the aftershock one is. There's the subterranean one right there. But that's not, I don't even think that's a dungeon. That's the season journey. Yeah, that's not in the codex. So you're gonna have to gamble that one. If you go to Diablo4.life, man, there's a gambling tool there that'll get you the information you need on how to which best item it is to gamble for that. If I had to guess though, it's probably totems.
What up?
What's up, Chunks?
What up?
Just now got able to get in. Maybe I didn't.
I hear you, Chunks.
Yeah, I could hear you, Chunks. Didn't I say hi?
I didn't hear you.
Maybe I was muted.
I'm in a queue again.
Yeah, the server's jankety. If you do manage to get in, probably wouldn't log off.
I was just able to get into the BattleNet. I think I just got in again.
Not one, not two, 3 DR monsters spread out all over the place, making everything invincible. And you're all dead. Eat it.
Just eat it.
I'm not ready yet.
Leon set up a Thor build. He's got like every lightning aspect on his druid. And the lightning passives. He's just got lightning bolts coming out everywhere.
William Wallace.
He's William Wallace, shooting lightning bolts out of his arse.
Well, they do, you beautiful people.
I was looking at 2 upgrades.
I'm not ready yet.
I have like that whole movie memorized. Sure.
Really? Did you memorize? Did you memorize this part of the movie?
Can I nick Ginger, Leon, and Chunks?
How dare you interrupt my freedom? How dare you?
I have 4 tormented invokers of Warshawn. Good farming.
Do you wanna run them or something?
Yeah, I wanna run them. That's what I'm saying. Can I ping you, Leon, and Chunks?
I mean, you only really need somebody like around level 70. You can usually solo it. It's not too bad. It's pretty easy actually.
Is that where
the 800 items
comes from?
Yeah, the 800 item powers.
I need to get one hard.
I'm not ready yet.
Which one? I still have the quest available, so we can go and farm you some raffle hearts.
Barber.
I'm level 76.
There you go. Oh, so I'll invite Chunks. Ginger, did you want to come?
I'm not ready.
Farm some wrathful hearts.
The Vartron, 800k. You want those 4 invokers?
I'm trying to focus on getting this stupid flesh render.
But after this, I'm down to do some raffle hearts for sure. Do a farm with you.
I mean, it's never gonna drop. I might as well just give up.
Who? Majestic, do you want to put an X in chat where I never got it?
Yeah, sure.
By the time I find it, I'm gonna finish my character. I'm gonna be level 100, moving on to my next guy.
Oh, I can't invite her. That player has not unlocked. Oh, you need to be with the 4.
I am on World Tier 4. I'm gonna log out and log.
Yeah, it says you do it.
I just see lightning shooting everywhere and then monsters die. That's all I see.
That's what it says for me too.
I got lightning bolts shooting everywhere too. It's gotta look insane if you can see mine.
I must wait a moment.
Add it on top of yours.
Well, the mollusks, they're hit soon. Bolts of lightning from his eyes. Firebolts from his arse.
I'm not ready yet.
That's right.
Big dogs slays men by the hundreds.
Now I don't want them to fix resistances. The mobs seem to take all this lightning damage.
Take that back.
I'm not ready yet.
He said you take that back.
You take that horrible statement back.
You take it back now.
My burden is too
I would love if resistances worked.
Oh, imagine. Can you imagine? Sorcerer might work with resistance as well.
It sounds like a thunderstorm. This is in my game at all times.
I'm not ready yet.
I think they may have overdone it with the effects that spawn lightning. I mean, you've got the Pekana gem, you've got the keeper, you've got the overcharge, you've got the static field, like
Everything.
just all the lightning all the time.
I must wait a moment. My burden is too
Dang it, I can't pick up any more. Dang these dungeons and their high drop rates.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, that would have been a perfect moment for don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Come on. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I must wait a moment. I cannot carry.
I'm at the character screen in the queue.
In a queue?
Yeah.
I was too.
Oh.
Just queued for game, start game pending.
It only took a couple minutes once I got that far.
This sad
finally
ghost
able to
over
get into
here.
the app.
It's a very sad ghost.
I guess everybody else is trying to get on too.
I'm not ready yet.
Takes a minute.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm really happy with my build though. Thanks a lot, Ginger.
Oh,
I really
problem. I
appreciate
mean, we
that.
can. Anytime you need any help, we'll work on it. That's what we're constantly doing, is figuring stuff out.
Ow.
I must wait a moment.
You in there yet?
I'm gonna wait for Majestic to see if it works.
I'm not ready yet.
Nah, you guys go ahead. I'll tell you when I'm in. I'll get in on the next one.
I'm not ready yet.
That's from TP then, bro. Is there any specific elixir that helps versus Varshan? Do we figured out?
Varshan?
Yeah.
I think he might be doing shadow damage, but I'm not sure if it's shadow. It seemed like shadow.
How are you doing shadow damage?
No,
No,
Varshan.
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 Oh.
He's asking the boss as if there's any elixir that helps survive him.
Or even damage him, like, is he undead,
Oh.
demon? Do we
I
know?
don't know.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one. We'll just do an attack speed elixir. Let's go.
Oh, I'm full on oobles. I'm full on ooables. We gotta kill the B-O-S-S-S boss. He's coming down, gonna be the house.
Malignant heart trunk. I cracked it.
There's gotta be some up here. I would assume that's where the last two are, all the way over here. One over here. Oh, a greed shrine. So I can be greedy. Oh god. Pain. That's what's over here. Lord, Leon, there's like 8,000 elites over here. They all have suppressor fields.
It seems fun. We got blue yet. Well, that. Do that one.
I must wait a moment.
Hey, you got me unique.
Oh my goodness. This is crazy over here.
I'm not ready yet.
It's a party.
You should have seen how many monsters there were. Whew.
I got another Mad Wolf. What I get? Yeah, another one. Let's see if this one's better.
Prep is alright, it's a 1 second, that's nice. Not 0, but it'll do. Pretty much guaranteed. Oh, espresso, there we go, bro. Cool.
I'm not ready yet.
None of that. Does the game work relatively well despite the bugs? Let's see. Do you count being locked down and killed by cold enchanted monsters as working well? Do you count their resistances are completely useless and don't work very well in any content working well? Do you count people making infinite money off of a seasonal mechanic, which should have been vetted beforehand? Do you count the fact that we currently are having to pay extra for enchanting costs if we happen to use the gold? The thing that's supposed to give us more gold, actually somehow they made it into so it actually makes us use less gold? I mean, consume more gold? Like, I don't even know, we were spending more gold to enchant items now because of a thing that's supposed to give us more gold in general. They've had to nerf several builds, literally, that can do like quintillion, 2 billion damage numbers. They're constantly patching out and fixing bugs that should have never made it to live in the first place. Like, I think that's the most damning piece of evidence right there, is that most of the stuff never should have made it to live in the first place. Never.
Like the whole game?
Like, it should have never made it this far. No,
Should've
never.
waited.
Never. They should have, like, a lot of these bugs would have been picked out and easily fixed in any kind of a beta. Like, these are things that never should have made it to live. Infinite gold from my seasonal reward? Sure, why not?
It's up here, Ginger.
Why is it up there?
It's like hide at the very end. I sat down and talked to.
I think the barber gem is a bug too. I think the barber gem working for everyone is a bug, and they're probably going to patch it in the next big patch.
I don't want it working for everyone.
I mean, I'm not saying one way or another like how anybody wants it to work. I'm saying I don't think that was the way it was intended. I think that's another bug.
Much thanks, friend.
I saw a video on it earlier today. Guy was talking about how it wasn't just lucky hit. You probably seen it.
How it's nerfing multiple characters.
Yeah, it's like on hit skills.
Yeah, basically anybody
not
who's
just
relying.
lucky hit.
Yeah, anybody who's relying on any kind of effect that requires you to actually hit the target, dish out damage of some type, and then have a feedback of whether or not that hit actually hit the target. Like it just nullifies all damage output. So all damage output is essentially negated until that explosion. And the explosion doesn't even count for you. It counts for the person who's doing the explosion. So you basically get nothing.
And it was like, I don't know, the way he explained it, it seemed like he was saying that it would keep you from proccing vulnerable quite a bit.
I mean, if your vulnerable requires lucky hit or something like that, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Hold up, Reggie.
I think I've got a... Can you trade these? You can't, can you? No. I can't put one in, I don't think, because I haven't. Oh yeah, I can. Yeah.
Anyone feel like carrying a Lobby?
Through what?
Whatever y'all are doing at the moment.
William Wallace over here is feeling spicy.
William Wallace. Help me.
Oh.
Yeah, Destination, you just joined, so we'll fill you in on what fun we're having today. So yesterday we theory crafted a build that basically involved every single ridiculous lightning effect in the game. So there's all these stupid effects that are like if you crit, you get like a lightning that like shoots out of your anus and hits this target, and then like if you do this, then you get this crit and it does this, and the monster shoots lightning out of his anus and hits other monsters, and like, so we wanted to see what it'd be like if you just shoved all of those lightning effects on one target and just had it so that he's just running around just swiping at everything and there's just lightning shooting everywhere. So Leon actually did it, and he's he said it's like having a constant thunderstorm in his living room.
Nice. Get flashbanged 10 times a second.
There's just lightning shooting everywhere.
I remember before I left, y'all were talking about it, and I was like, yeah, it seems like a semi-fun concept to try out.
Yeah, and the topic for the day has been so I have a poll running right now. It's does Diablo 4 have more bugs than a normal AAA game? That's the question. And the answers are way more, yes, no, and way less. And right now, way more and yes are winning.
Can agree with that to a certain aspect. The things that are broken that they should be fixing immediately, they're putting off. So yeah, I can agree with that.
I mean, the inventory thing is a whole other thing. I don't even know why that one even made it into the game. That's a whole other bug. That's a whole bug. That's a whole bug line there.
I'm not even going for that. I mean, one of the key things in all of the Diablo games are resistances, and it's completely broken, and they're just like, yeah, we'll fix it in 6 months. Have fun.
Inventory broken.
Inventory broken.
Season mechanics. Season mechanics broken.
Yeah, we'll fix all the stuff.
Resistances
eventually.
Broken. Like, there's just like so many of like the core mechanics are just like, yeah, we understand that they're not performing as expected. Yeah, we understand that people are exploiting the crap out of it to make infinite gold. Yes, we understand that we can't add more stash tabs. We're going to give you one, but we can't really add any more because we effed up the code. Like, dear Lord Jesus.
They're quite literally holding the game hostage and requiring us to pay ransom to get them to fix it. You gotta buy into season 2, then we'll fix it.
Yeah,
Then you gotta buy into season 3, and we'll fix that. The next thing in season 3.
Well, see, we were
holding the game hostage.
Well, we were talking about that too. So, like, maybe the reason that they can't patch some of this stuff out till season 2 is legitimate, right? Okay. Like, we'll accept that. We'll put it on the table as like this is an acceptable thing. We just put it on the table, all right? With that on the table, okay, with you saying that this is something that's wrong, it needs to be fixed. We're gonna fix it in season 2. Where is our temporary measures to stem the tide of what's going on? It's like if I was talking about earlier, it's like if my sink broke and it's spewing water all over the place, and you're like, well, we ordered the part to fix your sink, and it's going to come in 2 weeks, so we'll be able to fix this in 2 weeks. Am I just going to let my sink keep pouring water into my house for the 2 weeks until the part comes?
Yes.
Because that's where we're sitting right now. Like, no, you're going to go outside and you're going to stem the tide. You're going to cut the water off. You know, you're going to go figure out how to do it. You're going to put some sort of, like, temporary patch on it. And then when the new part comes in, you take the temporary patch off. And then you take the part that actually belongs on the sink and you put that on the sink. Like, we're sitting in a situation where we're literally bleeding to death from all the problems, and there's no temporary solutions.
This is something that I was thinking about when I was at work. And it's right on topic with what you're saying. So resistances are broken, right? Everybody knows that. And it seems like it's going to take a while for them to fix it. So what could they do in the meantime? In the meantime, they can literally do nerfs, right? they can do buffs and nerfs to things. That seems like it's quite easy for them to do.
Well, me and Leon were talking about it. Like, you could just, one of the things they could do is just simply remove the resistance penalty for the moment.
Even easier. Why don't they just nerf the monster's elemental damage
temporarily
until they fix the resistances, and then bump it back to where it should be?
I think what we propose is the easiest. You don't need to touch any skills. You don't need to touch any monsters.
Yeah, I mean, they're both basically solving the same problem, but I think removing the resistance penalty is even easier. You just remove the resistance penalty, and then bam, all like that, just like that. All the resistances are now fixed until you can address it later. So why are we waiting?
We take a 40% nerf for being in World Tier 4. If they removed that, I mean, that would at least give us 40% more resistances, essentially. Even if they are broken, it's still something.
Well, as it is right now, the penalty is basically negating everything that we're getting. So anything that the gear is actually giving us, the penalty is just wiping it off. We might as well not even have resistances because the penalty is just that severe.
With this new update that they had for the season, didn't they buff all of the monster damage pretty much across the board? So why can't they nerf monster elemental damage in the meantime? Like, leave physical where it's at, just nerf the elemental damages, and that way we're not getting one shot. Then at least hopefully, we'd be getting 2 or 3 shot, which is more acceptable than getting 1 shot. It's not a fix by any means, but it's a band-aid until they can get around to fixing it.
And then we get to other silly things like the inventory, right? So we wanted a temporary fix for the inventory. We're like, hey, until you figure out what's going on with the inventory, just give us a couple of more stash tabs or something, right? And they're like, well, as it turns out, we can't actually give you more stash tabs because we have to up the code, and the code is so bad that if we give you extra stash tabs, it'll crash the servers. And so they're like, we can give you 1. They're like, we can afford memory-wise and memory and bandwidth, we can give you 1, but it's going to lag the servers up to all hell and back. And so the problem with the inventory not being worked out properly to begin with, which I would consider to be a bug, because they should have tested and found that out long in advance, and this shouldn't be a problem that made it into live either. So once they got to the point where they found out about the inventory problem and they wanted to add more tabs to stem the tide, they were like, oh, we can't add more tabs because some idiot copied the code from Diablo 3 and it's a terrible piece of code and it's spaghetti code. So then one bug, which never should have happened in the first place, led us into another bug. It's like a daisy chain of bugs. They're just all holding on to each other like the little monkeys that you pull out of the little jar. And like when you're a kid, and all the little monkeys have the little curved hand, and they can all hold on to the other monkey's curved hand, and you pick them up.
Monkeys in a barrel.
And you
monkeys
think,
in a barrel.
Yeah, you think you only got one little monkey in a barrel, but you pick up the monkey, and then there's like 6 or 7 more attached to him, and you're like, oh man. Like every time they pull a bug out, it's like they're picking up a couple other bugs in the process. They're like, oh man, this one's attached to that one, and we got to fix that one to fix this one.
I mean, honestly, I would have been happier with them postponing the season, because all this did was just add more bugs and more issues. If they had just postponed the season and continued working on the hard bugs rather than...
Well, the season just made things worse. They added in even more bugs with the season. They were like, oh, let's add season 1, and then the season mechanics were bugged. People are making infinite gold from the season mechanics. The season mechanics are making us have extra cost on our enchanting prices. Like... the frickin' barber gem is horribly broken. I don't even know what's going on with the barber gem. Like, I don't think they thought that one through at all. Whoever coded the barber gem wasn't really using their Kanoggin that day.
Same guy coded the stash tabs.
The same guy who coded the stash tabs? Oh, Lord. It's a good thing that barber gem is not going to make it over to live. Now you understand why seasons are now sandboxed, because they're just throwing ideas out there. They're like, let's see how this works. And they're just throwing rocks in the pond to see how the ripples form.
I mean, they did warn us that it would be broken.
I mean, I wasn't thinking world boss dies in 1 second broken. Have you seen the world boss die when a full group of people is on the world boss and we all target the world boss with a barber gem? It's like 1 1000, 2 1000, and then bam, dead. And you're like, what? What just happened? And nobody even knows what happened either, because nobody can see their damage numbers when the barber gem is active. So you're literally, nobody even knows what's going on until all of a sudden the boss is just on the ground. And you're like, wait a minute. Wasn't the boss literally just at 100% health? Like,
it's so confusing. Because it's literally more damage than before they nerfed everything. Like, you can go take that into Uber Wolf, and I bet you just delete her in half a second. Just,
yeah.
Goodbye.
Yeah. I think if we went in there as a group even, like
yeah,
the 4 of us, with the barber gem, we could get the 4-second barber gem and just wail on Lilith for 4 seconds, and then she would just get 1 shot.
You should try that.
Sounds interesting.
That sounds cool. We should try that.
I mean, you just bring in your highest damage abilities, and we'll just wail on her. Like, somebody could maybe even stagger her. Why not? Like, we'll stagger Lilith, and then you can get even more damage from the barber gem when it goes off.
That'll be my build once I get up in level. I'll be the stagger person easily.
Oh, failed to load friend list.
You seen my stagger video, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you could get some really serious stagger numbers.
That's why I'm going Fist of Fate, just for all the staggers with puncture on Rogue. I'm hitting them 3 times, so 3 times the chances for stagger with all the effects on it.
I must wait a moment.
Hey, can you guys invite me? The friend list doesn't work.
Yeah, the friends list does not work.
I put an X. Yeah.
I'm loving this Thunder build.
It's how would you not like it? I mean, you literally just run around blowing everything up. Lightning bolts shooting out of your arse like William Wallace. Alright, I gotta go spend my obols. I don't even know what to gamble for, though. Honestly, I'm getting to the point where I don't even really need a whole lot of aspects.
I need glyph XP.
Is it new character day?
I guess I could always use perfect
One
versions.
per 100, yeah.
Equitable transaction.
Well, there's an interesting one. You want this one? Well, actually, I don't know if this ring is right for you, Leon, but I'll drop it on the ground over here just in case you take a look at it. It's pretty good rolls.
Coming on over.
I threw it next to the vendor over there.
Did you, Jank? It is interesting. It's not bad.
I linked it.
I wish it was lightning crit instead of werewolf crit, but I mean, you are running werewolf, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's relative to
780.
Hello, shining beauty. All finished, are you?
perfect vulnerable on it.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at that.
We're like waxing gibbous on the last run.
I've gotten so many of those. I'm getting tired of it.
These are the rings I'm using right now.
Much thanks, friend.
Sure. Message doesn't go through.
Like the whole
There
chat's-
seems to be something going on with like the friends list, the chat, all of it. Like it seems to be messed up.
That's the ring that Ginger dropped. These are the rings I'm using. Never mind. Your request is timed out. Please try again. Code 3006.
Are you using
Yeah.
the Lightning Dancers one too? The Lightning
Use-
Storm Critical Strike spawn 3 dancing bolts?
No, because I'm not using Lightning Storm.
Oh yeah.
I went basic. I'm basic.
Basic
baby.
build. The basicest of builds.
This is the basic build that like owns.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing you'd have to roll on that ring is crit strike chance, right? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously the regen would go. And then,
You guys want to do a nightmare?
yeah. I don't see why not, unless there's a world boss about to spawn.
Let me
I
check the
want
timer
Nightmare
on that.
Dungeons.
I got 2 hours before
2 hours
next
and
world boss.
13 minutes.
Yeah, we got plenty of time to run some Jew janks. Them dooba-looba-loobas.
Y'all got any open spots?
We do have an open spot. Join in, Chunker.
Oh, well, I will. After helping kill this last Rashawn.
Does anybody need a decent one-handed axe? 800 item power. I got a.
Oh, I might.
I got a decent 800 roll axe. Link it in clan chat here. It's not terrible. You're gonna have to reroll something, but it's an 800. I'll drop it next to the well, actually no.
Is that worth anything? I just linked into chat.
I'll hold on to it. The bloodless scream.
Is that worth anything?
If to a person who wants to build a bloodless scream build, it is.
I was just curious.
What item power did you get? 688. It's a sacred. I mean, it's a
my
little.
one-hander is 696, so.
It's a little low. Unless you're using darkness skills, you're probably not going to utilize that thing, though.
I'm not.
That's the key,
so just
though.
Sell it.
You have to be using darkness skills to get a good benefit out of it. I mean, when it comes to uniques, selling them is really up to, like, are you ever going to use it? Because if you're not ever going to use it, then yeah, probably.
Whoa.
Alright.
Ginger, help us.
Help you? What are we doing? What's going on in here?
Deadly pulses sucked them in and then they killed us.
Oh. Well, why did you choose Death Pulse?
Wasn't
that
me.
would be the first question.
Xylor has entered the ring.
Oh, it was Xylor, huh?
It was Xylor.
Okay, I'm on my way. Let me get rid of these crossbowmen from the back so I don't get shot in the back of the head while I'm trying to res you.
Anyone else have an open spot?
It's like Pokemon, like a wild Xylor has appeared.
I am the villain, apparently.
Yeah, somebody said they wanted to make an animated series for the channel, and Xylor was going to be the villain of the channel.
Xylor is cash. I'm not ready yet.
Death Pulse kills me so much because I just don't pay attention enough to... Like, I'll pull in a big group of monsters and I'm over here gloating. I'm like, ha 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 ha! Look at my magnificence! I have slain 10,000 warriors in a single stroke! And then they all Death Pulse and kill me, and I'm just like, oh.
That's exactly what happened to us.
Well, it's a constant
10,000 Death Pulses.
You have to constantly be running away. Like, you have to hit the target and run away.
You have to hit the target, run away, hit the target.
It's constant.
They talked about reducing the number of explosive effects in the campfire, by the way. I don't know
Did they ever
if you
say what they
heard that.
hotfixed today?
But that was such a big relief for me. Like, I can't stand these constant exploding effects. Everything explodes. This game might as well be called Nothing Explodes But You, or something stupid like that. Something ironically silly or satirical.
Was there even a hotfix today, Xylor? I didn't see a hotfix today. They just said maintenance today. I assume they preloaded the patch.
Isn't there literally a card game called like Exploding Kittens or something like that?
Yes, my kids love it.
There was.
Yeah, they might as well just rename this to like Exploding Demons.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun card game.
Coming to the nightmare party.
I mean,
Just hear the meme song, Dumb Ways to Die.
If I tried to name every single form of explosion in this game, do you think I would run out of fingers? Like, think I would run out of fingers before I run out of explosions?
Definitely on one hand. Two hands, maybe?
Let's give it a try real quick. Okay, so we
Did they
got...
ever say what the patch notes were
So we
for
got
the patch today?
We got Death Pulse. That's one, right? So that's first. We've got the Explodey Boys, the little fallen Explodey Boys. That's number 2. We've got the Explosion Death mechanic, which causes the monster to explode upon death. We've got the Fireball Explosion Death mechanic, which is separate from the Explosion Death mechanic, by the way. So that's 4.
Ice Enchanted.
There's a poison one. There's an ice
the
one.
The ice ones explodes. The poison one explodes. That's already one hand gone. I mean, there's even more. We've got the... I would count in the mortars, because the mortars are basically ground-based explosions. So the little, like, gouts of flame. So they land on the ground and then they explode, right?
Oh, there's an electrical one.
There's an electrical one, too. I know I'm missing some, but there's so many explosions in this game that every single 2 seconds, there's something's exploding. Like it's like there's a meme somewhere, you know. It's like somewhere every 10 seconds a child is in hunger or something. You know, it's like but it's with exploding things. Like somewhere in Diablo, every second something has exploded.
Ouch, ouch.
Don't do that, it hurts.
Die, Goblin. Why is he not dead already? Like, what's going on? Is he invincible or something?
There's too much going on.
He's over here. He's running this way.
I'm guessing there's a butcher somewhere.
He's not dead. Like, he's not even taking damage. We need backup.
I'm coming.
I don't know what's wrong. We need everybody hitting him because he's not taking any damage. It's like he's invincible or something. He's taking very small damage numbers, like he has some sort of damage reduction modifier on him. So we're gonna need the full force of the army. There we go. There we go.
Damage that time.
Thor is here.
There we go.
I gotta go back to this event.
Ow.
All right, get him, get him.
I failed the event. Oh well.
Exploding druids. I can't. Dying breath. Blah, take this chest.
Oh, chest event on me.
Tyler, where are you? You didn't even help with the goblin.
I was getting another
Fired. You're fired.
Fired.
I got a block already.
I abandoned my event to help. I left my event. We failed a 3 out of 5 event because I went to help and you didn't even help.
I was too far away.
Hey, there's a guy getting back up, Ginger.
Oh.
When I started heading up, you were already there.
Zyler, you are the villain.
He is the villain.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You are villain.
Villain.
Ah, thunder. I love this bill. I can't stop saying it.
Oh yeah, I would count the Shadow Blight Nightmare Sigil effect as one of the explosions too. I feel like that classifies it as explosion. Because it does explosion damage and then it also blacks out your vision so you can't see anything. Which is always nice.
Drifting shadow?
Yeah, the Drifting Shade. I feel like that's an explosion as well. Because it's a ground-based effect that goes boom, and then if you're in it, when it goes boom, it kills you. And then if you stand in it after it goes boom, it does a damage over time effect, which is also fun. The explosive one is like that too. Like, oh yay, look, it's an explosion effect that if I'm standing in the explosion effect will kill me. And then also, guess what? If I stand in it after the explosion, it also kills me. You get to die in many different ways. All the ways.
I cleared that area.
It's even worse than when the explodey guy, like the Fallen, and I feel like we have to put in combo attacks in here because this is important. So you get like an explodey guy who is a Fallen who comes up and tries to blow up on you, right? He blows up, and maybe you dodge his blow up, but then when he dies, he then does a death pulse, and the death pulse, you have to dodge that too. So you might dodge the original explosion, but not the death pulse. All the explosions.
I'm not ready yet.
God forbid anyone pick up loot, by the way. Like when a monster dies and he drops something good, don't run in. Don't run in and pick it up. Just stay there and watch from a distance and make sure there's no improvised explosive devices. Good lord, frickin' Sanctuary is filled with IEDs. All the IEDs.
All the IEDs are belong to us.
I did miss some. The poison zombies, the ones that have the spider attached to their back, when you kill them, they explode with the poison damage. And then some of the spiders explode too. I can't name like all the spiders because there's like big spiders and baby spiders and all sorts of other spiders. But there's quite a few of the spider-based characters will explode in some sort of explosion-based effect.
You don't want that.
I've died several times because I pulled in all the big spiders, the zombie spiders with the spider on their back, and I pull them all in and kill them at one time, and then they all explode and they kill me. It's a little rude.
The 817 Ancestral Rare Staff with pretty good stats.
Mm.
Hey, Ginger.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking through my aspects that I've already had. I have a Skull Breaker.
Oh, nice.
Max roll.
Oh, sweet.
So it's 80%. Stunning a bleeding enemy deals 80% total
Yeah.
bleeding amount.
That's what you want to put on your two-hander. That's on a two-hander. It shows up as 80% because it's double. So it's 40 on a one-hander, 80 on a two-hander.
Yeah, I just put it on my sword.
Mm-hmm. And then you run around. Then you run around using your ground stomp. Bam, stun everything. Boom, all your bleed damage becomes solidified.
This is gonna be crazy.
Brand rupture.
Yeah, he's going bleeds. He said he wanted to be a bleed barbarian.
I mean, I bleed, but I'm not like you're bleed.
Bleed and berserking.
I mean, what skill are you using?
Yes,
Rend or?
Rend, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm using Flay.
Yeah.
For the vulnerable, and then Rend, ground stomp, rally cry, kick.
You don't use rupture?
No.
All things have value, I suppose.
I kind of want to try rupture with the Fields of Crimson, just to.
Now that they buffed
actually
it up.
Yeah, like
I've actually got the Fields of
and
Crimson.
rupture. Like I want to have Rend and rupture both just maxed out.
Well, now that they buffed it, I mean, it's worth a try. It's worth a try.
Oh, I can't link to you, but yeah, I have a pretty good ring. Has max critical chance, almost max life. Then it has the damage to close enemies almost maxed and damage to injured. So just roll that damage to injured off.
Yeah, the fat boys explode. I'm sure I'm missing more. There's more monsters that explode in this game. I know there are.
Ain't no reason to be calling people fat now.
I mean, they are though. They're more bloated. Let's say bloated, because I think they're just dead bodies that are bloated. It's water weight. It's water weight. It's just water weight chunks.
3 more Paragon points. I get my Warbringer node.
I'm trying to mess
How
with
does
the
this
dog.
one sound?
I'm trying to mess with the dog by opening up containers.
You have a 40% chance to gain 20 fury. When Rend
You
deals
heard that,
direct
didn't you?
damage to at least one bleeding enemy.
That sounds kind of nice. What aspect is that?
Shaking aspect. Slaking. S-L-A-K-I-N-G.
Slaking. You have a 20% chance to gain
40.
A 40% chance to gain 20 fury.
20 to 40 roll, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good.
Does it direct damage versus a bleeding target?
It actually goes up to 60% if you get a max roll.
I didn't think it was a percent. I thought it was a flat amount.
No, it says you have up to 40 to 60% chance to gain 20 fury when Rend deals direct damage to at least one bleeding enemy.
Yeah, the Fury is...
Oh yeah, that's the one that makes it so you can basically use Rend almost infinitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you combine that together with the other, there's a passive on Rend that kind of does the same thing. Or is that the Slaking? Or I can't even remember. There's two. There's two. One is an aspect, and one is a passive on the ability.
Yeah, Furious Rend. Direct damage with Rend grants 4 fury per enemy hit, up to a maximum of 20.
Yeah, basically just lets you spam rend over and over and over again.
So would I rather use that or the one that I have it on now? Rend deals 12% increased damage to vulnerable enemies.
Did I just read that number right?
I mean, more damage is always good, but
yeah,
if you can't maintain using it.
What number did you read?
56? Is that what I saw?
Keep in mind, Chunk, they reduce the difficulty of all these drastically.
Yeah. And this dungeon gives us 9% crit chance.
Did Xylor pick this dungeon?
Yeah, but I
oh Lord, I
did it
take
right on
everything I said back. I take it all back. I take everything back.
It's gonna be tough.
What did he give
I tried
us?
to find it.
Oh, he chose us cold enchanted. Xylor.
Which is fine.
56 cold enchanted?
Oh,
Yeah.
56 cold enchanted.
Are you high?
Just have some breaker in there.
There is no breaker. It doesn't matter how much unstoppable you got. If there are 3 or more cold enchanted monsters in a group and they start laying into you, you are
These guys
done.
are spicy.
You are done. That is it.
Slap, lockdown.
I just killed
slap,
3
slap,
in a row right
lockdown.
there.
You literally I can literally hear the sound effect of the cold enchanted right now. Literally.
So I just killed 3. There's 3 grouped up and I destroyed them. And one left a malignant.
When the first time you die to a cold enchanted pack, we're all gonna laugh. That's what's gonna happen.
That's fine.
We're all gonna laugh. And when I die, I'm gonna come kick you in the shin.
That's fine.
Kick you right in the shin.
Mean.
Double 89.
Monsters are level 110.
They say don't have death pulse.
I do have death pulse. Frozen enchanted 110 monsters. At least we get a red notification like, hey, move.
Hey,
well,
you're gonna
move
die.
out the way.
Colorblind.
Hey, move out the way.
If you weren't colorblind, you would be able to see those notifications.
I thought they had a colorblind option for this game, though.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Yeah, it just makes the game look horrible.
Okay,
How do you
so
know? Are you colorblind?
Horrible.
yeah, Xylor's colorblind.
The colorblind mode is horrible. Like the game is so bland.
He's not
really bad.
colorblind, is he?
Man, this guy's got some freaking tankiness, though, doesn't he?
There's a
Is he
DR
really
mob there.
colorblind?
Oh, he dropped me a Wrathful Heart. Well, that's cool.
Which colorblind are you?
That was a Wrathful?
Red green. Yeah, that was a Wrathful.
Yeah, that was a Wrathful.
See?
If you guys didn't
I
get your
chose it.
cage, if you guys didn't get your cage, get it over here. That was a Wrathful elite.
Yep.
Ignoring pain.
Whoa! I just had a lag spike of a century.
Yeah, I've been lagging a little bit as well.
Boy, my whole character got slingshot across the world like Superman just punched me in the face.
Rubber band.
I restarted my game. I was lagging as well.
Jin,
you did a good
Xylor,
Wrathful Heart.
Xylor, you need to go into chat and talk to Jin because he just misspelled your name something awful, and it's so badly misspelled. Like I feel like you should take offense. Like you should. I feel like you should take offense.
How did he spell it?
Let's just say there's not even a Z or an I in there.
Zlor?
There is no Z and there is no I.
Is that your
Oh.
stage name?
Lore.
No, he still spelt it Xylor. I mean, if you pronounce it phonetically, it still comes out Xylor, but it's not. There's no Z in there. There's no I in there.
Is there an XY?
Yes, it's an XY.
That's cool.
Xylophone.
That's a xylophone, Zor.
Stage name.
Maybe I should start singing.
Xylophone-osaurus.
Xylophone.
I must wait a moment.
The Xylosaurus Rex. Now you're Xylosaurus Rex.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, I'm getting my ancestral rage of Varagath armor in this one. I can feel it.
I got like freaking 6 of them things while I was trying to find my Ramalotnis. So if
You know
don't
what?
find,
I'm getting it
if
in
you
this
don't find one, I'm gonna be surprised.
Well, I'm wearing the sacred. But I'm
Oh,
getting
okay.
that-
You've
I'm
already
getting
found
that.
one. All right.
Yeah, I'm getting an ancestral one in this run right here.
I must wait a moment.
Xylophone. They won't stop.
I must wait a moment.
They're just jealous they were never put into a poem.
Yeah, they are jealous, and they're also jealous they're not the villain of the story.
Yep.
Y'all wish you were the villain of the story.
Oh, there's a guy over here.
I'm not ready yet.
What's his superpower?
Hmm.
His super villain power. Got like 2 turntables and a xylophone.
Making us think, oh god, what just happened? Oh, there's a corpse foe in the back, just being mean. That's what it was. A corpse foe. Hello,
technically it was a
Corpso,
wood
my
raid.
old friend. You have
No, that
some
was a
creepy
wood raid.
toenails again. You've got like 6 legs and 1 arm hair.
There's a guy right here, guys.
I see.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, he is poisonous.
Yes, very poisonous. And look, he's going to explode. Look, boom.
I'm not ready yet.
Whoa! That was a weird lag.
Poison enchanted waller. Arr! What do you want? Arr! The Cody. Arr!
They lied to me. I didn't get my armor.
Why are you huffing and puffing, Cody? Huffing and puffing.
You're making fun of me.
He was huffing and puffing before I made fun of him.
You were making fun of him yesterday.
Hmm.
He's still upset about it. Oh my god.
I don't think his memory lasts that long.
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, Xylor, come over here and play with these 3 cold enchanted monsters.
Yeah, they're nasty. They got Leon. Got me.
Hello, my old friend.
Die, punk. Where did he go? Did he teleport away? Come back here.
Died.
I think he teleported away. I didn't see him die. I didn't see any loot fall on the ground either.
I saw a ring fall.
Now we get the protection shrine after it's been over. Get me out of this dungeon. I don't want to be here anymore.
That's great. Cody, you better get your snoot out of my stealing. Don't be stealing over there.
I'm just glad I didn't die and get laughed at.
You were trying hard. It's okay.
I tried.
You tried
I
not
took
to
on
die.
those guys who wanted me to.
I tried so hard and I didn't die. But in the end, they still made fun of my name in chat.
So, any clue about the maintenance today? Any patch notes or anything?
Well, there's no patch. I mean, they didn't say there was going to be a
Okay.
patch today. We don't get any
Okay.
information on 1.11 until tomorrow, so. And then apparently Pez Radar confirmed that there was no patch tomorrow, so. He said we're just talking about 1.11. It doesn't come tomorrow. So.
Which is good.
Cody, why you grumbling? You don't even know. You're just grumbling.
Anything else?
I feel like the items I'm selling to the vendor are getting shot out of a rubber band.
They are
into the
too.
vendor.
They totally are. Like, I hit the button, and then it
Doink.
takes a couple seconds for them to actually get on there.
Doink.
You want to speak, sir? Because you just keep interrupting. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk. I didn't say lick. That's not what I said. Did I say lick? I'm going to knuckle punch you in the snoot. Liquor.
It's his table.
You want to wear the headset? I'll put it on your head. You can listen.
Yeah, put it on his head. Put it on his head.
Come here.
I hope you got a backup headset.
Come here.
It's very possible he's going to blink it across the room.
Yeah.
What they saying? Are they talking to you?
So
Crap
I
off
got
of me.
2
What they
Wrathful Hearts that run. Did you guys get 2?
Goobus.
Why you acting so weird for?
Where's your crocodiles?
He was listening too. His head was going every which way trying to figure out where the hell you guys were. He was like, wait a minute, 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 wait a minute.
So did you guys also get 2 Wrathful Hearts that run?
I got
I
one.
only got one.
I got one.
I
Maybe
got-
I need
I
to
got-
go back.
So I have 2 in
I
my
only seen
inventory.
the one.
Yeah, I only seen one. I'm gonna have to go back and take a look at the map real quick.
Oh, I can't link them, but yeah, I got the Creeping Death and the Cage Heart Malignant Pact. The one that cycles and the dot.
I only got that one. Ignoring pain.
Yeah, I'm
Downs.
gonna go back in there real quick and double check because I only saw one. If you got 2, then maybe I got 2 as well. They should be on the map though.
Yeah.
Like it should be. If I press map, there should be a leaf.
It's possible that it was from the previous run, but I don't recall.
I don't see no leaf.
I do not see a leaf.
All my runs have been with you guys.
I do not see a leaf. There's
And you
no
only
leaf.
got one
There's
in
no
your
bird
inventory.
leaf.
Huh. Maybe it was from a previous run and he didn't pick it up? I don't know. I just noticed 2 in my inventory here. It's like, huh.
Your
Cody,
request is timed out. Please
what is
try
the
again.
matter, Cody?
Code
Do you gotta go
3006.
Peppers? You gotta do a doodus? You gotta do a Peppers doodus? Okay, I see circles. I see circles and I see rain. Let's go do a Pepper doodus.
I can't even type in chat.
Nah, it's all broken.
Your request is timed out. Please try again.
Most of my things are powered. Okay, oh, here's one that's not.
I got
Alright,
one more level on.
we're gonna go to
exploit.
dot. So get some dot resistance. Oh.
I don't know who that was.
Oh,
Ginger
he
just
stepped
got up.
away.
Yeah, he stepped up.
Yeah, I just saw it on stream. My stream is like 30 seconds behind his.
Good.
And I refresh and I.
We don't need you to know what he's doing right away. That's dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
Around a 15-second delay on here.
I'm gonna grab the clothes out of the dryer real quick.
It is. How'd you get? How'd you what?
I wonder if that's worth it. One, two, three, four. Two.
Server still dying? Seems like the whole server's like collapsing in on itself.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, down from a 56 Xylor to a 44? What's going on?
I'm just finding good mods. Or tried.
Well, looks like we still got some AFKers.
Yeah.
Oh, we can add more bugs to the list. Let's add more bugs to the list. Where'd the Magic Find sigil go? Why is the Magic Find sigil gone? That's just one more bug into another bug. Like, why did that even... Why is it missing? And why is it still missing? Like, I get that it was missing, but now it's been missing for what, 3 patches now? They just took it from the list, and it's just gone. The Magic Find sigil's just poof into thin air. No, they didn't even tell us why they took it away either. There was no like official, hey, we took the Magic Find sigil away because, you know, your mom's a hoe and we're not going to give it back until she reforms herself. No, there was nothing. Nothing.
The dryer ate my sock.
You gotta gyrate your sock?
The dryer ate my sock.
That's terrible.
I hate that.
You should fire your dryer.
Where did it go? Another sock lost to the dryer this year. Sad day.
Another one bites the dust.
And another one gone, and another sock gone. Another sock is toast.
I think everybody's dryer does it.
Eats socks?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think you might just have an aggressively hungry dryer. I think socks are very tasty. It's a very tasty sock you have there.
I know you've lost socks in the
It's a very tasty sock you have there, Mr. Jones.
I doubt it. My
So
work socks.
delicious. You should see my dog. I don't know if my dryer eats my socks, but I'll tell you one thing's for 100% absolutely accurate is that my dog will literally steal my socks and walk around the house with them in his mouth. And half the time I catch him and he's got a sock in his mouth, and I'm like, give me that. I take the sock from him, and he goes and picks up another sock that he has hidden somewhere. He's got a stash. He's obsessed with socks, and I don't know why.
Put one on his snoot.
I should.
Put your dirty sweat sock right on his snoot.
He don't care if it's dirty. I think he likes it when it's dirty. I think because he only picks up the dirty ones. I got a bin full of socks on right near the floor that he could have access to at any point. He never picks up any of the socks in the bin. He only picks up the dirty ones.
I must wait a minute.
He must like the smell of your musk.
I don't know what he likes. That's weird. He's a weirdo. You're a weirdo, Cody. You're a weirdo. That's right. I'm talking about you. Weirdo.
I'm not ready yet.
That's how I'm gonna miss this landslide build with the poison creeper. I think this is hilariously fun. When they take it away, one day they will take it away from me. I will cry.
Funky, why don't you come join us?
I'm not ready.
Oh, y'all in?
We're just doing the HellTide right now since
Yeah, we're
we
just
don't
waiting
have
for
everybody.
Leon to gain some XP while we wait.
Yeah, we're trying not to stay idle.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you waiting?
You.
Hard I got.
I was here the whole time. What do you mean?
You're the only one that didn't accept the last dungeon.
No, I think it was you, Xylor, to be honest.
Xylor was the one that hit the button. Only Xylor could pull that off.
Exactly.
Alright, I'm gonna cash in over here.
Cash
I'm not ready yet.
Of 100.
I got 67. I don't even got enough.
I must wait a moment.
That wrathful heart I got is just disappointing.
Ginger, it's a beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful thing. I don't know.
I worked steel grass back into this.
Nice. Oh, that's your weapon mastery. So.
Yeah. So I grasp them in, stomp them, and obliterate them. Loving it, man. Oh man, this is so good.
Yep. Grasp them, rend them, stomp them.
Do you think they're gonna make a rupture even more powerful?
I don't know. It depends on if the buff went far enough, right? So. I don't feel like it did. It needs to go a little bit further, but we'll see. I get the feeling that they read my post though. I get the feeling. I was pretty pretty awful to rupture. I'm not even gonna lie. I went in there with a stick and I was poking them right in the eye.
Yeah, I mean I tried it out. It's just that cooldown was horrible.
I mean, you can bring the cooldown to basically nothing, but the real problem with rupture is that it's a single target ability. Until they address that it's a single target ability, like I don't think it's ever going to be amazing. They need to give it some more, just make it match Rend. That's all they got to do. Just make it match Rend. Rend has a frontal AoE cone. Give Rupture a frontal AoE cone. And then it becomes a lot more useful, and I think everybody who's running a bleed build would want to use it at that point.
I would use it if it was a core skill.
I'm not ready yet.
Or hit round on
or like have an aspect that makes it a core skill, kind of like Boulder is.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh look, Elixir of the Undead Slaying. It's almost as if we're in a dungeon full of undead.
We got Elixir of Man Slaying.
Well, don't slay me.
I think I could.
You're supposed to come back with, but you're not even a man. Ooh, that's a sick burn, see? Who that? His name is Tree Bones. What's up, Tree Bones? Ow, he's gonna explode.
Ow, he exploded.
I must wait a moment.
I don't even know if I can res you, buddy.
Enjoy that.
You're just in the death puddle over here. You're just in the bubbling crude over there. Right in the middle of the bubbling crude.
I must wait a moment. I'm not ready yet.
You guys full up?
Yep, at the moment.
I'm not ready yet.
Chunk stole your spot.
That's all good.
Finders keepers.
He's an OG.
There's sweepers.
I must wait a moment.
Oh,
I see you found another one of those poison guys.
yeah, I did. Where he found me. One of the other.
You should stop finding him. Like that's you lose him. You don't even like. Oh, where is he? I can't see him. I don't know what you're talking about.
I must wait a moment.
Don't want to stand in the evil gonorrheal poison.
ready yet.
Wonder how many barbarians it would take to kill one creeper druid.
Sweet.
Hey, can you pin the location of that?
Nope.
You talking about?
Thanks.
Oh look, Woxith the Rot Thruster's here. What's up, Woxith?
Yeah, Bone Warrior corpse below. Bow. Then with him. Teleporting around.
I must wait a moment.
And I got a perfect bolt chieftain aspect. Nice.
Oh, legendary up here. He's a ring. A one, a ring to rule them all, and in the darkness kick 'em in the balls. It's not a good ring.
Not Xylo's ring.
There's an event over here if you guys want to run it.
Yep. On my way.
We came here to purge this evil, but instead we were purged. Oh, okay. You'll get pulled in and instantly destroyed.
Yep, that's the idea.
Look at all these tornadoes all over the place. We got enough tornadoes? Oh. I'll tell you what, ain't nobody's hair gonna look right after this.
That might look fine. I don't have that.
Did you guys ever see that movie back in the day where the girl gets into the car and it's like a convertible and she expects her hair to blow backwards and it doesn't? It's like whipping around in like big giant circles and turning into like a tornado. And he plays around with the windows and he rolls them up and down like the left and right and back and forward and like gets the flow right so her hair shoots backwards. I just remember that one. It was pretty cool. Give me a flesh render. That's what I need. That was not a flesh render.
Ancestral gloves, ancestral ring, ancestral pants, and obly bobbly.
Obly boblies. What's up, Calvi? You can't log in? I heard a lot of people are having trouble with logins.
If you ever get in, don't leave.
I haven't left since this morning. I'm still in.
Fair trade.
Fair trade.
Sometimes they won't let you leave.
You're not allowed to leave. You're gonna stay here with me.
Well struck.
Oh no, I'm loading so much memory. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Man, that guy had a lot in his stash tab.
Anything else?
It's terrible. It's terrible and funny at the same time. Oh wow, an 811. 811 ancestral rare totem. It's kind of garbage, to be honest. I mean, it's 811, but other than the fact that it's 811, it kind of has bad rolls. It does have spirit cost reduction on it and barrier generation, but other than that, the other rolls are pretty bad. I don't know if anybody's just desperate for like an 811 totem. And you drop it on the ground. Or it could stay on the ground. I don't care. One way or another.
I'm gonna find you.
Go.
I used to freaking love the opening to Hercules with Kevin Sorbo, The Adventures of Hercules.
Oh, yeah.
Like one man.
I'm gonna put this aspect on my ring. Give me another 0.9 seconds. cooldown reduction on my shouts.
See, here it is. He journeyed the earth, battling the minions of his wicked stepmother Hera, the all-powerful queen of the gods. But wherever there is evil, wherever an innocent would suffer, there would be Hercules. And then then it would just do its little thing.
Listen to this aspect, Ginger. It says whenever you deal direct damage while berserking, which I do.
Aspect of berserk ripping.
Inflict 29% of base damage dealt as additional bleeding damage over 5 seconds.
Aspect of berserk ripping. I was telling you about that one earlier.
That would be good to add into this build.
Yeah, because you're doing berserk and you're doing bleeding, and so having extra bleeding from your berserking is definitely not a bad thing. I think a lot of barbarians utilize the aspect of berserk ripping. That's a pretty common one.
And it's an 805 item power.
Well, you could always rip the aspect off and throw it on something else if you need to.
It's on an axe. Damage to healthy enemies.
It's not going to let me link items.
You are not allowed. Obly boblies.
I got
Probably should be using swords, right?
I can't remember exactly what you do. I think it's for the bleed barbarian. Isn't it like two-handed axe expertise with sword, two-handed sword, and then two one-handed swords for the crit damage, and then of course you use the big two-handed mace.
What do you for what now?
For the bleed barbarian.
If you want bleed on your technique, you have to have your technique or your expertise slot.
Well, he's going to be using a he's probably going to be using a two-handed sword no matter what.
If you're using two-handed swords or one-handed swords or one-handed slashing weapons, you'll get the bleed. And then an axe, two-handed axe for the vulnerable.
I can't remember.
I'm still looking for retaliation.
What's the special effect on the two-handed sword, though? The one, because you don't get the special effect from the expertise.
It's basically berserk ripping.
So it's basically just additional bleeds.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I was thinking, but I mean,
10% of direct damage deals inflicted as bleeding damage over 5 seconds.
yeah, I mean that's why I was thinking he would use the two-handed sword since he's a bleed barbarian, and then probably use the two-handed axe expertise. Or
right,
yeah, two-handed axe you get.
Well, I've got. Let's see.
Because the
skull breakers is on my two-handed sword. Can't tell.
Yeah, I mean, so basically how the expertises work is you get to choose one that you just get for free, but you don't get the special bonus at the bottom for the expertise. The special bonus at the bottom doesn't come in for the technique slot, I guess is what I'm saying. The special bonus only works for the actual if you're actually wielding the weapon. So that's why I was saying, since you're bleed barbarian, you probably just want to wield the two-handed sword, and then use a different one in the technique slot.
Use the two-handed axe expert.
Because the two-handed axe is vulnerable damage, right? Or
yeah, vulnerable enemies take 20% increased damage.
Yeah, that one's really nice.
Yeah, I've got all my expertise out.
Dungeon to the dungeon.
Took a couple days.
Yeah, but basically the way your thing works with your 80% bleed damage stuns is the more bleed damage you have on the target. When you hit that stun, the more bleed damage they take. So you're basically just stacking as many bleeds as you can. You got your flay bleed, you've got your aspect of the berserk ripping bleed, you've got your rend bleed, You know, you've got the bleed coming from your sword, which looks like it's like 5 different bleeds already. Eventually, when you switch back over to the gushing wounds, that's another bleed that pops up, so that's 6 different bleeds. And then you stomp, and all those bleeds, 80% of all that bleed damage just hits them in the face. I'm pretty sure that you can get other bleeds too. There's other ways you can stack on even more different bleeds.
The shrine's over here, so there.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how many. Like I haven't counted them all up, but I know there's a lot of bleeds you can add in. Conduit shrine.
Let's do it.
I think we need to go this way.
Oh, man.
And we gotta slowly climb down the cliff as a conduit.
Ugh.
Exactly what you always wanted.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, I didn't make it all the way.
I made it. Got a little bit of damage off.
This is one of those builds where it's pointless to have the numbers on your screen.
Well, I'm pretty sure that you can't even see them. Like,
No, you can't.
and it's just like with my freezing arrows on. Like at one point, it was just a cluster of numbers that made no sense, and there was no point in even seeing them. I mean, I can't imagine that all of your numbers are really doing the most amazing amount of damage, but the fact that you have like 8 different lightning effects going off at the same time, it doesn't really matter. Like even if they're only like 10k a pop, that's still 80k like per pulse. Or if they're like 100k a pop, that's like 800k per pulse. You know, it's like, what does it even really matter at that point?
Well, hello.
Big boy over here with the terrifying. He's about to kill me too. He just made me run into several explosions.
Last event on me.
He took off running to me.
Oh, I didn't even get a chance to res you, Leon.
Hey, Leon, do you want to join this event?
No.
Okay.
No, Xylord, we don't want to come. We're not going to join you for your event, sir. We refuse. Wait, where are you?
On the pin.
I'm on my way. Leon's dead on the floor. He's in Xylor's just over here like, are you coming, Leon? Are you on your way?
Get up, Leon.
Like, Xylor, I'm dead. Okay. Dead, Xylor. Just calm down. I'll be there in a minute.
I'm gonna try run without the wolves next round.
I think you'd be more tanky without the wolves.
The pants, sacrificing that pants slot hurts so much. They put no defensive mods on that pant.
I know. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they would restrict almost all the defensive mods to pants, amulet, and armor, and then like make unique pants, amulets, and armors, and then not put any defensive stats on any of them.
Well, he just chopped my head off, I think. That's exactly what that looked like.
I mean, you know, sometimes
that axe.
It's okay. When it gets reattached, it'll have better alignment. I don't remember that episode of Star Trek. Remember some aliens kidnapped Riker and cut his arm off and then reattached it? And she's in there scanning Riker, and she's like, your arm's off. Your arm has been off. It's like, according to the scan, your arm has been severed and reattached, and it's off by what was it, like 3 microns or something? Like they were able to tell that his bones was put back together 3 microns off. We'll just reattach your head, Chunks. It's not a big deal. It'll just be a couple microns off. It's not a big deal. You'll just be a little bit more to the left than normal, and your center of balance will be off a little bit.
So much fun. go.
How are you doing for CC on that build, Leon? Like, I would imagine if you grab that, isn't there like a passive that's like all lightning damage has a chance to immobilize?
Yeah, I immobilize all the time.
It's just immobilizing everything all the time.
I am the immobilized king.
The immobilized king.
I died with lag.
Good.
Okay, sure you did.
How most hardcore players die, so might as well die that way.
I want to be the laggiest there ever was. When we kill a raid boss, I want it to take 7 days before I get my traps.
Instead of Mindlin, I got a sacred ring of Mother's Embrace.
Man, this boy lives in Lord of the Rings over here. He keeps saying the Mendelins.
I can't get the Mindlin ring as much as I try.
Gandalf, we have to get to Mendelin.
We do.
Gandalf, Mendelin, they have the elves are there. They're gonna reforge the sword in Mendelin.
They are.
I'm not ready yet.
Ring of the Mandalorian?
The Ring of the Mandalorian. Baby Yoda coos.
They keep giving me the wrong ring.
I'm not ready yet.
I love just not seeing any damage numbers at all while I'm fighting a boss, wondering if I'm doing any damage at all.
Completely normal.
Just, what am I doing? Am I doing any damage? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's just keep hitting him. Just keep swinging, just keep swinging. Do not wonder what we're doing. Just keep swinging, just keep swinging. I see no damage numbers. Then the gem of the barber hits him in the face with a big old crit. Lots of damage, and he dies in one shot now. Do 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 do.
Fair trade.
I do not have one spot in my inventory.
I see you found your bone over there, Cody.
Anything else?
Sounds like you better get on yard sailing. Yard sale.
Fair trade.
That might not be too bad.
Anything else?
70%, 76%.
Well struck.
I'm really starting to like this wild poison stat. There's a lot of wild poison in this game. It's like damage bonuses wild poisoned everywhere.
800 ring.
How much am I running? I think I'm running a lot of wild poison damage. Damage versus poisoned. Increases the damage dealt to enemies who are poisoned. 156.3. Riker always walks slightly tilted to one side. Riker's also way taller than everyone on the set. There's a whole thing literally behind them constantly having to adjust the size of the sets and everything so that Riker actually looked like a normal human being. Like, he would constantly be standing, like, down on something while everybody else was standing up on something to offset his tallness. What's up, True? They actually use that a lot in Lord of the Rings too. I don't know if you guys know that. So in Lord of the Rings, John Rhys Davies, he's a huge guy, and he played a dwarf. But whenever it was really easy to make the hobbits look like hobbits, whenever John Rhys was on the screen, so they basically just used John Rhys as a measuring stick. So a lot of the times when you would see Gimli on the screen with the hobbits, it was really easy to make the hobbits look small because of how huge John Rhys Davies was. But then when the other humans were on the screen, they had to pull in other characters that would fill in the spot to make John Rhys Davies look small, because he was supposed to be a dwarf, which was shorter than a human. And there was a whole thing on that, and that was really fun to find out about.
I love it when the elf took down the elephant, and he's like, "It still counts as one."
It does.
Hey,
still,
guys,
it does still count as one. It does.
I love that though.
It does still count as one. Definitely does.
I think I found an upgrade to my gloves. If I have the right aspect.
On the forums, you can meet your fellow dev on the forums, and they'll ban you from the head on the forums.
You know that creature that killed what's his name? I can't think and play at the same time. The wizard.
Gandalf?
Yeah, Gandalf.
What's up with Gandalf? What did he do?
The creature that killed him. I had a dream about
Balrog.
that creature before the movie came out.
You talking about Sauron? The Balrog?
No, the big demon Balrog. Yeah.
You never heard of the Balrogs?
No.
You don't know.
But
what
I had a dream about the Balrog before that movie came out.
Do you know what Balrogs are?
No.
Balrogs is Gandalf. Gandalf is a Balrog. They're basically the same thing.
Really?
Yeah. So in the Middle Earth like lore, basically what happens is somewhere along the line, Morgoth, who's the like super evil being of that world, decides that he wants his power his way, and so he captures the Valar. The Valar are basically kind of like angels, and the Valar represents kind of like the good of the world, I guess. But those Valar who made it to Middle Earth, were susceptible to Morgoth's, whims, and he was able to corrupt them, and he corrupts them into Balrogs. One of the Valar, the most ultimate of the Valar, was turned into the Balrog Commander. The Balrog Commander has a separate name. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head.
So that's why Gandalf.
His name is Gothmog. So the Balrog were literally so plentiful at one point that the more powerful beings literally rode the Balrogs around like horses.
Yeah.
Like there was a whole battle that ensued that was hundreds and hundreds of Balrogs all at one time, all fighting against everything. So Gandalf was actually evenly matched versus the Balrog, whether he knew it or not, because they were basically both Valar and they both had about the same power level, which is why they essentially tied, because the Balrog was defeated and so was Gandalf essentially at the same time. And that's when Gandalf, he strayed through thought and mind out of the world of you, and every moment was as if the age of men, blah, blah, blah. And then he became Gandalf the White after that, which is his Valar powers, like leveled up, and he got all the EXP from killing the boss, and he got all the loot too. And that's really why he wanted to fight the Balrog, because he wanted to send everybody away so he could get all the raid loot.
Hey Leon, can you check see if I which bracer I should use. I linked in the clan chat.
The Doojank of the Doojank?
The Doojank of the Doojank.
In the clan chat, my bracers.
No, but the Balrog have always been interesting because most of them had been killed, and that was what everyone thought. There was only one missing one, and apparently the commander's never been killed either, Gothmog. That nobody ever actually saw him die, so they think Gothmog is still buried somewhere.
I think it's worth stripping that tornado off.
But as powerful,
So their wizards turned into those creatures.
basically,
let's
yeah.
do it.
Like Saruman could have become a Vyar. I mean, a Balrog as well. So could Gandalf if they were corrupted enough.
So that's why Gandalf he acted like he knew who the creature was, like he knew him on a personal level.
He knew some spells and things that were definitely supposed to protect him. Gandalf was never on Earth though. That's the whole thing. A lot of people don't know this about the Vyar that came afterwards. So they weren't actually on Middle Earth. So all this stuff took place, all the Balrogs and everything, and everything that happened took place before they came to Middle Earth. And then after all of it happened, after Morgoth was finally defeated, after like everything, Sauron was running rampant, and Sauron was more powerful than basically everything. And they wanted to protect Middle Earth. So what they did is the gods up in heaven, when I can't remember which ones were left, there's some of them that are still up in heaven and they're left. They basically decided that there needed to be an equal champion on the side of good that could somehow challenge Sauron. So that it wasn't just a one-sided battle and Sauron takes over the whole world without contest. So they sent down a bunch of Vyar. There was actually quite a few of them that they sent down. Radagast the Brown was one. Saruman was one. Gandalf was the last one that was sent down. And they also sent down the Council of Blue Wizards, which were like lesser Vyar. Gandalf apparently didn't want to go. He was asked to go, and he denied it. And then finally, apparently Manwë, who was one of the more powerful gods at that particular time, decided that Gandalf had to go. And Gandalf really didn't have much of a choice at that point, because Manwë pretty much weighed in on it and was like, you're coming, whether you want to or not. And that's when Gandalf finally shows up on the scene. But he's late. He's very late by consideration to all the others. The Blue Wizards came first, and Radagast the Brown and Saruman the White came before Gandalf entirely. I think there's one more too. I'm missing one. I don't remember which one I'm missing. But he did. I don't even think he really knew about the Balrogs until he got to Middle Earth, and then he must have read about them in the books and stuff. Unless he had knowledge prior to that of the Balrogs' existence.
Well, he acted like he knew it was there.
Well, he knew some spells to defend against the fire attacks that they have and stuff like that.
Yeah, because that's why he didn't want to go through the caves, because he already knew.
Well, he had
Balrog was there.
No, so basically what happened is he knew about the events that led toward the destruction of that place, and although he didn't necessarily know that it was a Balrog specifically, the rumors had always been abound that Durin's Bane was a Balrog. They didn't know specifically if it was a Balrog, but they were pretty sure that it was.
Yeah.
So Durin's Bane is what ended up destroying Durin. That's why he's called Durin's Bane, and that's why that particular Balrog has a special name.
Gonna have to go rewatch those movies again. I love them. So I got another question.
Mm-hmm.
At the very end of the 3 movies, where do Frodo and Bilbo go?
Where do Frodo and Bilbo go? Okay, so
yeah, on the boat.
So this goes back to kind of like the beginnings of the Lord of the Rings saga, and they don't really explain this very well. So basically what happens is there is a place called the Undying Lands. It's basically where the elves come from.
Yeah.
The Undying Lands is kind of like a paradise. Let's call it a paradise. Nothing dies there. It's a place where no evil exists, and there's sunlight for days, and you know, the elves live there peacefully. The Undying Lands is only for elves, but it's also for other creatures that have no other place in the world. So because Gandalf, well, actually Gandalf too, yes. Because Gandalf, Lady Lothlorien, the Lady of Lothlorien, Galadriel, and Elrond all were ring bearers, they had to go because the rings essentially made them
immortal.
Kind of. Not really quite sure how to put it. Like they needed to be in the Undying Lands, basically. And anyone who ever bore a ring at any point also needed to go. So Gandalf was also a human. He wasn't an elf, and he had to go to the Undying Lands. Bilbo went to the Undying Lands because he was the original ring bearer before Frodo. Frodo also eventually goes, and believe it or not, Sam eventually goes too because he also bore the ring for a short period of time. But I think he goes last out of everyone. I can't remember the exact order. But basically everybody who held the ring for any period of time needed to go to the Undying Lands because they didn't belong in Middle-earth anymore.
On me.
It's not a bad place to go. You basically live forever there, from what I understand.
Because Gollum was like, what, 800 years old?
Goblin.
Yeah, it's part of the ring and how the power of the ring works.
It's gone. Yeah. Oh no, it's right up here.
So eventually Bilbo and Frodo would have turned into some sort of creature.
Yeah, that's basically why they went to the heal and not churn and basically live out their lives there.
Yes, a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know also. Yeah, he turns.
Yeah, he turns for like a split second.
Oh well.
Well, because the power of the ring has corrupted him. Basically, he's corrupted forever. He's never going to get over it. He's been touched by it, and he will forever be cursed by it. Essentially, it's just part of him now. But what a lot of people don't know is that when the One Ring was destroyed, so too were the other rings. So all of the rings that were in Middle Earth, remember in the beginning it tells you about, you know, the rings that were forged in secret. Yep, 9 for the humans, etc. All the rings that had any kind of power lost their power when the One Ring was destroyed. So at the moment that the One Ring broke, all of the rest lost their power. But what a lot of people don't know is that the Lothlorien was literally propped up by the ring. So Galadriel was using the ring that she had to keep Lothlorien hidden from their enemies. It's part of the special power of her ring. So when Sauron dies, so too does Lothlorien. Which is why in the movie you hear her say something along the lines of like whichever way the quest goes, you know, she's like we will fall. She basically tells you that it doesn't matter whether you destroy the ring or not, because if you destroy the ring, the power of her ring diminishes and she can no longer protect Lothlorien. Or if you fail, even if you should fail, then Sauron's going to come and destroy us anyway.
Is that the lady that let Frodo look into the looking glass thing? Mm-hmm. The water? Yeah.
Yes. I can literally quote that scene verbatim. The mirror tells much. It tells what was, what shall be. No, I'm just kidding.
That's it.
No, there was 3. It tells what was, what is, and what has yet to come to pass.
I love it.
Gandalf also has a ring too, and Gandalf's ring is really powerful as well.
Really?
You actually see him use it quite a few times in the movie, despite the fact that he hides it. His ring gives him the control over fire. Basically, the ring
okay.
ring is a very powerful a tool over fire. Looking into the rings, the rings that they have is actually pretty interesting stuff because the 3 rings that Gandalf, Elrond, and Galadriel have were made by Celebrimbor. Celebrimbor was a master smith who was fooled by Sauron, and all of the rings that were made with Sauron's hands in the mix. But the 3 rings that he made, that Celebrimbor made, were made outside of Sauron's knowledge. And those 3, instead of doing nasty things to the wearer who put them on, like increasing their, what would you call it, more undesirable traits. You know, like with the dwarves, the rings made them more greedy.
Greedy, yeah.
Even more greedy than they were before. With the with the humans, it made them seek power. The 3 rings that were made by Celebrimbor were different. For Elrond, it gave him the ability to heal. That was why Frodo survived. So that's another plot point that they just completely don't even tell you about. So the reason why they had to bring Frodo to Elrond and that nobody else could heal him was because Elrond had the ring that had the special power to heal people. Even Elrond's ring couldn't completely heal the Morgoth wound blade, but he was the only one that could save Frodo's life.
Yeah, Gandalf told him he would keep that wound for a lifetime.
This is not a terrible one. It does have backstab, but everything else on it is kind of just meh. Other than the backstab, this one's fine. Just don't turn around. You know the song that says "Turn around."
Turn around.
Yeah, don't sing that one. Sing "Don't Turn Around."
Yeah.
Every time the monsters come to stab you in the back, just don't turn around. Who's AFK?
Gathering Legion.
Xylor, calling all Xylors. Calling all Xylors.
Xylor, 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 Xylor. Xylor, 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 Xylor.
I guess I gotta go do HellTide since Xylor isn't here.
He fell asleep listening to the Lotor lore.
Hey, Lord of the Rings lore is great. You kidding me?
I love it, yeah.
Who doesn't like Lord of the Rings lore? Probably someone who's a terrible person.
Let's talk about the Amazon show, shall we?
Man, the Amazon show is a little strange. I liked it, but it was a little strange. They kind of changed things. They kind of changed things around a little bit too much for my liking. I know they were trying to do it thematically or whatever because they wanted to, yeah. It just doesn't. It just doesn't fit the story like it's supposed to.
You know that's not why they changed it.
Why they changed it?
They have to rewrite everything.
They want to rewrite everything. They just can't ever just represent something as it is. It's got to be rewritten.
Yeah, look at Witcher.
Yeah.
The new writers will never just adapt stuff. They always have to change it. Depends if they do a good job or not.
Which is stupid. Like, if you got a good story, don't change it. What's wrong with you?
Poor Henry. I will miss you, Henry.
Okay, well, I'm over at the HellTide and the Legion event if you guys want to get some EXP.
We banned Xylor.
Xylor is banned.
Is that Zan I heard out of nowhere, though?
No.
Good. Good.
Wow, there's 2 dead guys over here, and this one guy's name is, like, ridiculously illegible. His name is, like, IAYAEULAAOQCU, and everything has a little doojank above it, like those weird little, like, like dot dots and, like, squigglies, and...
Oh, it actually happened. I have gotten a Tempest Roar.
You've gotten a Tempest Roar.
Yes, you can do my thunder.
Now
my thunder down build.
find me a Flesh Ripper, please.
Flesh Ripper?
A Flesh Render?
Yeah, Flesh Ripper is from D2, no?
Flesh Render's from D2 as well?
Oh yeah?
Yeah, that's the club that nobody uses on the Druid.
It's used on Powie though. Budget spider starter.
Well, it never got used on Druid because it was really slow and it had no increased attack speed on it. And it was one-handed. I don't know what was with all the one-handed Druid items. They were like, here, have special bonuses specifically for you because you're a great two-hander boss character who can just dish out tons of two-handed damage. And then they're like, here, have a one-handed unique. And you're like, what? But you said two-handed. Why you did? Why? Why you do this? Why you do this, man? They did that all the time with the Druid too. They gave him all those special bonuses for two-handed weapons, and what did they do? Oh, here's your Alder set with a one-handed club. And we didn't put any damage on it either. It's got no damage whatsoever. This is the worst. It was like, oh god. It's got sockets though. Don't worry about them. You got some sockets. Put some sockets in there. Heard you guys like weapons with no damage, so we got you a weapon with no damage. We blunted all the tips, so it's nice and not pointy. Dulled all the blades. Oh, are we back now?
Louisiana has returned from the dead.
Well, I'm like pretty close to finishing this Legion event. I'll join you guys in a minute.
I'm in a Legion event.
It's a Legion event. I mean, they don't take very long.
Oh no, my game
I'm gonna
crashed.
come in and steal all the loot before it spawns.
Get it.
Alright, loot.
See if I can lock in because my game crashed.
I've been contributing. You can mooch off of my contribution.
Zan, finally got it.
Oh, that was a 1.2 million crit right there. Wow. Okay.
What's the build you're going with, Zan?
Landslide.
This is worthless.
Just create the yellow numbers.
Yes.
I'm hitting 1.5.
Hey, I'm using landslide.
No, Tempest Roar is worthless. I love my landslide build.
Oh, he finally found his Tempest Roar and he doesn't need it.
He's staying landslide. Yeah.
And he doesn't need it. That's great. That's great.
I put mine to use right now, Zan. You would like this build.
I don't know. I do like Lightning Storm. That is possible.
I'm not even using Lightning Storm.
Yeah, we just theory crafted a build that was basically all the lightning modifiers that just randomly shoot lightning out of arses. And he's just using a basic skill, running around, and it's just like shooting lightning everywhere. Just all over the world.
Yeah, I've already seen that. But yeah, the new hearts really buffs it up with more, even more lightning.
Yeah, you get the picana. Put the picana in there.
Yeah.
That's the picante. That's a muy picante. Yum, 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 yum. If I could find my flesh render, I might actually be able to do lots of damage. I have a build going, Zan, where it basically lets me spam Blood Howl and Debilitating Roar back and forth at crazy breakneck speeds to try and take advantage of the flesh render causes an explosion every single time you debilitating roar or blood howl, a poisoned enemy, and I can't find the stupid weapon.
It's not available.
Everybody else has found like 6, like
Oh.
around me in a circle. And they just put
Sounds
them.
so
They just
tame.
put them on the floor and laugh at me.
You're 89. I mean, this is the level.
This is the level. This is the level. This is the level. I find a flesh render. Oh, it's the level. I will find it. Oh, come on, flesh render. I need you. Oot, oot, oot. Oh, I need you. Oh, for my beer. So I can shout and scream and howl.
You did that already.
And then when I howl at you, you explode in bloated gas. Bloated gas. Wom, 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 wom. Wom, 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 wom. I can't wait until they nerf my build. Because they're probably going to nerf it. They're going to nerf my build. Doo, 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 doo. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom,
Ow,
boom.
frozen guy.
It's a scorpion.
Bleed.
There you go. Him's dead. Killed him. Yeah, friend list seems messed up. I don't know what they did in maintenance, but all they did was break everything.
Well, Ginger,
ain't nothing quite working right no more.
how well versed are you on the lore of Game of Thrones?
None. I got no Game of Thrones lore whatsoever.
Really?
No, never really watched it all that much, to be honest.
So can you give me some snid bits that I didn't know?
I saw some snid bits of some from
Yeah.
the show. I saw a couple snid
bits.
I saw a couple snid bits from the show. But no, I haven't. I don't know anything about the lore. I
It's
saw
a
a
really
couple
good
snid bits
show,
though. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. I remember during the showing of that, everybody was screaming out Hodor all the time.
Hodor.
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 Oh, I've got more than Bob. Yes, I'll take it.
I don't catch the reference.
It's a part of the show.
I thought you.
That's some pretty halfway decent boots. Anybody need some halfway decent
All,
stompers? Run, walk,
All
speed.
I know about it is
do janks.
snid bits, and winter is coming.
Embrace
That's it.
yourself. Winter is coming.
I suppose.
Poor Boromir. Every single movie he's in, he dies.
Yeah.
It must be in his contract, I swear. Because at a certain point, like, he's just always dead every single time I see him. I mean, he
think
was
in
the
3
main
episodes.
He was the main character of a movie one time. He was literally the main character. He still ended up dying. Every time I see him in a show, doesn't matter what show it is, I'm like, oh, there he is. Yep, he's gonna die real quick. They're like, how do you know he's gonna die? I'm like, well, he always dies. I'm like, that's
What
him.
was it?
I think
Goldeneye.
number is like 70% or something.
For what?
Movies Sean Bean dies in.
Yes, it's like he always dies pretty much. It's just, if you see him in the movie, you pretty much assume very safely that he's gonna die soon. They're like, oh, there he is. Yeah,
Dead man walking.
He lived in Troy.
Even in Civ,
Troy, he lives.
like even in Civ 6, the intro trailer, he's the narrator for the game, and he dies in that too.
he dies. He's the narrator and he dies. That's terrible.
Have we got any spots open?
We are still full.
10-4.
I mean, there's like 8 people in here. There's got to be somebody who's got a spot in a group. I don't even know what just happened. You're up there fighting an elite, and an entire elite pack just spawned back on my head. Yeah, that's one thing with the ghosts, man. They always be just spawning behind you. Don't matter what you're doing. You walk into a room, you're like, oh, there's nobody in this room. And then, like, you look behind you, and there's a whole elite pack behind you, like, hitting you in the back of the head. Like, there was nobody out there when I walked in the room. That you saw. So where are you from, Majestic Bear?
Kentucky.
Oh, okay. You and Chunks are in the same place.
Yeah, I'm Eastern.
I'm not over there.
You're not on the eastern side?
No, I'm very, very western.
Oh, Lord. Now we got east side, west side. Now we got east side, west side over here. Dang it.
Yeah. Flatland.
Y'all dang east siders. It's all
You know
your fault.
where the middle of nowhere is?
It's all your fault, east siders.
Yeah, I live there.
I live right next to it.
I live right in the middle of it. Hunting country.
Surprised either one of you guys got internet.
Not good.
Hey, I didn't.
That's a miracle of modern science right there. You guys got internet.
Yeah, you would think since I'm like right next to Barkley and Kentucky Dam, I would have access to some kind of technological advancement. You would be mistaken.
You got to be like right in the line of the line that's running to the place. They won't go out of their way for you. But if that fiber optic cable travels like right under your house or something, they'll sell you some fiber optic.
They're they're putting it up. They're constantly out there working. But they won't give us an estimated timeline yet.
Well, if you ever get fiber optic, you're gonna be way faster than you are right now.
Yeah.
You gonna tell
Mine's
that?
at like
You gonna tell
300
that
meg.
company you're doing right? You got right now. You're gonna tell them to kiss your butt goodbye.
No, that'd be too nice.
That'd be too nice.
Hey Ginger, tell me how this is possible. My internet was like 80 megs, and then I bought a Nighthawk gaming router. Like, give like $300 for the router. Got it all set up, and it's like 300 meg now. It's like super fast.
You just had a terrible router. That's all. The Nighthawks are. I mean, I'm not gonna say you wasted your $300, but a good router is worth paying for. I think you probably could have gotten a little bit cheaper one without going with the Nighthawk brand. But having a good router makes a big difference in how your internet, pervades throughout the house. The router won't make any difference in the incoming internet signal. Like, it's not going to make your car faster, right? But it'll detach the anvil from the back of your car, so that you're not dragging an anvil everywhere you go. Basically, what you do is a lot of the times these companies, they give you these really crappy routers that come with like Wi-Fi built in. And
that's what we have.
And if you just hook up like a regular real router to the modem instead of using the crappy one that they come with, a lot of the times you'll notice a pretty big performance increase just from switching off of that crappy router that they included with the package.
My crappy one comes from AT&T.
We don't have all the animus? Where's the where's the
Hey,
last Dujang boy over there?
I got my Warbringer node.
Like, I had never been able to watch 4K. Then we got that router. And now we can have 3 TVs going, all watching 3 different streaming services. YouTube and me playing a game.
Yeah, if you didn't change anything as far as your internet service would go, they just had a really bad router.
It had to be really bad because it was terrible. Like, I had problems with it. Couldn't stay connected to games.
It's your internet, three.
I mean, Nighthawk is like a top dollar router. But like I said, it doesn't have any effect on your actual internet speed. Your internet speed stayed the same. You just got a better router.
Well, when I would test it, like do the internet speed test, before it was like 80 something.
But were you ever
in there?
But were you ever plugged in directly though, like with an
Yeah,
Ethernet
I've always
cable?
been plugged in.
Directly
Yeah, I'm
to the
always
router
plugged in.
itself.
Yep. Always straight.
I mean, how are you? What are you using for a modem then? So the modem is what transfers the signal from the internet company to your router. So there's basically
The modem is in the back room. In the main back room, it's like a big white brick on the side of the wall down by the floor.
Yeah.
That the
And
router
that
plugs
into the
into.
router. Yeah.
Right.
So what?
So I got the router plugged into that.
So what router did you have before the Nighthawk?
I don't know. It was some piece of crap.
Sound-
PEC.
So
Tech,
so it
maybe.
sounds to me like you just had a really bad router before.
It was one they provided, the internet provider they provided.
That's exactly what I said earlier. The one that they provide is usually garbage.
Yeah.
The one that they give you is usually not very good.
Mine's a modem with the built in.
Even in the case where they give you the modem with the built-in router, you can still buy a router, plug the router into your modem, and then you can still get the benefits of having a separate router. It really depends on how bad the router is that they include. Like, it's not always terrible. I just hardwire. Like that's what I usually do. I just hardwire directly to it, and then I don't have to worry about it.
I'll shake on that.
Yeah, I'm hardwired to the.
So check this out. I'm level 76, and these enemies in this nightmare dungeon are 88. And they barely can hurt me.
You want these boots, Chunks?
Are they?
I love this.
Dropped them on the ground for you.
Where?
So now basically all I do is just upgrade my armor. I don't change any aspects. I just keep the same aspects, but keep getting
I mean, yeah, eventually at a certain
min
point,
max, I guess.
Yeah, at a certain point, yeah,
That's what you call it.
Kind of what you're looking at.
Just anything that is the same but higher numbers.
Yeah, give it over.
So technically, our build is complete.
I mean, I don't know. You can play around with it and get it how you want it, right? So
It feels really good to me right now.
I feel like every single time I decide my build's finished, I usually end up switching it around a little bit and finding out some even better way of doing things.
Yeah.
That's a deal.
Like it's matching my play style step for step. So
Oh.
Wobbly bowly.
12
Yeah, give it over.
You bet they're garbage.
Oh, now that's a pretty nice ring. Too bad it doesn't have crit on it. That would be nice if it had crit damage. I think that's actually better than what I'm using, though. Oh no, it doesn't have vulnerable, does it? No, it doesn't have vulnerable. This ring doesn't have vulnerable either, though. I have to hold on to that one.
those aren't bad gloves for a Ren barb.
That's a deal.
Lucky hit to restore 10% primary resource. 3 ranks of
Up
Rand.
to you then.
42 dex.
I'll
8.6
shake
lucky
on
hit
that.
chance. Level 76.
First Carlo, now Leon. There's something out there killing us and no one will do anything.
Wow, what a bad roll on the crit. Eh.
Think I'll ever find the grandfather?
I don't know if anybody's gonna find it at this point.
It's dead.
I don't think it would help this build at all.
It helps every build.
Yeah, I think it's kind of good for just about every build.
What all does it do? What's its...
Basically gives you a chance to double your crit damage, which is...
Really?
Which, you know, for like your bleed build, for instance, if you were using gushing wounds, it doubles your crit damage, and your crit damage causes a bleed, and then guess what? Woo!
I know when I get one of those crit towers, those little towers, man, this dude goes crazy.
You can't be serious, Tomaris. Morgan's folly is
Come
lost in ruins. Going back is...
Need to get my...
Where's the ability quick shift?
Bottom. Bottom ultimate. Ultimate skill tree, bottom of the ultimate skill tree.
What are all the devious gems? There's the explodey fire one, the pull-in one. Trying to think if I want to switch to this ring. It's actually not a bad ring at all. The resource training effects, boo. The distant enemy pull, which I'm not using an ultimate, but I could switch to that one.
Anyone want this amulet that I posted in clan chat?
Majesty way.
Double. Where's my flesh render?
You're not getting one. New spec.
Don't tell me that I won't. Because I just gonna keep on trying anyway. Tell me what to do.
Try to get yourself a new unique, and you didn't, and different build. Back to the old one.
Honestly, this build's fine. I think I'm gonna stick with this build. Even if I don't get the unique. Screw it. I like being able to spam 3 defensive cooldowns.
Where is Xylor's ring?
Says no Sork ever.
Honestly, my damage is so good right now.
Lightning storm, ugh.
My damage is so good right now, even without it. Like, honestly, once I switch to it, it's just going to get even better.
Oh, they're hurting me now.
Well, crap.
Yeah, I need to find a way to get my crit chance up without losing other stuff.
27 minutes.
Perfect.
How often can you do the world boss?
As many times as he pops up. So as far as crit chance goes, you need to make sure that you got gloves, which caps out at 12%, and your 2 rings cap out at 7.5%. That's what you're looking at. As far as equipment goes, you can get crit from other places. On the Barbarian, I think there's some like passive things you can get that increase your crit chance on Barb. I think like a pit fighter or something like that. I can't even remember what it is. But for the most part, when it comes to equipment, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for 7.5% on your 2 rings and 12% on your gloves.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at 23.
Got 7.5 on one ring, 6.3 on the other.
Where is my crit chance?
What the crap was that?
Lightning.
Oh.
No crit chance on my glove.
You're all the way back there, Chunks. Just go ahead and retreat. You can use up one of the Dujinks.
He's gonna die again.
You might want to teleport back to town and then teleport to us directly.
Yeah,
though,
he's dead. Pop challenge and show if you have it.
What's better, lucky hit chance or crit chance?
Lucky hit chance is a whole different mechanic.
Okay.
Now that's if you have lucky hit abilities.
So where is my crit chance coming from? I have nothing on my ring.
I mean, you get
Or my
some crit
gloves.
chance from your dexterity.
Oh yeah.
And then I don't know. Like, well, you got to see where you're getting your crit from. Is it from your skills? Do you have crit from your skills? Are you running passives on the tree that give you crit? Like, there's a bunch of different ways you can get crit.
Gloves.
Yep, gloves, rings.
I have nothing on my gloves or rings.
Where is
So that's where I can
Xylo's
gain a lot.
Xylo's ring will give you 1 crit.
Yeah.
Barely survive that.
My precious.
And a loading screen.
One
Alright.
ring.
Keep up with us, Chunks. Don't die.
Well, I had to load in.
Stop trying to kill me, lightning. I am the lightning.
Yeah. You should just be able to... There should be a passive that's like every time you're hit by lightning damage, there's a chance that it just redirects back to the target.
Yeah, like the door versus Iron Man. He's like, fully charged. How about that?
Capacitors fully charged. I mean, I would imagine that Iron Man's suit would have stuff like that. I mean, he's flying through the air, right? And there's a possibility he could get hit by lightning. So he probably has countermeasures built into his suit specifically for that scenario of him getting hit by lightning.
Well, remember when Thor called down the lightning and hit him right in the chest with it?
Yeah, that's what
He's
we were
like,
talking
your
about.
capacity is now 300%.
That's what we were talking about.
Oh, was it? I missed that one.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is he probably has that set in his suit on purpose, you know, because
yeah,
he has to deal with that when he's flying. If he gets hit by a stray lightning bolt while he's flying, he can't just have his suit malfunction.
Makes sense, yeah. So, who's everybody's favorite Marvel character?
Marvel character. Oh man, there's a lot of fun Marvel characters.
Mine is simple.
I like Cyclops.
Cyclops.
I think Cyclops is really cool. His power is pretty crazy. Not sure if you guys have ever actually delved into his power, but his power is... I don't know. It's kind of hard to even explain what his power is. A lot of people just think
Which one is Cyclops?
Is the one that shoots
X-Men.
He's the one that shoots the red thing out of his eyes.
Oh yeah.
He's his power is way different than a lot of people realize. He basically has the power of an alternate dimension that is full of like pure energy. According to what I've been able to gather about his power and how it works, is his eyes are
Like
basically
the Scarlet Witch.
His eyes are basically the gateway to another dimension, and in this dimension is a power that is so ridiculously compressed or something that it just shoots out of the gateway as soon as the gateway is opened. And his eyes are essentially the gateway to this universe. So, and he's never really fully explored his power, like not even a little bit, because he's scared of it, and rightfully so. I mean, it's kind of a scary power when you really look at how it is developed and what it actually does. But I can't believe you asked us who our favorite Marvel character was and you don't know who Cyclops is. Come on!
Well, it's not that I don't know who they are. I'm just not good with names.
Rejected.
I'm really horrible.
It's not even a name. It's a nickname. Come on now.
I know.
I'm bad with names and I still
Scott
remember
Summers.
nicknames.
Mine is Rocket Raccoon. Cool little dude, man.
Raccoon.
Yeah. He's cool.
I'm
But
gonna take that guy's arm.
you're probably going to argue with me on this one. But my second favorite is the Hulk. Because he cannot die.
I mean, there's other characters in the series that can't die. Wolverine can't
Yeah,
really
but he's
die. Fucking, there's tons of like
he's just so
mostly
cool.
immortal characters. Bruce Banner, however, can die, so he has actually died
Yeah.
before. Bruce
But
Bruce
the Hulk
Banner and
always
the Hulk
brings him back.
No, not always.
There's a version of the story where he outlives all the humans,
Yeah,
including Bruce.
there's a version of the story where literally even Bruce dies, and when he dies, Bruce finally he says like the last thing Bruce says to the Hulk is something along the
I'm
lines
finally
of
alone.
He says, "You always wanted to be alone. Now you finally get your wish."
Yeah. Yeah.
And
So
so
then
he
the
so
Hulk
Hulk
just
Hulk
died.
even the Hulk stays alive.
Oh, does he? I
Yeah.
thought he died of old age.
Banner dies, but Hulk stays alive because Hulk can't die.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. But see, that's what aggravates me about the Marvel movies is they made the Hulk look like some pansy couldn't take care of himself. Like they never give him his true glory in the movies.
I thought he had his true glory in several movies. It's like when he bashed
He
around.
could have whooped Thanos. He could have whooped Thanos all over the galaxy.
No, I mean the problem is that Hulk was actually scared of Thanos. You didn't get that part of obviously.
Well, he was after
So
he
the Hulk.
beat
The
him
problem
up on the ship.
The problem with the Hulk is he's basically just a kid. Like he has the mind of a child.
Yeah.
And Thanos, for some reason, scared the Hulk, and that's why he ended up being a pansy. Not because Bruce Banner was a pansy. Bruce Banner wanted to get in there and kill stuff, but Hulk was scared of Thanos.
That's why he went to stay on the other planet.
Who is clapping cheeks over there?
Oh, that's me packing my tobacco.
Clapping cheeks over there.
I chew tobacco. I usually mute it up.
But then Professor Hulk comes in, and Professor Hulk is a whole nother beast.
Yeah. He's Banner and Bruce. Bruce and the Hulk mix.
Oh my god, this rock won't leave me alone. Go play with Chunks for a little while. Chunk likes you, Rock. He said Rock
Don't be
is
like
he
that.
said the Rock is my
Don't be like
favorite. I love the Rock. He said that you guys were friends. That's what he said. He said friends.
Look, he listened to you. Now he's just sitting there
Friends.
looming over my ghost. Yep, Just slamming the ground. You can't hurt me, Rock. Be
Man,
like
that
I'm just
undaunted glyph is pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
Gain 10 damage reduction the more fortify you have.
Yeah, the Undaunted glyph and the Exploit glyph are two of like the most powerful glyphs in the game. I think pretty much every build uses them, except for the ones that suck at Fortify
Can't use
generation.
fortify. Sorks, yeah. I tried to make a sorcerer character. Gave up. I don't even have one in my list anymore. I deleted it.
It's terrible. How else are you gonna see the boobies?
I don't care about that.
Oh man.
The real life ones are.
I don't really know about this whole Wolverine dying when he gets old thing. Like, I feel like that was retconned in for that movie. I've seen so many comics and things that literally show Wolverine's skeleton in like a vat of acid, and they're talking about how indestructible Wolverine is, and that literally if they take the skeleton out of the vat of acid, that Wolverine will literally just like reform around the skeleton, and they don't want to take the skeleton out of the vat of acid because if they do, he's literally just gonna just magically reappear around it.
They literally proved that he couldn't die in the movie against the Phoenix. She could literally tear things apart atom by atom, and he took it full force right in the face and stabbed her. So he can't die. He's like the Hulk, probably stronger.
Well, as of right now, I believe he's technically dead in the most horrible terms of technically dead, as in he's not actually dead. So right now, I think in the comics, they have him sealed in like a block of adamantium or something. He's like sealed in a solid block of adamantium.
Wow.
So he's
Still
basically
alive,
just alive inside of a solid block of adamantium, and unless somebody can get him out, he's just going to be in there
How
for a long
miserable.
time.
How miserable would that be? Hey, if I'm talking too much, just tell me to shut up. It's no big deal.
Return soon.
I always thought that would be easy to kill Hulk or Wolverine. All you gotta do is throw him into the sun. They ain't coming back. I don't care how good their regeneration powers are. You take the Hulk or Wolverine, throw him into the sun, that's it. It's done. It's over. It's done. We got the world boss. Like 14 minutes till the world boss. We still got a whole nother dungeon to do. Let's go.
Couldn't take care of Chuck Norris that way though.
Thor's pretty powerful, but is he?
Thor is probably the
powerful?
most. Thor's probably the most powerful out of all of them.
Because he can take some pretty hard hits.
So Thor is not. He
god.
hasn't actually reached his full potential. And it's one of the things that a lot of people like. I just don't even know about Thor. Thor's basically still a baby. Like he's
a
as
child.
As far as his powers go, he's the son of Odin, and Odin was more powerful than Thor ever would even hope to be. But Thor never actually reached his full potential in the movies or anything. Not even close to what Odin was capable of. But there is a version of Thor that is actually called King Thor. If you wanna have some fun looking up an interesting version of Thor, look up King Thor. King Thor,
a big fat dude.
King Thor is so powerful that he could probably whoop anybody's butt with ease. How the King Thor storyline came to be was kind of crazy. It's essentially like far into the future when the the galaxy is at stake because of a greater threat that shows up. And I can't remember the exact details, but I know that Galactus approaches Thor, or King Thor at that particular time. Galactus approaches King Thor and offers him a deal that he will imbue him with the power cosmic in exchange for his help in defeating whatever this threat is. Come to find out, Thor has other plans, and literally once he receives the power cosmic, just turns on Galactus, kills Galactus, then also kills the threat that Galactus was afraid of, and is now like one of the most powerful beings in the universe.
So why didn't Thor use the glove, the gauntlet?
I mean, I don't think anybody can really use that gauntlet without killing themselves. One of those Infinity Stones is usually more powerful than one person can handle.
Actually, Quill could have before he gave his power up. Star-Lord.
Maybe. He held on to it with the power of the others. Remember, they shared the power of the gem between them all.
Yeah.
Hey, look, a ring.
That's why they had the Hulk.
Hey, look, an event in a bubble.
A Hunter's
The gamma
Zenith.
radiation.
The Hulk did it because of his regenerative powers. They were banking on that no matter how damaging it would be to the Hulk, because the Hulk is basically invincible, that he would be able to regenerate from it. But as you noticed, even the Hulk was damaged by it pretty profusely, to the point where he was having a lot of trouble with recovering from that.
I can't wait to see the third Guardians of the Galaxy movie. I think I'm just gonna go buy it.
Don't spoil it.
Yeah, don't spoil it for everybody.
Somebody in the chat will
We'll
never watch
riot.
again.
They'll never watch again if you spoil it.
I think it comes
Is
out
that-
on
is that a
Disney
jab at
Plus
me?
in a few days.
Is that what? Were you the one that said it?
Yeah, that was me.
It was you.
Yeah.
Well, dang. All right. Jeez.
I was actually joking when I wrote that. I don't care. Spoiled or not, I'm still gonna watch it. I don't know. I've got Disney Plus, but I've been taking a break for personal reasons.
Sounds
I
like
don't want to get into all
you,
that.
Sounds like you need to watch or do some research on some of these crazy characters.
What?
King Thor.
Oh yeah.
This is King Thor, by the way. For those
I just don't
for
like
those
the
of you
fact
who wanna,
that Disney.
For those of you who want to see King Thor, this is King Thor.
Disney is ruining movies.
Next Wednesday. That's what it says. Yeah. Next Wednesday,
Cool.
Guardians 3 will be on Disney Plus.
Okay. Thanks, Chunk.
I know I got an email from them. And I got that email. Yeah. July 26th. Yesterday. So, August 2nd.
Go back to work August 7th.
Well,
Plenty of
have
time to
5
watch
days
it.
to watch it. I mean,
I'll watch it all
that'll
5
save
days.
That'll save you from buying it, being that it's just like right around the corner.
Yeah.
And I bought it on Voodoo or whatever. That little platform.
So this is the story of King Thor. So here we go, right here. With all of Thor's regular powers already at a peak, after mastering the Mother Storm, which was hiding inside of Mjolnir, and gaining the Odin Force after becoming the All-Father, Thor now possessed the powers of a Galactus Herald that easily makes him one of the most powerful beings in the entire universe. Because he gave him the power cosmic. Let's see here. Galactus seeks Thor's help to fight one of the mightiest entities in the entire universe, and bestows upon Thor the power cosmic. King Thor became Cosmic King Thor, or the Herald of Thunder, wielding the power of Thor, the power of the All-Father, and now the power of a Galactus Herald. And, let's see here. I can't remember who they were fighting. Apparently his name was Black Winter. Black Winter is a dark version of Galactus that operates on a much larger scale. Galactus devours planets to feed on their cosmic energy, whereas Black Winter devours entire galaxies, even universes. The entity was responsible for the complete destruction of the 6th iteration of the universe, the one that only Galactus himself got out of alive. So basically, Galactus enlists Thor's help to destroy the Black Winter. Where's the part where they talk about them actually fighting? Oh, wow. So in the first encounter with Black Winter, the entity easily pulled both Cosmic King Thor and Galactus in their place. However, they explained to Thor that Galactus was lying to him the entire time. You see, Black Winter didn't come for the galaxy or the universe. Instead, all that Black Winter wanted was Galactus himself, the one that got away. Why? Because Galactus was actually the herald of Black Winter that rebelled and got away. And that's how he survived his universe being destroyed. Angered at Galactus misleading, Thor confronts the Devourer of Planets, to which Galactus angrily attacks the Herald of Thunder. And then Thor kills Galactus. In Thor Volume 6, he used Galactus's body like a bomb to obliterate Black Winter with nothing but one black snowflake surviving, offering Thor to show him the future and his eventual demise. Thor accepts and sees the future before crushing the flake into oblivion, ending Black Winter forever. So he literally gets the power cosmic, kills Black Winter, kills Galactus, and then he's just like one of the most powerful beings in the entire universe at that point. And he gets even stronger later. Like, that's not even his final form.
They should have used him for the movies.
No, that's not till much later. He doesn't reach that form until much later after the movies.
There's an argument saying that Scarlet Witch is the most powerful character. Because she died. What's the deal with Thor's sister? Was she just wrote in for the movies? Was that actually a thing?
They kind of twisted it around a little bit.
Yeah.
Thor's sister was actually Loki's daughter. The Queen of the Underworld or something like that. I can't remember the exact details. Along with Fenrir, who was also one of his daughters. They kind of twisted it a little bit and turned her from his daughter into Odin's daughter, which is a little weird. Normally in the comics and things like that, you see Loki go to her.
Sounds like
for
families
deals
around here.
Loki's children, Marvel. Jormungand, the Midgard serpent, Fenris, the wolf, and Hela, the goddess of death. Wasn't that the one that was in the movie? Wasn't it Hella?
Yeah, Hella, yeah.
So after this, I'll complete my last season. Chapter, I mean.
Nice.
Season
In the
journey.
movie, she was pretty powerful because she obliterated Mjolnir.
Yeah, but the real power of Mjolnir lies in what's inside.
It's in Thor.
It's the the
Right.
storm? What we were just talking about earlier.
Odin actually told him. He said, "Are you the god of hammers, or are you the god of thunder?" So he actually powers the hammer in the movies. Now the actual lore, like you said, is different.
So there's actually a storm inside the hammer. That's how the lore works. So the storm actually helps him focus his power. In the movie, he says the same thing. He says the hammer was always meant to be an element to help you focus your power.
Yeah, conduit.
It's a storm. He's the god of storms, and it's like, imagine if you were the god of fire and you could just have a fire that you could carry around with you everywhere. You could utilize that fire for everything. Basically, what Odin gave Thor was a eternal storm that he could carry around with him everywhere, so that he always had a thunderstorm on hand to pull from.
Yeah.
Anyone got room for the world boss?
Our group is full. Form one up.
I seen those messages in the clan chat, but
Whirly's looking for one. Hecate's looking for one.
Still doing that thing where I can't see the name, so I can't invite anybody. Like it just says clan. There's no name, so I don't know who's typing.
Or just get out here solo if you got 1 minute.
See, I click on that and it says
Teleports nearby. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Oh, there we go.
Look, Max is looking for one too.
I'm just soloing it out
Someone
here in
invited
2 or
me.
3.
You've never played Diablo before? No Diablo games ever, Hoss? You ain't played Diablo 1, you ain't played Diablo 2, you ain't played Diablo 3, you ain't played Diablo Immortal, you ain't played Diablo 4? You ain't played none of them?
This is my first.
We all need to go back and play 1 and 2.
I'm actually thinking about it. I've been watching some of Ginger's old content, and I like the way 2 looks.
Oh, 2 is amazing.
The feelings you get playing 2 is just
We're playing 4 because we played 2 to death, and we're going to go back to 2 for season 5. But you're welcome to join us when we go back to season 5. You might want to catch up on some of my tutorial videos though beforehand.
Is it cross-platform?
It is not. It's cross-play, but not cross-platform.
Well,
so you
can
can
I
play
play
it.
with
You
you?
can play it on Xbox and PlayStation, but you can't play with us.
You can play the
Right,
same
okay.
account. You have to play the console players.
Within you.
If you're on console.
But you can log on to your console account on PC, I think, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you have a PC and a console, you can switch back and forth with ease. Your characters
I
will
haven't
follow
bought
you
my
between
PC
platforms. You don't
We
need
was talking about it.
You don't need a particularly strong PC to play Diablo 2. It's not the most amazing game in the world, graphically.
You do have to buy 2 copies of it though.
I honestly don't know why I haven't bought a PC yet. I just haven't gotten around to it.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, even if you do get the PC version, you can. It does have controller support, so you can play with the controller. Make it feel at home.
Join the PC master race.
Well, it's just Diablo 2 was originally a PC game.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll take it.
It's a very good PC game. It's one of the best.
Oh, there's. Oh wait.
It's definitely a different beast from this game, though. You're gonna.
So when does the next season come out?
I'm not exactly sure.
Got me
They're
a
not
scroll of
good about giving
amnesia.
exact dates.
Let me
Wait,
take a look.
I can't pick up the scroll of amnesia.
Why did it stay long enough again?
Oh, did I stay long enough? Oh,
Oh.
I'm still one away. Never mind.
I'll never stay long enough.
I got it. I stayed long enough.
What are you talking about?
That's
Man.
not a thing.
I'm tanking this world boss.
This is so stupid, dude.
1.9 million crit.
You're never going to get that journey completion.
I'll get it from just level 100 at this point.
All right, so
Yeah,
day
that's
one.
true.
Day one was May the 5th. That's right. May the 5th be with you. I remember, or May the 4th be with you. That was patch day or whatever. Yeah.
Refunds all your allocated points and Paragon points.
So 4 months from May the 5th is June the 5th, July the 5th, August, September. So season 5 doesn't start till like September the 5th. If they follow the 4-month time schedule. Of course, they haven't been following the 4-month time schedule like at all for any of the months, by the way. So,
boom.
Who knows?
What GPU are you using, Ginger?
What?
What GPU are you using?
Yeah, 3090.
GeForce.
Yeah, NVIDIA 3090 RTX. There's tons of good GPUs out there. You don't have to have a 3090 to play Diablo 2. I mean, you can get away with like a 2000 series or a 10. Honestly, even just like a 1080, like a GTX 1080 would still be more than enough to play Diablo 2 Resurrected.
A 3090 is like, was it like $1,500?
I mean, they're pretty expensive. I don't know how much they are right now. I'm not sure.
When D2R first came out, I played it on a GTX 960.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need anything super fancy to play Diablo 2. Now, if you want to play Diablo 4, on the other hand, you might need a little more of a
that's what I'm saying.
beefy rig.
I want to play Diablo 4 on PC.
Well, let me go turn in my whispers real quick.
I just use a 1660 Ti.
Imagine having whispers to turn in.
I knew you were going to say something.
It is done.
Yeah. I turned mine in right before at 10.
Now, where did you get your PC at, Chunks? Because you live in Kentucky. There's nowhere to buy one here where I live.
This one I just bought a pre-built. Before I've always just built them.
Well, that's what I was looking into, the pre-builts.
I went to Skytech for this one.
What'd you say? I didn't catch that. The boss was screaming.
Skytech. Well, I didn't go there because they're in California. I just ordered it.
Skynet.
Skynet, yeah, Skynet. Let's go.
Yeah.
I swear I thought.
They're putting all the computers all in your house.
Look, Chunks, if you bought your computer from Skynet, you might want to get out of the house. There might be a Terminator coming for you any minute. Hasta la vista, chunky.
Baby.
Hasta la vista, chunky.
Sounded like Shrek. Donkey?
Oh man, this is what you guys are missing out on.
You got the butcher?
It popped up.
Oh no, I'm dead. Never mind. I'm just kidding.
I got you.
I wonder if I could work this aspect into this.
Oh, look, it's a butcher. I'm dead.
Raft. Each point of fury generated while at maximum grants 21.
The butcher's here. I'm dead.
Hey, I got a.
See, some people don't get that joke because they weren't here that day, but it was amazing. Xylor literally called out. He's like, "I got the butcher over here." never mind. I'm dead.
I'm dead.
I was literally running over. I'm like, oh my god, come on, let's get the butcher. And he just like, I'm dead. I didn't even have a chance to say I'm on the way. I was like, I'm on the, and he was just like, I'm dead.
Got the cosmetic.
The butcher has clapped thine cheeks. No, almost level 90. Hey, it's the conduit Dujag. Rune Workers Conduit Karen Stone. There's legendaries all over the place around here. I'm just gonna go back to town and get them from my stash. Be lazy.
Yep. Got 2 uniques that run. Maybe one's a flesh render.
Don't you even dare!
What happened?
I just smacked a goblin, and then Butcher spawned directly on top of me.
Yeah, they do. He does that. He's rude.
Oh, it's another Tempest Roar.
Fair trade.
Yawn.
Yeah.
Hey, that 3-hour group has gotten.
I haven't found a Tempest Roar yet. I don't want a Tempest Roar. Oh, great. I just said that, didn't I? Now it's going to drop anyway, just to taunt me.
Easiest helm in the game to find.
Mm-hmm.
Why everyone complained about that helm?
They said they were going to make it easier to drop too in 1.11. That's what they said. People complained relentlessly, and so
That's a shame.
I mean, chase items are chase items are chase items. Just let it be a chase item. Like people,
Yeah.
it's not like people are not finding it at all. It's just it's rare. I mean, we wouldn't have had so much fun teasing Leon because he couldn't find his Vasily's prayer. Tease. And now he's getting me back on the flesh render.
Yeah, baby.
So you know it.
Get your flesh render. Oops, she can't.
I'm gonna find it, and it's gonna be a sacred. You watch.
Yep.
It's gonna be a sacred with like 600 item power.
As soon as you go into a different world tier to help someone out, that's when it drops. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky.
I'm never leaving World Tier 4. Never leaving World Tier 4.
Hey, can someone help me through the capstone dungeon? Ginger's like, sure, I'll be right there. Oh, crap.
Nope.
Hey, Boobus. Do you want a chimzit? What if I take one chimzit and I place it right here on the end of the desk like this? Is you gonna be a goodest or you gonna be a baddest? Which one? I'll even let it stick over the edge just a little bit so you can see it. Oh no, that's a chimzit. He said you couldn't give me that. I don't want that. It's give it to me. He keeps eyeballing it out of the side of his eye. He's like, you just gonna leave that there? He's like, you're not gonna eat that? You're not gonna eat that? He said, I'll eat that if you don't want it. Yes. You can have it, yes. Take it. It's yours. It's your chimzit. You gotta get it. Yes. Right there, get it. It's like, come back, chimzit. Don't eat the whole desk. Dang.
So on the on like the weapon expertise for the barb, does it matter the level of the monster? for like the experience that you get for whatever weapon you're using, or does it not matter?
I think it was kills or something. I remember Ginger doing this. I forgot
Yeah,
what Ginger's
I
completion
kind of
was.
remember a little bit of it, but I don't.
It's just damage. You don't gotta hit kill nothing. You just gotta beat the crap out of something.
Yeah, so it's just using it. Doesn't matter if it's a level 1 monster or a level 100 monster.
Nope.
Right.
I went and I would actually deliberately target the non damage reduction monsters. If you had like a bunch of damage reduction monsters in a group, I would just go in and start wailing on the elite. I was using bash too, because bash works with the two-handers. And I would just sit there and bash the crap out of the monster forever.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my two-handed axe expertise up.
That's what I use. Use bash for my two-handed axe. I would just pick the toughest monster that I knew I couldn't kill, that had tons of DR, and I would just sit there and wail on them for forever.
I remember you doing that.
I went back and forth, and I checked it, and I tested it, and I tested it, and I checked it, and yeah, it's per hit. Every time you hit the monster, that's when it happens.
I need to find me a DR monster.
You just be as useless as you can possibly be, basically. That's the general gist of it.
So get like the weakest two-handed axe I can find.
I mean, basically.
Just sit there and keep my 4 to 5. Swing it like crazy. Does it work on breakable objects?
I don't know. I don't know about that. I didn't test that. Cody's looking at me like, you got any more of them, Jesus? You got any more of them? So I'll do like some chumsets. If you got a couple extras, I'll take them off your hands. Free of charge. I'll haul it away for you.
And Zyler and I, everything just gets pulled.
You ever have somebody who asks you a favor and like they do absolutely nothing to make your life easy? They're like, hey, can you help me move on Sunday? And you go over there and they ain't got nothing in boxes, like nothing's been taken apart, you know, and they ain't got nothing going on. Like they ain't spent no effort whatsoever to do any work whatsoever. They just want you to come over and do everything for them. Put it in the box, label it, take apart the bed, pull everything into pieces. Like, just they ain't gonna do nothing for you, nothing. And then you got that other guy. He asks you to come help him move, and you go to his house, and he's got everything packed up. All the furniture's disassembled. You know, like the stuff is taken out of the drawers. Everything's ready to be carried. You know, he's got like the U-Haul already. Like the doors out and everything. He's like, all right, just help me carry all this stuff in there. I don't know what gets why people think it's okay to ask for a favor and then just do absolutely nothing to help the person that they ask for the favor from. I'll be like, can you repair my car? And you're like, sure, yeah, I can come over and take a look at it. And the car's like buried under 10 feet of garbage in the garage, and you gotta like unbury the car just to get to the car to work on the car. Well, you could have at least unburied it for me. What is this, an archaeological dig?
That's when I just turn around and I leave.
Let me put my Indiana Jones hat on.
You're on your own, my boy.
I think the worst one I ever had was like somebody asked me to go down and check something out. And it was really dark down there. There was no light. I was like, there's no light down here? And they didn't even have a flashlight for me or nothing. Like, they couldn't be bothered to install a light bulb down there, and then they didn't even have a flashlight for me to go down there with. And I'm just like, how am I supposed to see down here?
You know, your eyes adjust.
What's up, Ricky No Beard? Is it no beard by choice or no beard by unchoice? Are you a beardless wonder?
Somebody posted a scroll of amnesia in the clan chat.
Yeah,
that
would be Xylor, the Haxor. The elite Haxor.
Yeah, I can't see the name. It just says clan.
The wolf has one of these bugs too, where he walks all weird with his head inside him.
You got one too?
Yeah, the wolf gets one.
Post it in the chat. Let's go.
I hated the bear one, but the wolf one, come on.
Well, you don't like having your head stuck in your body? You don't like being a turtle? Are you not turtly enough for the turtle club?
Am I not turtly enough for the turtle club?
Master of Disguises. Is that movie?
Yes. That's the movie I'm quoting. He completely missed the point of Turtle Club, by the way. For those of you who didn't quite get that. It was not that kind of a club. Monster's dead before you even get into the boss room. Well, I'm level 90 and I still didn't get my flesh render, so.
Best debate.
I'm level 90. Level 90. Level 90. And I don't got it. I don't got it. I don't got it. I don't got it. I don't got my freaking flesh render. That's right.
You don't want that.
Cody, don't growl at my song. That was a good song and you know it. You come up with a better song and I'll listen. How about that? You gonna sing? Sing for us. You gotta sing. Come on, I'll even get you a little beat going. You ready? 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 You ain't doing nothing. He just looks at me funny. Every time I tell him to sing, he just looks at me funny. I'm gonna get him to sing one of these days.
He was singing day before yesterday.
On command. Uh-oh, Xylor picked this one.
Xylor wins.
Yes, I'll take it.
Xylor wins.
You didn't vote
Flawless
on the previous
victory. Finish him.
Definitely is a flawless victory.
Fatality. Xylorality. A Xylorality.
Crit.
You gotta turn that into the Eddie Murphy laugh.
Generation.
Oh, hold on.
Damage
I can't. Dang it.
You know what
I know exactly what you're talking about. I do. Oh, I'm laughing too much to do the laugh. It's terrible. I sound like the Halo announcer. I do all sorts of voices. I sound like whoever I want to sound like, whenever I want to sound like. Random people. I could do the cool announcer voice. In a world completely underwater, one man may make a difference, but does he want to?
You know who Xylor sounds like? He reminds me of Sid the Sloth from Ice Age, and I mean that in a good way.
He does. He does too.
Yeah.
He does. Are you gonna sing now for us, Cody? Come on, sing. You gotta sing. Gotta sing a song. Gotta sing, 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 sing all night long. And if you sing, sing, sing a song, Mr. Kubus, you might be famous and we put you on the air. And everybody comes for miles and they say there is a dog. He sings a very beautiful love song about a squirrel and a cat that made love and made a bat. And Cody just walked away into the door.
This guy's crazy. I'm out of here.
He said, I don't like this song at all. It's the stupidest one I heard, and I'm not singing no love song anymore. Only song I'm gonna sing is about my long lost Lenore.
My goodness.
If only I could ever remember what voices I use. I'm sure somewhere voice actors probably have a catalog of voices. They're like, oh yeah, that voice, I could pull that one out of my back, pocket as many times as I want. Me, on the other hand, I don't even know what the hell the voices are I do half the time. They're like, you sounded just like what's his name there, and I'm like, how did I do that one again? I try to sound like Cody sometimes too.
They're the Autobots.
Autobots? Autobots,
Yeah.
roll out.
Yeah.
It cost me my life. Cody, what are you crying for? You're such a grumble butt. Ow. That boy hits hard.
Yeah, he does.
I don't know what's going on with that boy, but he hits hard. He took a swipe at me and all my health was gone. Big baby. Dude, it's funny, when I was younger, I used to always love watching Full House. Freaking, what was his name on Full House? It wasn't
Uncle
Joey.
Joey, wasn't it?
Was it Joey? I thought Joey was the one that like Elvis sung with the.
Joey and Jesse.
Jesse was the one that sung with the
Jesse.
was the one that sung with the Beach Boys and stuff. That's right. That's right. Yeah, Joey was always doing the voices. Remember? Like the what was the Woody Woodchuck? He had like the Woody Woodchuck voice and all the other ones. No, not Woody Woodpecker. No, that's
Yeah.
no Woody
That was good, though.
Woody the Woodchuck.
I get my Woodies
Woody
mixed
the
up.
Woodchuck. And by the way, I can do an amazing Woody the Woodpecker. Oh man. Hold on. Let me get it right.
Event on me.
I can't do it to Miss Justice. You go. It's terrible. I used to do that a lot when I was a kid. I probably annoyed the crap out of my parents. I used to love Woody Woodpecker when it was on TV.
Fair trade.
I also could do the Joker laugh too. That one was pretty good.
Well struck.
Cody, what's the matter? You're in here by your own choice. Maybe if you was a better dog, maybe they would want you out there. But every time you get out there, you act a fool. And you jump, and you knock stuff over, and you step on people's toes. And everything else in the world. And you bark. I don't even know why you do that. You just bark at people. I don't know. Do you think that's polite? Just barking at people's face?
That was a ton of waves. I wonder how many we did.
You can't just bark at people's faces like that. They don't like it. They think it's rude.
I don't think he cares. Just saying.
Anything else?
I mean, still gotta talk to
don't think
him.
he
I still gotta talk to him and tell him, you know. Gotta tell him what's what. If he wants to listen and doesn't want to listen, then that's fine. I do a pretty good Eric Cartman too. That one's pretty easy.
Like, now, kitty, now! Now, kitty's my chicken papa! Mom, kitty's better deal now!
I want my cheesy puss.
That whole episode was just terrible. The one episode where the cats had an orgy inside Cartman's house.
That's a pretty bad one.
That was a pretty bad one.
I don't know. You ever seen a human centipede?
I don't think I've seen that one.
That episode?
Kind of glad I haven't seen that one.
Poor guy.
I'm kind of glad I haven't seen that one.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's even got Dr. Bill in it. I think it's Dr. Bill that he goes on.
Y'all ever watch Squidbillies?
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of it. That one gets kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's funny though. I like it.
I still remember the episode where Tom Cruise wouldn't come out of the closet. He was literally just in the closet. Then he wouldn't come out of the closet. They kept trying to get him to come out of the closet, and he would just open the door just to peek and go, "No, I'm not coming out."
Okay.
Early Kyler.
There's a couple voices I wish I could do. Like Starscream's voice is iconic as I don't even know what. Out of all the voices that should have made it into the movies and stuff like that, Starscream's voice definitely should have made it.
Wasn't there a character on this game that sounds like Starscream?
Yeah, there is. Orson Welles' voice is pretty iconic too. You know when they hired Orson Welles to do the Transformer movie, he had no clue what was going on. He had no clue what was going on in that movie. He just read the lines. Just like, read the lines, Pops.
Can you do Morgan Freeman?
I don't know if I can do Morgan Freeman. I don't know about that. It's a pretty epic voice too.
Yeah.
That's the wrong
Get
here.
back here, treasure goblin. You are mine.
I mean, I have seen Shawshank Redemption about 1,000,000 times. I might be able to do a line from Shawshank Redemption. I don't really know. What is that? He goes, I have to remind I have to remind myself some birds aren't meant to be caged. I don't even know if I was even close.
No, not really.
No, don't think so. It's kind of hard to do those iconic voices.
Yeah.
Another hound.
Alright, into the pits of hell we go. Oh god, that is a lot of monsters all pulled in. That was a lot of monsters all pulled in at one time. I am glad they got pulled in too. Because they died real fast when they were all stacked on top of each other like that.
I like it. I'm gonna miss this the most, the pull in.
Put the box on the thing so we can get through.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
That was actually something weird that I found out when my birthday happened, because Google sent me this thing. They were like, do you know who else shares your birthday? And I was like, what do you mean who else shares my birthday? And they were like, Morgan Freeman shares your birthday. And, what's the new Spider-Man's name? Tom Holland?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently Tom Holland and Morgan Freeman both, their birthday is also June the 1st.
Cool.
I actually did take great pleasure in knowing that Morgan Freeman was probably somewhere blowing out birthday candles on my birthday. I was like, oh, all right.
He can narrate your birthday.
Yeah. He can narrate his own birthday. What are you kidding? And as he blew out the candles, he thought to himself, this is my birthday, and I am Morgan Freeman.
And he has that playing as he's just walking out. Spread apart. I think if I was dumb rich, I would do dumb things like that.
Honestly, Morgan Freeman could probably just make even more money just doing stupid videos where he narrates things.
Yep.
Just narrates whatever. just do the silliest narrations. Not even anything important. Just like narrate a hockey game.
What is that one guy's name? He was on like a lot of those late night talk shows as a guest. He can do all kinds of voices.
I'm
trying to think of his.
You reminded me of Dr. Madblood, though.
Who's that?
Late night horror movie host. He used to host a bunch of movies late at night. When you said late night, it immediately popped in my head. Dr. Madblood.
Anyone bored want to help me with wheelchair 4 capstone?
Not me. Not me. Not me.
Not
it.
Anything else?
I'm not getting my flesh render as a tier 3 item.
That's what it is.
I'll do it.
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
That's gonna happen.
You don't even understand. Not even taking the risk. I'm not taking the risk that my flesh render finally drops and it's a sacred.
You don't want him to get a sacred one.
Well,
stream will probably be over.
That's it. Going to bed. Well, bye, guys. Like, well, I thought you were going to stay online till you got your flesh render. Yep, no, bye, guys.
And the stream would probably get demonetized. He would probably demonetize himself after this one.
How many curse words can I say?
He's gonna be farming Varshan for his 800 item power one. He doesn't care if it's sacred at that point.
Okay, Google. Tell me a joke.
What's a pig's favorite karate move?
I don't know.
A pork chop.
A pork chop. That's actually pretty good. Not gonna lie. One more, Google.
Why can't a bicycle stand on its own?
Yeah, I'm
It's too
65 and the elites are kicking my butt.
It's too tired. Aw. Okay, you're fired, Google.
Put in X in chat and I'll help you.
Thanks.
Hey, Ginger, what do you call a cow with no legs?
Ground beef?
Yeah.
Immovable.
What time is it when a cow sits on your fence?
Moon?
It's time to get a new fence. Man, this freaking elite back here is tough. He's got some HP. Die, sucker. Narrate a UFC fight.
And then the blue corner.
I can't invite you. I tried adding you as a friend, but my friends list isn't even showing up.
It's all good. I got the animus all gathered up. Should be close to the boss by now.
You want to try inviting me? I just typed in chat.
Caged prisoner.
Hey, you just
Luli has
in.
logged in. Leonark has logged in. Destination has logged in. Ben Cooper has logged in. Hey Fatty has logged in. Westman 11 has logged in. Evil Shrimp has logged in. Synergy has logged in. I think their friends list might be back online. What do you guys think?
Possible.
It's possible? Man, look at this boy over here. What is Hellbound? What is the Hellbound enchantment? I don't even know what that is.
Oh.
Well, we know where he's going.
I think he does the binding.
He's going to Hellbound. This boy is going to hell. How do you know he's Hellbound? He got the enchantment. I'm trying to res you, but they keep...
just having a fit. He's just over bashing the ground.
He's got a temper tantrum, alright? Leave him alone.
He was.
He's got a temper tantrum. Leave his temper tantrum alone.
Y'all weren't even near him.
You know, it's one thing I noticed ever since you started running this lightning build, Leon. There is not a destructible object in the entire dungeon. You have cleared every destructible object that can be destructed.
He broke it up.
If you can break it, it's broken.
Thank you.
Look at that, look at that. We just walked into a room and you broke half the stuff in the room. All the stuff is falling down. It's hilarious. Oh man. The ultimate trash breaker. Well dang, Leon. What happened? Death pulses?
Death pulses.
All the death pulses. So many death pulses.
I'm just looking for the urn to turn the animus into.
This is just knocked out. Yeah, he just knocked out.
Snake to air bombs.
I'll tell you, sometimes I wake up in the morning and Kubis is standing over me with his jowl meats hanging all down in my face and like drool drips on my cheek. It's not a pretty sight in the morning. Definitely not the face I want to wake up to.
I'm coming.
You feel like he's gonna eat you?
I don't know. He might get hungry enough. He certainly licks me enough. Probably knows I taste
The
good.
eyes open and he's like, "Oh, I thought he did."
That's gonna get me a leg. That's gonna get me a little leg meat. Some of them sweet meats.
I'm coming.
Oh, that was a dead end. Let's go up this way. What's up here? Is death?
Check that hammer out.
Got yourself an overkill.
Overkill.
Thank you, back.
Yeah, no problem.
Good lord, I got like 10 resets of Poison Creeper in there. That was amazing.
I got a unique from that capstone clear.
Man, another pair of penitent greaves.
You didn't want Penitent Greaves? Well, you should have said something
got
beforehand.
some.
Should have put it on the no drop list.
Thank you, back.
Man, that's not a bad idea. Where's my no drop list?
Anytime.
I wanna put items on a no drop list. I don't want them things.
I think they're really wanting me to use hammer because I have 3 gloves.
Hammer of the Ancients.
Hota.
It's a fun one.
I'm not changing my character for it.
Die, plague maggot.
I might do it on my eternal character.
My eternal character is Hoda. This one was made Hoda.
Yeah, Chunks was doing Hoda back before they nerfed it. And true to form, he stuck with it. He was like, you know what? I'm a Hoda barb, born and raised.
Hey, I was still getting 7-8 million crits.
On the playground is where I spent most of my days, smashing and mashing some potatoes in with my hammer and shooting some b-ball after Kentucky school.
Fresh Prince.
It's a nice Samuel.
He got the reference.
Grew up on that show. That and Saved
Man,
by
who
the
did?
Bell. Yeah.
I could like literally do the whole song. I pulled up to the house about 7 or 8. Now yell to the cabbie, yo home, smell you later.
Smell you later.
I looked at my kingdom and was finally there to sit on the throne of the Prince of Bel Air.
Can you do the Carlton?
My favorite part is when every time Phil would throw what's his name out on the road, just throw him out the front door.
Yeah.
And then I cracked up laughing that one episode where he turned around and threw Phil out.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I can't remember what
I
episode it was.
remember
He got like he got a spine back or whatever you want to call it, and for one episode he was like top dog, you know, like king of the hill or whatever. And Phil went to go throw him out, and he threw Phil out instead. Can I do Cleveland's voice? I don't even know.
Oh no.
It's on the Family Guy, yeah. Peter Griffin. Can you do Peter Griffin?
I'm not really sure. I know I can do the what's his face, the really weird, the guy who's always trying to catch Chris naked. Yeah, Mr.
The pervert
Yeah.
Herman.
Yeah,
Is
pervert.
that his name?
I think I can do Stewie kind of good too. I'm not really sure.
You should make people super chat for voices.
Super chat for voices, dang.
Hey, you want to come over and have a popsicle? I got a whole bunch of them.
Did you forge my name?
Yeah, that's silly.
That was on the first episode, by the way. He goes,
Did you forge my name? Is that backward X supposed to be kids?
Boobus.
oh, Boobus, Koobus, he comes to see us. He said, I'm gonna sit on your mouse hand and you cannot stop me.
Sleep time to poop.
He went poop earlier. Saw him do it.
Man, silver ore is a hot commodity.
I saw him do it.
I seen it.
Do it again.
I saw the poop. I saw him do a doodus. He did a doodus and I seen it. I saw the doodus and I did not like it. It was grody and green. That's right. Well, all my glyphs are 21 now. I'm working on Undaunted.
I got my 3 to 15 at least.
Cody, what's the matter with you? Your butthole stinks. You guys think about it. Think about it.
So what was it? My level minus 54?
Yeah, just subtract 54 and that gives you the exact level of your DJs.
And plus 1 or 2 if I'm feeling brave.
Yeah. Well, you just get your exact level. It's minus 54 of what you. But if you want to go up, you just add a couple. Honestly, you can't really craft. You can't really craft exactly your level anyway. So you pretty much just find the roundabout level range, and then you just go from there.
I got like a whole bunch, like 59, 56, 56.
Well struck.
No chance I'm soloing those.
Well, solo they're much easier. The
I guess I
monsters get
picked them up when I was
the
with
monsters
you
get
guys.
a 100% HP buff for every person that's in the dungeon. Or rather, just in your group, to be honest, because it seems like it doesn't matter if they're in town. The monsters are still harder.
Tough as nails.
I have watched Family Guy a whole lot as well. Futurama too. Simpsons.
Eat my shorts! Bite my shiny
Bart
metal.
Simpson. Bart Simpson was voiced by a female.
I mean, young boys are prepubescent, and so it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Hello?
That's why it always cracks me up. I know you guys had this happen before back in the day where some young kid would come into like an Xbox chat or Call of Duty chat or something like that, and everybody would think it was a girl to begin with.
It's a girl!
And then the kid would get all mad. Like, well, you certainly sound like one. Cody, what's the matter? Cody, you got some lunch? Did you got my lunch? You still got lunch over there. Why don't you go eat your lunch? Go eat your lunch. Is it hungry? Gotta go eat your lunch. Okay, go eat your lunch. Go eat your lunch.
Like I'm in the double deuce range. 22.
At this rate, Leon, you're gonna hit level 100 before you even finish your world boss number.
So if mine is 22, I should craft tier 20 or 20.
He says, "Stop making fun of me." Ow.
I would never make fun of you.
Tell me all about it. Tell me all about it, Cody. Tell me all about it. Tell me all about it. Cody, the vocal oscillation dog.
Oh.
Poor Bella. I might as well just give you the headset. Here, you just go ahead and take it. Here.
Give us you about him writing his Ramalama Ding Dong. That poison is just awful. I'm gonna dip my toe in it.
He ain't got nothing to say with the microphones on him. He ain't got nothing to say. He ain't got nothing to say when he's got the microphone.
This rubber banding is awful.
You know, for a maintenance, it's supposed to make the server more stable, not less stable. Why did it seem like the server became more unstable after the maintenance?
I think because it did.
I don't know what they did, but they made it worse.
Equitable transaction. It crapped all over itself.
Hey, Boobus. What do you do this? Oh, Boobus a Coobus boy. Your head's heavy, like an anvil, and it's sitting on my arm. Come here. Come here. I'm gonna put you in a headlock again. Come here. I'll get you in a headlock. Ah ha ha. What you gonna do about that? What you gonna do about that, huh?
Feel like he gonna bite you.
What you gonna do? I'm gonna play with your nose like this. I'm gonna play with your nostrils. What you gonna do? I got you. That's it. No, I got you. I got you. I'm not gonna let you go. Never. You're mine.
Never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you.
He's mad at me and he whines.
Sound like no wine to me.
That's how I know he
Snort.
lost. Because he whines. He said, shut up. He said, I'm coming back over here to mess with you now. I'm going to tickle your nose hairs. I'm going to tickle your nose hairs. I'm going to tickle them. I'm going to tickle all your nose hairs. What you going to do about it? I'll tickle your nose hairs. Here, have a taco wrapper here. Here, go do something with your life. Have a taco wrapper there. As he literally shreds it to pieces. He's like, what's this? Let me shred this. So I'll shred this real good. So I smell a crumb of cheese in there. There's a crumb of cheese in there somewhere. One crumb. A scrap of meat. There's an essence of a tomato. Y'all ever see that Tom and Jerry episode where they cut the meat so thin that it's like see-through? And he makes them a sandwich, and there ain't nothing to the sandwich. It's just see-through. The bread, the meat, everything is so thinly sliced. It's like eating air.
Oh no.
Oh no! Giggity giggity.
Ow, dripping shade.
Cody, quit sniffing for stuff to steal. Quit it. If he was just a little bit smaller, I'd let him sit on my lap. I don't even care. He's too big to fit.
Throwing fireballs over here.
I'm working on it.
They hurt.
I'm working on it.
Between the drifting shade and fireballs get blown on your head.
Yes. Ow! Just looking at my Paragon board, you troll. There's an event over here if you guys want to do this.
My friends were cut down.
You guys are working on the dungeon. I'll do the event. That way we get double. Double bubble, total and trouble. What are you grumbling for? You're always grumbling. You a grumbler. That's all you do is you grumble. Grumble. Grumble, grumble, roar, roar. I'm gonna actually I'm gonna teleport back to town. I'm gonna teleport on Xylar.
Okay. It's probably easier.
I put a mark on the event if you guys want to go grab your obols.
Alright, let me know when you're up, and then I'll teleport up and down.
Teleport to you whenever you get in.
I'm in the bubble.
Alright, who's over by the objective?
Your easiest, it's right there near the entrance. Your easiest way is probably just to teleport back to the dungeon, and then it's right there. Get your orbly bobblies. Code. Do you?
Well, it doesn't let me go back to the entrance.
Oh, because it's already finished?
Yeah. I'm gonna go through your whispers.
Fair trade.
Oh, Boulder is on pants? That's kind of cool. You know how, like, you always want to get your core skill on your gloves? I guess in that particular case, you wouldn't have to have your core skill on your gloves, would you? That's interesting. You have your core skill on your pants instead. I'm gonna take him out real quick. I don't know if he actually has to go to the bathroom or not, but he's being really annoying. That's right, I'm talking about you.
Yeah, I'm all hop out for a minute too. I'll be back.
Look.
Oh, yeah.
Is everyone back?
It wasn't me, but I'm going to go use the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Is he back from outer space?
Yeah. I'm just doing a quick Legion event while I was waiting.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Level 90 and a half.
How's this running a Legion event?
Why are you licking
Do you
me?
want a chest?
Sure, why not? Maybe I'll get my item.
Uh-oh, I've got a loot goblin.
Nice.
That means
I heard
butcher's
that if you
coming.
find a loot goblin in the world, there's a second one nearby. Versus if you find one in a dungeon, there's a good chance the butcher will be nearby.
The butcher.
So the goblin is always paired up with something. Either another or
I think it's cool how the music changes too when you get close to the butcher.
A good movie is made by its music.
I know he's around because I heard the music before the loot goblin took off.
If you want to portal down and grab these 3 chests, Leon, we're about to kill the boss.
Thanks again, back.
I can hold back, and other people will kill it, but it'll be slower.
I mean, you got about 10 seconds.
I'm not attacking, so it could take a little longer. Man, they are taking a little long killing that thing.
Well, I haven't been hitting it either.
Trying to let Leon get down here if you wanted.
He's here.
Alright.
There he is.
3 chests.
Fresh meat.
There we go.
Have some of that. Sure. And some of that.
Oh, I'm full of
Some of
opals.
that.
Oh, I just got the
Get back
whispers.
here.
My whispers just finished.
Alright, I need
What's the best way to hit 52? Mainly just we did a lot of strongholds and
legions.
Yeah, I mean legion events and world boss every now and then. Finish your whispers when you get a chance. I mean,
Do renown. You'll get level up while you do your renown.
You have met your match, butcher.
The Witcher?
The Witcher.
The Witcher.
Toss a coin to your Witcher.
That was a good game, Witcher.
Season 1 was
Well,
good.
The Witcher 3. What did he drop? Ancient's Oath.
Good salvage.
Ooh. Steel Grasp, which is 2 additional chains. Have y'all seen that one yet?
Yep. I have no idea what to gamble for.
Nothing. Don't
Post it
gamble at all.
anyway, it's cool.
gamble for your soul.
Soul is mine.
Your soul is mine.
Gamble for an aspect. Gamble for an item
Yeah.
upgrade. Gamble for Ginger's flesh render.
I wish I
Alright,
could
I
gamble for
have,
that. That'd be nice.
Imprint
Now you make me want to go gamble for a
retaliation.
one-hander just to see if it happens magically.
Why didn't they make it where people could trade with
It's a
stuff?
mace, right?
Come on.
One-handed mace. Let's go.
The winds
Nope, no flesh
Couldn't you
render.
trade basically anything in PoE?
Yep.
Offhand.
Well, let me tell you, when you play Diablo
I
2 with
played
us,
that
you're gonna like flip your wig because everything is tradable.
decent value.
Ooh, really?
Everything,
Nice.
including your soul.
I thank you.
Gotta have one to trade one, son.
Oh, we found out who owns your soul.
Who's that?
Your wife.
Don't have one.
We bought it for her. We brought it from her for a bag of Oreos and a cheap romance novel.
now I'm fighting the Tomb Lord.
She was like, "This old thing, you can have it."
Nah, I left my girlfriend because I wanted.
Because she was cramping your style.
Yeah.
She was cramping your style, man. Cody, I got chocolate and you don't. And I know you're jealous of my chocolate. But you cannot have chocolate because you're a dog. You're a dog. You're a dog. You're a dog. He said, I'm not dog. Mama said I'm her baby.
Some people just don't get along.
Dog. You don't even know what a dog is, and you're still a dog. So I don't know what a dog is. He said, what's a dog?
I'm gonna trade this sacred.
You're a dog.
This ancestral
dog. This a dog right here. Dog. Dog. Dog's got jowl meats. Dog's got good noses, big snoots. Dog's got paw. That's a paw right there. That dog's got the paw. They got floppy ears. They got big fangs like this. They got big fangs. Dog's got neck of meats. Got all the neck of meats. I see the neck of meats right there. Dog's got a tail. That's a tail. That's a dog tail right there. See? That's a tail. Dog. And dogs howl at the moon.
Ozzy Osbourne. The moon.
It is done.
He's back.
Battle trance looks interesting.
Yes, it's very good.
It uses frenzy.
I mean, honestly, you don't have to use Flay as a bleed barbarian. It's just a nice option.
That's what I was thinking.
Frenzy is very
most
tanky.
of my bleed comes from rend.
Frenzy is very tanky. Flay does have a bleed that actually stacks though, which is different than the one that comes from the rend.
Yeah, this one has 13% damage reduction from most enemies.
Oh, battle frenzy has a lot more than that.
Oh, you're talking about the skill, yeah.
Yeah, so what it does is frenzy gives you stacks, and the stacks can go up to 3. If you have the battle frenzy on, the stacks go up to 5. You get 8% damage reduction per stack, so you get an extra 16% flat damage reduction just for simply having the amulet on, because you can go up 2 more stacks than you would normally.
Well, shoot. I should be using that. No, but I can't, because what do you call it? Rob's Malignant Tunnel Gem.
Rod's Malignant Tunnel Gem, dang.
Yeah, the Wrathful Heart.
That's... dang. I'm surprised you don't have Rod's Malignant flashbacks, too. Of going into that tunnel.
That was pretty smooth.
That's terrible.
Why he left his girlfriend.
I lied. It was a mutual agreement. She wanted kids and I didn't.
It's gonna be nice.
Yeah, but it's
Never did
just-
have my
I don't know.
never did have my own, but I helped raise.
I would like
helped
to
raise
have
all my
kids.
nephews and nieces, and
I would like to have kids, but in today's time, today's society, I don't know if I could handle the stress, to be honest.
the stress. You just get the dad voice. I get it with Cody all the time. You just
Well,
do
I've got
you
the
just do
school
things.
bus.
You just do things like this, like when Cody's being bad. You'll be like, Cody. Hey! He just sat right down on his bed too. That's the voice. You get the voice, and once you get the voice, then you got the power. You get the power of the voodoo, hoodoo.
Hoodoo.
And then when the kids are being bad, you just get the voice, and then there's oh no, Dad's got the voice. Oh no, we're in trouble now.
Unlimited power.
and then you start learning special stuff like this with the kids. Like this is a good one. Once you learn this one, you can tell the kids not to do anything without even saying a word. All right, this is a good one right here. You ready? You got
oh, the look.
That means don't do it. Even if they're a baby, even if they're a little teeny little thing, they know what that means. They be reaching for something they're not supposed to have, and you just be like, ah!
I don't have the live stream up. But I can about guess what you're doing. I felt it.
The dog knows too. All of them do. Like it's a universal. It's universal. It goes across boundaries and animals. It doesn't even matter. They all know They all know the Cody said, "What I do wrong? I ain't even do nothing." He said, "Why you got the voice all the time? I ain't even do nothing wrong." Don't matter. He still did. He still sat down and been a good boy. He said, "Uh-oh, he got the voice. I don't like that." That's why half the time the dog don't listen to me. Like literally, if I call his name, I'd be like, "Cody," and he don't listen. I'd be like, "Cody," and he don't listen. And I'd be like, "Cody," and he comes right over. Like I can't. He doesn't listen. He don't listen to me unless I get the voice. He don't listen. He don't listen to me. He said, "What?" He said, "What I do, Daddy? It doesn't do nothing. So don't do it to me." I give you the snoot scrooches. How about that? You want some more snoot scrooches? You know how dogs really like scratches, right?
Mm-hmm.
Horses do too. Now let me give you a piece. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't scratch a horse if you ain't ready. Because if the horse figures out you give out scratches, you're the giver. You're the giver out of the scratches. They will literally push you down. Like like headbutt you with their head, but they're so big they will come up and headbutt you with their head. And ask for more scratches, but if you're not ready, you won't even know it's coming, and that big old horse head comes in and goes and knock you straight to your butt. And they're just trying to politely say, "Keep scratching." They're just trying to be polite, but they're so big they can't help it. They just knock you right over.
Now that's something I know a little bit about horses. When I lived in Florida, that's what I did. I put horseshoes on horses.
It's fun.
Furrier.
You know there's people making millions of dollars on that right now?
Mm-hmm.
Millions. All they do all day long is just take videos of them fixing up hoofs and putting them on YouTube, and they've got millions of dollars right now.
How-to videos?
No, it's just they have like they'll be like at a cow place or a horse place or whatever, and they just take videos of themselves fixing up hooves and things like that on animals, trimming them down, putting the shoe back on, like fixing problems. They put like a glue. It's like a glue thing on one side. Like if one side of the hoof is messed up, they put a glue thing on one side, and then they can't walk on that other side of the hoof, so that it can recover. And they spray like the kind of looks like iodine spray, but I'm sure it's something different, you know, for disinfecting. And these people got millions of views, millions.
Yeah, that guy I was working with, Terry, he was really good. I was his apprentice.
Sounds like you need to become a millionaire YouTuber.
No.
Let's take some videos of you working on some hooves and post them online. Let's go. I'll set up your channel for you. How about that?
Nah. I don't like being in the spotlight.
You don't have to be in the spotlight. We take a picture of the hoof, not you.
True.
All you got to do is do the work. I've seen these videos. They got like 50, 60 million views on one horse hoof video, and there's a whole nother guy who does cow hooves.
Now that's tough. Cow hooves. It's split. It's two.
Yeah.
We never done none of those.
Oh,
we just did like thoroughbreds and race horses, stuff like that.
There's another guy, he does mules.
Yeah, my uncle does mules.
It seems to be the thing nowadays. Like literally, there's like a guy who just mows the most horrible lawns. That's like his whole job. Is just go mow the most horrible lawns you could possibly mow. And
yeah, and that's his YouTube channel.
And he goes and he drives around looking for horrible lawns to mow. You know, there's another guy who does hooves, and he I'm pretty sure he just drives around looking for like the worst hoof imaginable, like that he can fix up. He's like, man, that thing looks like a boat. All right, let's get to work. That thing looks like a whole boat.
I recently got YouTube Premium.
Yeah.
Man, it's cool not having to
watch ads all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
I know.
But I had a question about that. How do you guys make money if everybody's on Premium?
So basically, how it works is I don't know, how much do you pay for Premium? Like $8 a month or $13.99? Okay, so how they have it set up is whoever you watch the most gets the lion's share of what you paid. So out of your $13.99 that you pay every single month, like say you watch me the most. Remember you watch me, I don't know, 50% of the time.
I've watched you.
I get a 50% cut of your $13.99.
Since day one, season 1.
But you haven't seen my Diablo
single stream.
But you haven't seen my Diablo 2 stuff now.
Do what now?
But you haven't seen my Diablo 2 stuff.
No, not a lot of it. I started watching one last night, but I was too tired.
8-11 staff.
Let's see, what was you working on? Can't even remember now.
Are you using a two-hander, Leon? Or are you using the Great Staff of the Crown?
Using the crown.
Hmm?
The crown.
The crown?
Ow.
I don't know. I just thought maybe you might want that.
I got too many of those staffs already. I have way too many of those staffs.
Well, I just thought the mods were pretty good. It's crit strike damage. It's double crit strike damage with close. And I figured you could reroll for vulnerability.
There ain't no way I'm taking off this crown. You can't pry from my dead cold.
Can't pry the crone from your dead, cold, dead hands.
Dead one.
You can't take my crone.
Oh, I know why I'm not using frenzy, because it's a two-handed skill.
Well, yeah, you have to use your swords.
Yeah, I plan on going into the. What do you call it? Well, the big swords, and they're called two-handed.
I mean, you're a barbarian. You get everything.
The dual wield, yeah.
You get everything.
I don't want to do dual wield. I want to do two-handed.
You get everything.
I know, but I like the two-handed weapon.
That's the whole goal. That's the whole thing behind the Barbarian is you got a whole arsenal of weapons. You get to pull out whatever weapon you need at whatever time you need it. You need a big smashy to smash. Well, then you got a big smashy smash to smash. You need a couple shing-shings to shing-shing. You got a shing-shing to shing-shing with. You need a big choppy. Well, you got a big choppy to chop with. That's part of the whole thing. You know about selecting the specific weapon that you want for the specific skill that you want to use it for, right?
Oh, yeah.
So if you press S, and because you want to make sure that your rend is set to your sword, your flay is set to your sword. I don't know what other abilities you're using, but
It's a whole big complicated doojang on PlayStation. It's probably simple on PC, like you can just hit a button, don't even have to go into a menu.
I do not know about the PlayStation.
I know on
What are you trying to do on your PlayStation?
On PlayStation, you
how
hit,
he sets
hit
his
the
weapons.
Hit the start button, and then go over the abilities. Hit R2.
Did I get it? I think I finally got it, boys.
1.
Oh,
Get what? Did you get it?
778, not bad. Pretty bad roll on the defensive skills. Let's go get this. Let's go get this thing upgraded. Let's get this thing. Let's get this thing upgraded.
Get it.
Woohoo!
It's time to rip some buttholes out with my flesh render.
Uh-oh.
I see that thing. Put it in chat.
Flesh render. I finally got my flesh render. Look at it. It's a bad roll, but I don't care. I got it and I'm putting it on. Don't tell me what to do with my phone. I'll wear it if I want to. I need to transfer this core skills blah 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 to a different doojang. Unfortunately, that is a really bad roll, I think. 778's not exactly the greatest roll. It's barely gonna make it to 800 with the upgrade. I'm gonna lose quite a bit of damage switching. But I do get damage to poisoned enemies, damage to healthy enemies, and I get... Man, it rolled really bad on the defensive skills. It's supposed to get +3 when you fully upgrade it. You know how many I got? +1. Man, that's awful. I got +1. Woo! Alright, let's go test this doojink out. Now I can finally do it. I can finally get it. Gonna hit the button, gonna make him, gonna get it. I need to test this on some monsters. Everything dead up in here. It's got a cool graphic. Looks like a big old stick with a bunch of jank sticking out of it.
Random flashes?
Mm-hmm, for rending the fleshes.
Huh? What was that?
Xylor just ran off. He didn't even stop to res you, Leon. He didn't even bother to stop to res you. He was like, bye. He was like, bye, Leon. Ain't got time for this bull crap.
You're resing him.
Get out of here. He said, get out of here with you. He said, you died. He said, you're terrible. So you deserve to die. You and all your family. Okay, I can't tell if this is absolutely ridiculous or what's going on, but like when I use the ability, it seems like everything dies. The explosion is kind of ridiculous. I'm gonna have to redo my fortified aspect. Now that I found one, watch me find like 3 more. You watch. They'll be like, oh, here's 3 more. Alright, we heard you needed one. I see all that drool on your jowls. You come over here and wipe that on me, I'm gonna pull off one of your nostrils. Just one. I'll leave you one so you can still sniff. A little bit. Do a half sniff. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm watching you.
Hard bargain.
It would be nice if there was a place where I could buy materials.
Just running out of silver ore, iron ore.
Yeah, silver ore.
You need to run around some HellTides. That's what you need to do. Run around some HellTides, look for them ore veins. They're all over the place in the HellTides.
Poor Barbarian. Upgrading all those weapons.
I know, the Barbarian's the worst with it, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, there was a great staff of crone sitting in my stash.
Hey, what I am.
$7.95.
Oh, that's a bank.
$7.95. What was my other one? It's in here somewhere. 807 was my other one. Plus 6 ranks of claw. Oh, this one's got a capped out claw on it. It's a little bit lower, but it does have capped claw. I'll hang on to it. This is just such a small difference for 3 more skills on a claw. It's at least worth a checking out. Cody, stop crying. Gosh darn, you whiny baby. Whiny baby. Why you gotta be such a whiny baby?
I didn't realize my tornado's ranked 13.
Yeah. Ain't playing no barb, man. Never.
That's kind of an interesting one for your build. Spiritual power, 35% basic skill damage. It's a rare node. It also comes with 14% core skill damage. And another 14% core skill damage. How's the path to 100 going up to? Well, it's pretty good. I'm at level 90, working on it. Finally got my flesh render. Yay. I don't know how much my poison damage does because I can't tell, but I got too much damage going out all the time. It's hard to see the numbers pop up. explosion's pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. Especially since I can get that explosion twice in a row and then reset it pretty quickly. It's not bad. I really need a much higher version. 2,680 is kind of low. Eventually I'll find a better one.
Beggars can't be choosers, sir.
Beggars can't be choosers, but the choosers can be beggars. This one's okay.
Well, fellas, I think I'm gonna hit the hay.
Alright, Majestic Beast, have fun, man.
I'll try. Thanks again for all the help today. It's been fun.
It's kind of cool to think about that, you know, some people for this Diablo 4 might literally be their first Diablo game, right? But when we all go to Diablo 2 for the next season, they're going to follow us. Or some of them will, at least. So we'll have a bunch of new players next season. That'd be pretty cool. We're going to have a whole bunch of nooblets. Little nooblites.
What was the season after Sunder Charms? What did they do?
That's season 3. That's
The Mosaic? That was
yeah.
the Mosaic one.
Yeah, the Mosaic, and then Season 4 was the next hit delay patch. So far, every patch has been pretty good, to be honest. I think so. I think all of them have been pretty amazing patches.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Hellfire zones or whatever they're called. Just, you know, making every zone relevant for farming was like an amazing idea.
I'd like to see them add more Ubers. I think it'd be fun.
I need you to go search the ruins.
You know what I'd like to? I think it'd be really cool is Uber cows. I think Uber cows would be a great one.
I've got a buyer who paid.
Give us Uber Cow King and like a kind of like a Cow King-esque zone, and then have the Cow King spawn like infinite, really difficult cows. Give the Cow King some crazy. Give the Cow King like Conviction Aura or something crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, if you can make like an Uber event zone where you get the mats and craft it, and the zone gets warped into, you know, something crazy.
Thank you, MJ. It's not exactly the best, but it'll do. It'll do.
Someone talk to her? Alright, there we go.
I'm still trying to figure out exactly how it works. I mean, it says that debilitating roar and blood howl deal 2,680 damage to nearby poisoned enemies.
Yeah, poison everything, and then you gotta use your 2 skills, and you just be doing damage.
But how big is debilitating roar, and how big is like blood howl? Like, how far does it go to hit them? You know.
I don't know.
Trying to figure out trying to figure out the details. But it basically turned my 2 defensive skills into offensive skills, though. So now they are no longer just defensive skills. Now I'm dishing out damage. Ooh, wow. Pain over here. Got enough poison? Come on now. Oh, I went the wrong way entirely. I made it to the pedestal. Up here. Wow, it's painful over here. Snakes everywhere. Oh my god, there's snakes every freaking where. Snakes on a plane, snakes on a train, snakes everywhere. Look, there's snakes over here too. Lots of snakes everywhere.
Where did that boss go?
He's dead. That boss is dead. He died so good. Man, that's got me excited now. All these little Diablo 4 newbies are going to follow us over to Diablo 2. Where they get to be newbies again.
Yeah, just send them all on Niflak key runs. You guys do Niflak, okay? It's good for newbies. Go do him. Bring us back to keys.
I want to hear him scream when the first time Rakanishu kills him.
You don't want that.
Rakanishu's the epitome of quit hitting yourself, quit hitting yourself, quit hitting yourself.
Rakanishu.
It'll be interesting to see if they like Diablo 2 more than they like Diablo 4. Having played this one first, of course.
All things have value, I suppose.
Tomorrow's the day.
It is the day. It is the day. It is the day they will tell stuff about the buffs for the Barbarian, and then all of the nerfs for the same Barbarian. They're like, all right, barbarians. All right. I know you've had a lot of nerfs, okay? I know you've had a lot of nerfs. But we are increasing the strength on all your weapons by 50%.
What?
And we also nerfed all your damage by... Like, dang it.
Yes, yes, I'll take it.
Dang, Jesse Off, you got all your messages deleted. Nightbot just came down on you hard. I don't think Nightbot likes excessive punctuation. Something in his programming.
Him again.
He doesn't like it when you put all that punctuation on there.
Good business and fortune to you.
Oh, Chunks is back. What's up, Chunks? Where'd you go?
I had to put the sheets on my bed, finished doing the laundry, got me a snack.
All good things. All good things.
Where is the best place to find a barber gym?
To do the wrathful thing that we were doing.
Just run through and try to
Run through, look for a wrathful monster, and then kill the wrathful monster. I mean, doing the dungeon over and over again doesn't help. You need to find an elite specifically that has the wrathful modifier, and then just kill him, and then rinse, repeat.
keep going in there, look for one. If there's not, get out, reset it, go back.
Pretty much, yeah. It helps if you have more than one person looking for them. There's also a couple people around here that apparently have the bug version of the quest that you can farm. That's a whole other thing. I don't have a bug version of the quest. Maybe you can find somebody in the kinship who has one. It's no different than doing like Quest Bug Dandy or something like that. I mean, didn't one of the developers literally say that it was fine to do it that way? So,
I don't know, but they definitely didn't hotfix it. They usually hotfix stuff like that they don't want to pay in the game.
yeah. I mean, if you ask in chat, asking clan chat, see if anybody has the bug version, you could just farm it with them for a little while.
But then you have to like kill the boss and do all that, don't you?
Well, you kill the boss and then you
Guaranteed.
you just don't do the quest, and it gives you like one guaranteed every time.
Every time it's guaranteed.
Oh, Rashawn drops.
Yeah, it's like Varshan's heart or something like that from the quest line. You may have gotten one called Varshan's heart.
I've got one called Rashawn's heart.
Yeah, but you probably finished the quest, so you have to find somebody who hasn't finished the quest.
It's the damage over time effects are increased.
Yeah, that one's really nice. I'm using that one myself.
You can only use one Wrathful Heart, right?
Correct. So you're gonna have to replace that with the one you want, which is the Barber Gem. The Barber Gem is kind of a mixed bag too, because the 4-second one is really nice for bosses, but it is terrible for like trash mobs and stuff like that die relatively
I don't
quickly.
think that's true.
I figure it's more good for like solo running, but with a party, I do.
Someone was saying that even with the 4-second one, if you do the damage, they'll explode at the end.
Well, yeah, of course they do. But we're
yeah,
talking
it's
about
awful.
But we're talking about the difference between a monster that dies in half a second. So you're literally just running through, and you're like, "Oh, look, there's a little baby spider," and you're like, "Bop!" and the baby spider's just dead and like obliterated from existence. The 4-second barber gem literally takes that baby spider and makes him live for 4 seconds.
No, they were saying it doesn't take 4 seconds to kill that baby spider.
Everything that I played around with it said it does.
I'm just saying what they're saying. Like, the guy did his tests, and he did a whole YouTube video on it. And he was saying the stuff that you can kill, you know, even though you have a 4-second thing, it'll blow up once its hit points have been met by your attacks. And he says the only advantage of having a 2-second one is if you have some on effects that you want to happen between. Otherwise, you want the 4-second one.
I don't know. I had a lot of trouble with it. I would walk into a group of monsters that I would normally one-shot, hit the button, and nothing would die, and I'd have to wait the full duration before anything would pop.
The dungeon literally goes slower with it on than off.
I mean, I tried it out, and I could not. Every single tiny pack of monsters that I would normally just walk right by like they weren't even there would take forever.
All right. I think I'm going to test it on a tier 1. If I can one-shot stuff without before the 2 seconds. Or put a 4-second one on.
I literally had it in my neck for like half a day, and I just hated running a dungeon.
I can sell.
Yeah, it was very difficult fighting trash. Like, it was great for bosses, but it was horrible for trash.
All right, 10:30. I gotta get going, guys. Thanks for the run.
Yeah,
What's up, JDN? Do you need to use pink to watch the Barbie movie? No. You don't even need a colored socket to do the Barbie gem. So you think the barber gem is gonna make it into seasonal?
No.
I mean into Eternal Realm?
No, not at all.
I don't think it's gonna last the season, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna last the season either. I think it's gonna get killed probably in the 1.11 patch. My bet is they're gonna just absolutely annihilate it right there and then and there.
Hello.
I mean, it doesn't need to be destroyed, but what they do need to do is they need to restrict it to only that player, not every player that's using the gem. That way, if you want to use the gem, you can use the gem, but every single player shouldn't be affected by your choice. Cody, I hear you snoring over there. Snoring whole buckets. I was going to grab a board just so I could get the glyph socket. There's really not a lot of good ones left. Oh, 10% vulnerable damage on the Thunderstruck board? That looks nice. And it's only 10:30.
Oh, yeah. Macho Man.
Macho Man. I want to be a macho man. Macho Man. I got this kind of a friendship going with another YouTuber named Karmajolt. He's got a lot of viewers too. And every now and then he just posts a question on one of my random videos from Diablo 2 Resurrected. He's just learning about the game. He's got a lot of really cool videos on like glitches and stuff on older games. I learned quite a few things from his videos. Well, it looks like Eternal's at least gonna get all the legendary aspects every season, and it's gonna get the it's also gonna get the uniques. So Eternal Realm's still gonna grow every season. There's still gonna be new things for the Eternal Realm. It's just not gonna be as much as it is for the seasonal realm. They're not gonna have all the cool toys to play around with, basically. Man, there he is. 8,000 bears in the front door. Come on, get out my face, grizzly bears. And chargers. Wow, bears and chargers. Bears and chargers. Oh my. Bears, a thorn, freaking quill rats too. What the ham biscuits going on up in here?
Oh, butcher.
You get him. Get him out.
Hey, might as well. I don't trust this build. I mean, he's half health.
It's not like you can immobilize him, right? You probably stagger him really quickly, though, I bet.
Saving my, yeah, my bulwark there. There we go.
Whirlwind is considered direct damage, right?
Whirlwind, art channeling abilities considered direct damage? I don't even know.
Direct damage?
Yeah.
I assume so.
Like the berserk ripping aspect, whenever you deal direct damage while berserking.
Yeah, that works for Whirlwind.
Okay.
Setting up a bleed barbarian?
Well, I mean, I have bleeds now. Just, I like the Ramalami Ding Dong.
I still want to set up my bleed barbarian. I never did set him up completely.
Mine's not really,
I think it'd be fun to do a full bleeds.
Seems like the season to do it with that new heart.
I know, the creeping death
all the
heart.
rainbows
Oh my god,
and
it looks freaking amazing. The only thing that I'm worried about is how do I incorporate in as many crowd controls as I can into that. I mean, they already took away the hamstring, so I'm not going to get the hamstring really anymore.
Assume they're getting that back, because I can't think of a good reason for that to be taken away.
But,
they didn't take it away from other classes.
But like, here, help me think about it real quick. So I can do ground stomp. That's a stun, right? So that's one. But I mean, I could get stunned through the aspect of anemia anyway, right?
He gets stunned through like 5 different ways.
So there's tons of stun I could throw in all over the place. There's a knockdown. Isn't there a knockdown I could grab? Kick has a knockback. I know that. I don't know if knockback counts.
There's a knockdown gem.
Oh yeah, there's that knockdown gem. Yeah, that's right.
Whatever.
Isn't it, what is it, like a vicious heart or something that has like a chance to just knock down enemies if I'm attacking fast enough?
I've got one.
It's like if you're 20% increased attack speed or higher or something, it's like a free knockdown.
I think it goes to like 35 something to 25 to 35 or 20 to 35.
Technically, you could actually put the Butcher's Cleaver to use and you get slow there and fear there.
Slow and fear, yeah. So run the Butcher's Cleaver,
Maybe
One of
run,
the
maybe
stun
run,
mechanics.
maybe run frenzy, just so that I can hit really fast. And then I need to hit fast to be able to use that knockdown that's on that gem. So the frenzy would probably work with that, right?
I would just run Flay. Flay gives you more blue damage.
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of trying to trigger that knockdown gem.
I mean,
Knockdown. Your
it works
skills
with
have
your
a.
main skill.
It's the punishing speed. Your skills have a 28 to 38% chance to knock down all enemies for 1.25 seconds when that skill's attack speed is higher than 35 to 20%.
Yeah,
So
you
20
need a
35.
specific amount of attack speed bonus to reach
Yeah.
that level. I mean, that would basically be the goal. Is just bring in as much attack speed as I possibly can. I mean, there is another way I could potentially trigger that, which is through Rupture, because Rupture has a, isn't it like a 30% increased attack speed?
Yes, yes.
With the glyph, or not the glyph, the passive.
Right.
So I could just utilize that to get the knockdown.
Yeah.
You could also
30% for 5 seconds.
If you really care about attack speed, you got the core skill accelerating aspect. Goes
Yeah,
up to 50%.
could also do that one. And that's like when you attack with basic skills, it increases your core skills or whatever. I can't even remember.
No, that's when you crit with core skills, it increases all attack speed.
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna be spamming Rend an awful lot, so that makes sense. What's up, Lonsdale?
Hard bargain.
It'd be interesting to see how high I could scale the bleed damage.
To the moon.
I swear, ever since PvP back in Lord of the Rings Online days, I've always loved bleed damage. It saved my butt so many times in PvP. Being able to lock a target in combat and put them under a bleeding effect that they can't take off is kind of insane. Yeah, the aspects you get to keep. Not you don't get to keep the malignant gems though.
All content except for the specific seasonal content, which is kind of broad to say, but
You know, strictly for testing purposes, having all my materials roll over sounds pretty cool. You know, at the end of a season, you get all your materials roll over from your character.
yeah.
We'll be able to test out lots of stuff on single player eventually. Like, we'll have more materials than we know what to do with on single player. Unlimited power. Unlimited power.
Yeah, for that Wrathful gem that I have, the damage over time one, whatever you called it. Isn't that the one you were talking about? The crowd control stuff?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I threw on the Penitent Greaves for the Chilled. And
Yep, that's another way you could add in a little bit more.
I found Frostburns. I put them on for a minute. But then I just found Fist of Fate not too long ago, so that's got a crap ton of effects on it. Mobilize and Daze. That's all crowd control, right?
Yep, mobilize, daze, knock down, knock back, slow, all of it.
So it's 34.5%. Anyways, that's what mine is. So it's 34.5% per
Per crowd
effect
control.
I have.
Per crowd
So it
control.
all stacks together.
Yep. Mine goes up as it goes up as high as 48. Mine's a 44. So I mean, theoretically,
Well, ours
if you were able to achieve it, let's assume that you had a maximum gem, which mine's not maximum. Well, let's assume you had a 48, right? So 48 times. We got to figure out how many different crowd control effects there are. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 different crowd control effects. So you would have times 12, which is 576% multiplier. Kind of insane.
It's hard to tell if I'm with anybody running a barber gym. I really can't tell any damage. It's one thing I'm not too fond of about the barber gym. Run through here.
Oh, I love me some popcorn, Stizzle. You know it. I'm a popcorn man through and through. Hell to the yes, y'all. Popcorn's delicious. I don't care what nobody says. It's one of the best ways to chow down on some delicious stuff without having to have a whole lot of substance to what you're eating.
It's devious.
You know, I was looking at this curative elixir, Leon. And despite the fact that it has the unstoppable thing on it, which only lasts for 1 second, who cares? You know what it does freaking do that's amazing? It says, yeah, I didn't even realize this. It says increases resistance to poisons and other negative effects by 50%. And I don't think that that's talking about actual resistance. Because it's talking about negative effects like crowd control effects and stuff like that. I think it might actually be reducing the duration of the poison itself. Kind of like poison length reduction. The same way that it would reduce the duration of a crowd control effect. Well, you have a good night at Tomac. Kind of interesting to consider, right? A potion might be way better than a poison resistance potion.
What potion are you talking about?
It's the curative elixir.
Oh yeah, I got a bunch of those.
It says it gives 50% resistance to poison and other negative effects. And I'm pretty sure it's talking about crowd control effects, which is what I'm saying is I think it's duration, not resistance.
Yeah, I don't use them lightly. I got them for doing some side quest. Then I got the recipe to make it.
I'm using one right now. I wanted to check out the poison reduction. So much lightning damage you have, sir.
Lightning.
Did you incorporate your basic build you were working on earlier into this one, or?
Yep. Way better version. The damage falls off when you start to add 4-player help. Damage is not there for 4-player help.
Making my way across the delta was a little bit tricky.
Not in the same way as the other builds.
I need a rat.
Oh, you bastard. I got interrupted.
Where'd you find it? I need the same gem you do for dots.
I just went back in that Rashawn tunnel and ran in.
The Temple of Rashawn.
Left dungeon to reset it. Came back. Only got a level 40.
You got the dot one though? You got the gem you needed?
Yeah. 2.5 seconds.
Oh, nice. That one's better than the 4-second one, in my opinion.
Yeah. What does that take? Like all my bleeding damage too in the bot?
Yeah, takes everything. It won't let anything through. Everything gets suppressed and everything gets added to the total.
So all my...
How long do your bleeds tick for though? That kind of affects, you know, how much
Most of the bleeds only last 3 to 5 seconds.
Well, that's not too bad then. It's not great for poison dots on the road, sadly.
My bleeds last for 5 seconds. Well, the bleed from my world.
I mean, the bleed doesn't even apply to the target.
Bleed
I don't know how it calculates that kind of stuff. If I apply a poison effect to the target when they're under that suppression thing, I don't even see the poison go on the target. So I assume it just consumes the entire dot.
The bleed from my flail goes for 3 seconds. Well, no. Yeah, 3 seconds. No, 5 seconds. They take 10% increased damage for 3 seconds.
Yeah, you generally what you want to do is you tap them with your flay, and then you hit your rend in there and get all your other bleeds running. That way they all snapshot with the 10% bonus.
Oh man, I'm whirlwind. My whirlwind's set to bleed. 40% of its base damage is bleeding over 5 seconds.
Well, I mean like a boss. Tap the boss with the...
Oh,
you got it
yeah.
again, Leon. Hacker.
Well, I guess we put that in here and see what happens.
Hacker. Oh, what's that? A compound bow? What the hell do I get a bow on the ground for? Where's the rogue up in here?
Wait, I can't put it in over.
Take your take it off and then try.
Oh, no. That's weird. It wouldn't let me do it while I had it equipped.
Give us a good do-jank. Do-jank, 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 do-jank. Do-jank, do-jank. What's up, RMK? How's it going, man? Welcome to the world of tomorrow! I didn't do the voice right. Welcome to the world of tomorrow! I like the episode of Futurama where, oh, speaking of Futurama, did you know that Futurama is now going to be the latest season of Fortnite? That's the new crossover is Futurama.
So that's interesting, though.
So
when I hit, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, when you hit what? What are you hitting? What are you beating
No,
up?
go ahead. Go ahead. I'll tell you after you're done. About your Futurama stuff.
I don't even remember now.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my favorite episode of Futurama was the one where Fry goes into the museum. It's like the underground museum where they uncovered like the ancient city of New York, and they got all the details wrong. And Fry was like, "That's not what that's for," and he kept trying to correct the guy, and the guy was like, "I'm a historian, I would know." Jank cracked me up. Level 91. You're only 5 levels ahead of me, Leon.
Tomorrow's 100. Committed.
I got the stupid campfire thing tomorrow.
No.
So I'm going to be doing that. I'll be doing that tomorrow while you get to level 100 without me.
I'll kill Lilith and
Bastion of Faith.
decide what's next.
Maybe I should actually kill Lilith this time.
You should. I mean, it gave us a whole heart just to delete her. I still can't believe that thing.
Okay, it seemed like whenever I would hit with my play, you know how the health bar will kind of like get a little lighter color as the bleed's ticking?
Yeah.
Even once the barber would hit, his health bar would not move, but the bleed bar was getting bigger. So almost like it was still applying the bleed, but it wasn't doing anything to him.
Well, I would assume it was suppressing it and adding it to the effect.
Yeah, but it was like it showed it on his bar, like how much bleed I had stacking the whole time. It seemed like. I may be wrong.
No, it's a undiscovered territory, suppressed damage. We're all playing with it, and by playing with it, I mean we're killing the boss in like 2 seconds. It's overpowered and it's also annoying at the same time.
Yes, yes, it is.
I don't think I ever thought I would come across something that literally can delete like Uber Lilith in like 2 seconds, but I'm not even sure I even want to run it.
Yeah.
Probably can.
I used it for like half a day, and I had a love-hate relationship with it right away. I loved it when I got to the boss of a dungeon, and I hated it the entire dungeon. I feel like this stuff would have been dead a long time ago. And then like it dies after the couple seconds, and you're just turning around for loot. It's like I don't even want to turn around for looting. Like,
And depending on your build, if you rely on lucky hit or if you rely on
Right, the
like
poison
crit
keeper
mods
resets,
or like on hit stuff, like it basically just completely nerfs your build.
I didn't enjoy it at all. Until I got to the boss and I loved it.
Watching the boss get one shot is hilarious. But at the end of the day, it's not really a one shot, is it? Because you got to hit him like a whole bunch of times to stack up the damage, and then it turns into a one shot afterward. Well, the guys over here are dead.
Down.
What are we missing? Are we missing one of the Animus guys?
Yeah, one down here. I got him.
Oh, okay.
He did.
What time is the campfire tomorrow? I actually had that pulled up earlier, and now I don't. It's usually around like 11 a.m. PDT, though. Which is going to be around like 1 to 2 EST. I can try and pull up the time again, but I'll pretty much assume 11 a.m. PTT. I can pretty much just guess it without even looking. We need the crucial object to go on the pillar so that we can do the quest and make everything killer. There's an event over here.
Okay.
I can't leave my friends here. I'm afraid you're gonna die. Y'all ain't ever got the HP to actually survive none of this stuff. Every single one of you guys just get your butt beat down. I don't know what you expect me to do about it. They're literally already all dead. I just started the event and they're literally all already dead. How did they die that fast? Can we beef up the adventurer's HP a little bit, please? How'd they get this far into a tier 44 dungeon? That's the question. Like, how did they get... If they die that quick, how did they even get this far into the dungeon? What'd they do? Exploit out all the mobs and sneak in? Look at this big boy. Stormy Dread Knight. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Hey, I can finally do a video on the flesh render unique. Haha. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Your Butt Stinks.
Today I'm going to show you how to spray some deodorant. Oh, I got another butcher's cleaver. I didn't want that. Put it back. At least it's a 73%. You got to fear and slow them at the same time. I've almost got my Undaunted glyph to level 15 and I don't even have a socket to put it in yet. Yeah, the cage chart of the barber is
Proper tools of vengeance.
a very interesting thing. Let me just say that. It's very interesting. The first time I used it, I was completely confused. I didn't understand why all my damage had suddenly disappeared. And I was completely baffled. I was like, why am I doing no damage? Remember? I was like, oh my god, why am I not doing any damage? But that's what it feels like. You literally do nothing. You do nothing until all of a sudden you're just doing everything. I don't know why it works that way.
Up all your damage.
It just seems weird for it to work that way, where it literally just takes everything away and then does. I don't know.
How does it work?
Takes everything away up until the point where it does everything.
Interesting.
So if you have the 4-second version, for 4 seconds, it just seems like you're doing nothing. Like you're just like, what's going on? I'm not doing any damage. Like no bleed effects, no crits, no nothing. Doesn't show any numbers whatsoever. You're like, is this guy invincible? And then all of a sudden, all the damage hits at once, and you're just like, oh, dang, all right.
This isn't for the fort, for Akarat. Surely you understand that.
I can't wait to hit my one new stash tab.
Please, let me have it.
We can make one more character, Leon.
I'm gonna follow it up right away. Gonna take all but 1 hour.
Cody, I'm gonna get your foots. I got your pop pad. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna yank it off. With my pop pad, I'm gonna get it. Give me this pop pad. He always looks at me with these eyes. It's like you better not, sucker. You bet not. I'm gonna come get you. What do you want? You being the goodest? I don't think you're being the goodest. I don't think you're being the goodest. I don't think you is. Monster dog. Monster. That's what you is. It's a monster. Look. Monster dog. No, don't come up here. Look at all these little hairs you left all over me. It looks like I just shaved my beard. What is with all these little tiny bristly hairs that look like beard shavings? Weirdo. Back it up, beard boy. Back it up. I said, you messed with me. He said, you better pay with some cheeseums. Some of them cheesem doodums. Lay down. Lay down. Lay. Good boy. You didn't even chew it. You just swallowed the whole cheesem down. How you going to get the flavums out of it if you don't even chew on it? Let's try it again. This time I want to hear a crunch. I better hear a crunch, and if I don't hear a crunch, I'm going to get mad. There you go. See, got to crunch it a little bit. Get the flavums out. You ever see that video of the guy literally gave his dog a burrito, and the dog literally swallowed the whole burrito, like it was like a real big burrito. He just swallowed the whole thing in one gulp. He ain't chew it. He ain't even taste what was inside the burrito. He just swallowed the whole burrito.
He loved it. Loved the whole burrito.
He's like, what? That was a very good burrito. Can you imagine though? Like the burritos are just a flour tortilla on the outside, so all he got to taste was the flour tortilla. He didn't get to taste none of the insides, none of the sour cream, the cheese, the beef, the beans, none of it, none of the sauce, nothing. He just ate the whole thing in one gulp. Gone. Just gone. I'm looking for a group. Sounds like you need to be in the kinship. If you was in the kinship, you wouldn't have to be LFG with a little flag above your head.
The kinship. I haven't heard Ray talking forever. Leon.
What's up?
Hey.
I mean Leon. Oh man. Never gonna live it down, Ray.
I never am.
You're never gonna live it down. It's just every single time. Be like, hey Leon. Why isn't he responding?
I set him up perfectly to answer right when I said it.
That's too good. When I was a kid, my friends always used to rag me on being skinny. I was so skinny, they were like, hold up, turn sideways a second, turn sideways. Oh man, he disappeared! Because apparently I was so skinny. So skinny. Oh god. How dare I look at that unique item that just fell. How dare I?
This is not even Deadly Pulse. Why is everything exploding?
Everything explodes. You're hardcore, Stizzle? Dang. I'm not even going to give you advice for hardcore because I'm just going to get you killed.
Yeah, our specialty is dying.
Yeah, our specialty is dying. We die a lot.
I'll tell you how to die.
Why haven't I upgraded my level 90 potion? Oh man, you know what? I didn't upgrade my level 90 potion. I need to go do that. Thank you. And obviously I didn't upgrade it because you didn't remind me yet, Asuna. Obviously, if you had reminded me sooner, I would have upgraded it last level. But no. Well, that worked out quite well. I think between you pulling everything in, me poisoning it, and then the blood howl and the other giant.
Yeah, then it's grouped up for your abilities.
Yeah, you just grouped it all up for me to shout at it, and everything just went. Stop shouting at me!
The group up mechanic is so good. I loved it.
I'm tempted to replace Earthen Bulwark because I can't replace Blood Howl and I can't replace Debilitating Roar and I can't replace the other. But I was thinking about replacing Earthen Bulwark maybe with the with like, I don't know, Petrify or something to add in a stun to the for the damage over time, and then throw in the gem.
The current build is relying on Bulwark for the Fortify.
I'm not sure if I could get away without Bulwark the Fortify. I'd have to check it.
There's a Spirit Boon, but it's hard to sacrifice like something for it.
I'm using that right now too. I think I have both. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, since Debilitating Roar and Blood Howl are both defensive cooldowns, right?
Yeah.
Then the 10% that comes from the boon would work just fine.
So it's 15% per. So every time you use one of those defensives, you're getting 15%. It's crazy.
Let's test our theory, and let me just grab. I'll just take the Fortify off of Bulwark, and I'll go to the explosion. Let's test out for the explosion. I mean, it's more damage, right? So if I'm building enough Fortify without it, then why not just go to the explosion? Then I'll just get another AoE damage, do-jank-a-lank. I mean, it's a little less solid. Like, I don't feel like it's as amazing, but it certainly is there. Like, I'm certainly still able to hit the numbers. Unfortunately, I just walked into the vicious Bone Warrior Axe Corpse, smacked me in the face with his stupid big old axe. It was rude.
The Slammer.
You know, one of them axe warriors that has like the real big axe attack. I just walked right into the big attack like an idiot.
He's just like,
and I just stepped right into it.
Like an executioner.
Pretty much. It's really quite strange. Why do I not have Fortify up right now? I mean, I guess because I just came back to life. Ooh, that was spicy. I take it the do-jank is on you now.
Yes.
Yeah, I am very far away. Where you at? All the way up there? I might not make it. Ooh, spicy. Cody Quawa. I'm gonna make you go with your mama. How about that? They said I like my mama. She's mean to me and I like her. Just kick me in the eye. I don't even care. I'll lick her boot. And you would too. I seen you lick toes. I seen you toe licker. That's right. Don't think I ain't noticed you toe licking. Don't look at me like that. You the one licking toes. Why you licking toes? Toe licker.
Fair trade.
You ever see that video with a guy? He goes, "Here, Rocky," as though he's talking to his dog. He goes, "Here, Rocky, here's a wiener." He goes, "I know how you like wieners." And the dog was about to take it, and then he starts growling at him when he said wieners. He said, "I know how you like wieners," and the dog's like, "Rrr." That's hilarious.
Well struck.
So I found a 30% Mother's Embrace. Perfect critical strike damage. Pretty good lucky hit. Man, I'm pretty sure I got a 40% sitting in the stash. I don't think there's any reason to use that thing unless it's at 40%. Nice.
Anything else?
Get it, Ahab. Oh yeah, that's how you feel, Cody? Yeah? Brrr. I'm gonna take your cup. I got quick hands. You ready? You ready? Oh, I got your cup. Got your cup. Oh, I'm literally putting the cup in his mouth and then taking it out before he can bite on it. And he's getting mad. He's getting mad. He's getting mad. You ready? You ready? You ain't got a quick enough bite, sir. You ain't got a quick enough bite. What you gonna do about it? Tricked you. Here, take it. Don't. Sick 'em. Don't look at me. What are you looking at me for? What are you looking at me for? Take it. Here, take it. There you go. Sorry, did you do a thing and I totally missed it?
I did a thing. Xylor wasn't here to make fun of.
Oh, he wasn't? Just me, huh?
Just you to make. We can make fun of Chunk too.
Ray.
What are you making fun of me for?
I don't know.
What level are you now, Ray? Leon?
65, about to be 66.
Ray Leon.
Yeah, Ray Leon.
Ray Leon! Ray Leon!
I'm not gonna respond.
Ray Leon!
What's your guys' next character name?
Ray Leon. Dude, I died laughing. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Dude, that was just so funny that day. Ray, you don't even know. Like, you don't even know. From my point of view, I was literally
give you amusement.
we were literally having a conversation about something, and I was literally following the thread of that conversation. So like,
are you not entertained?
And we were following the thread of that conversation, and I was following it, and I was like, I was just following up on the comment with Leon, and then you replied, which I was totally polite about because I was an open-ended question, and maybe you had just joined, right? So then I followed up the question with, "Huh, Leon?" And then you replied again, and I just started dying laughing.
Are you not entertained?
I mean, it was totally okay that she responded the first time because it was an open-ended statement, right? But then the second time when I directed it directly at Leon, and then you still replied anyway.
My bad.
I was like, huh, Leon? And you're like, no, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. And then there was some it made it even funnier is that you kept answering the question even when you didn't know the answer.
I'd be like if I asked what's 2 plus 2 and you're like, I don't know. And then somebody else is right next to you going, well, sir, the answer is... And every time they try to answer the question, you just go, I don't know.
I don't know.
And like they can't get in a word in edgewise, like they know the answer to the question, but you're not letting them talk. You just keep answering the question, I don't know. Well, this guy might know, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't.
And then he tries to answer the question again, and he gets interrupted. Oh, man. The silliness some of these days.
What a t-shirt.
Let's do a trial run. I can handle a 32.
I still can't believe that their response to the high tier dungeons was, we didn't expect you guys to go that high, and we're just gonna nerf them.
It's so weird. It's like, didn't they have a planning session?
I just can't believe that they never expected us to actually accomplish that goal. Like, why, what did they think was going to happen when they placed the goal in front of us?
What are you guys talking about?
That's what I don't know. I think they just don't discuss these things. Like they didn't discuss the numbers and the scaling of the game or anything.
How high do you want the sigils to go? I don't know, 100 and 100, I guess.
100 sounds nice. Okay, I'll scale it up to 100. Okay, sure, good. And then that was it. It's in the conversation. Can any build do it?
How high do you think people are going to be able to get? I don't know. Guess we're going to find out. I mean, at some point, some games, I do feel like it's important to have an air of, like, unknown, you know, to like, what's going on, because it helps the character, the person, the one who's in control of things, to feel like they have some sort of control over what's going on. But then at the same time, you know, you would think they would at least have some sort of maximum level in mind for how high they expected us to get. Right? You know, what's our maximum achievable goal, so to speak, right? But they had no idea. They keep surprising me over and over again, and in the worst ways possible. They're like, companion build? What? People are making companion build druids? That's a thing? I'm just like, wait a minute. Like, you didn't think we were going to try and make a companion druid?
Gave us a whole tree dedicated to
They
it.
gave us Paragon boards with companion stuff on them. What is going on here? You gave us special uniques that literally affect the companions.
D2 had a whole tab.
No, man, it's not sick. It's not gonna do that. No, we didn't expect it. Like, we didn't expect you guys to get to level tier 100. Like, what is even going on? How'd you guys do that? That's crazy. In testing, the devs could only get to tier 20.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. What are you complaining about, Mr. Cup Chewer? Chewer of cups? Why's your ear inside out? Fix your ear. Why's your ear inside out? Fix it. Fix your ear, weirdo. There was an episode of Seinfeld where they were stuck in their car, and
and she was oh God, what was her name? Why am I forgetting her name all of a sudden? Seinfeld's girlfriend, not friend, but the friend who is a girl. Elaine. So Elaine's in the car, and there's a dog in the other car, and the dog has his ear flipped inside out, and she's screaming at the guy, "Fix your dog's ear!" She can't stand it. She's just screaming at the guy to fix the dog's ear. This is cracking me up.
Fair trade.
There's a +2 and Venom passive.
Ma. Oh, ma.
What'd you do? You break something? Break the game?
No, it got dicey real quick. Luckily,
That's
I got to
that's
keep
one of
that
the
work
things that I
going.
noticed with the barber gem that I didn't like was it felt like things would get really dicey really fast.
It wasn't a gem. It was what was coming out of that chest that would not stop.
Well, what I mean is like, so it prevents the monsters from dying for a few seconds. So during that time period when the monsters are not dying, they can pile up on you real fast, and it gets kind of dicey.
Especially when you're getting blasted by fireballs.
That too. When you got fireballs in your face, things are going real spice.
That was the oh my. It's like, oh man. Bad.
Oobly
Real bad,
booblies.
right?
It is done.
Real bad. Right?
Different this one.
I got to admit the whispering goojanks. I mean, when you're not doing them deliberately, when you're just accidentally doing them, it's kind of nice to have that extra EXP bonus every now and then.
It is.
But only when you're just accidentally doing them.
Well, I'm doing them on purpose, trying to farm that ring out, but haven't been lucky so far.
What ring?
Ring of Mendelin.
Oh, uniques don't drop from there.
Oh, it's so unique.
I'll shake on that.
Yeah, Ring of Mendelin. You and your Lord of the Rings, man. Ring of Mendel, my friend. It's Mendel.
Ring of Mendel.
Let him call it whatever he wants, Mr. Ding Dong Man.
Mr. Ding Dong Man. Oh man,
Yeah.
why are you all up on my ding dong? Let's back it on up, sir. Back it on up.
Ring of Mendel. Is that correct?
Nelson Mandela?
Oh man, this is terrible.
You got the Liam Neeson stop?
So it's just gonna be a random drop from whatever.
I mean, it's not going to drop from the Tree of Whispers because the devs confirmed that the Tree of Whispers does not drop uniques. So if you've been farming the Tree of Whispers for a Ring of Mandel, and I hate to tell you, it's not going to work.
Aw, that sucks.
I wish I'd known that earlier today when you said it the first time, so that I could have told you then.
There's no targeted way to farm uniques. They tried to give it to us in the HellTides, and they immediately reverted it because they couldn't control the Shaco drops. They couldn't just take out Uber uniques from the equation and just let us farm regular uniques. They're just like, oh, Shaco's dropping too much, we'll just cancel this whole idea. You had target farming for about a half hour.
And 142 Uber uniques dropped in that time period. For about a half an hour, 142 super Uber uniques. That's crazy. Oh, here's a big old boy making some noise over here. Come here.
I wonder what the chance was that they were dropping so high. Did they buff it so a HellTide chest had a 20% chance of dropping unique, or
Well, from what I understand, it was specifically the characters that didn't have This is what I've been told. It's specifically the characters that did not have any unique in that slot that were getting them the most.
Yeah, that
so
makes
the
sense.
So
but...
the Sorceress and the Barbarian that don't have a helmet, a unique helmet, they would go to the helmet chest, and the Shaco or an Andoriel's Visage would drop.
Right, but what do you think the percentage was? So, like, say a Druid did it. Let's say he's, like, getting Tempest Roar now. Like, that must have been a pretty high percentage to call out the unique from the chest. I understand that Shaco is guaranteed for the sword combat, but the percentage just to have the unique come out must have been pretty high.
Honestly,
like, they must have gave us a good farm.
For it to happen at all, I swear they just don't know how their own game works. I don't understand how that could ever happen if they know how their game works. They don't know how their game works. I don't think they know. And 142 people got a freaking Shaco's and Andoriel's Visages. A couple grandfathers, I'm sure, too. I'm pretty sure the Necromancer might have had one of the best chances to get the grandfather.
Yeah. It's the only unique sword for him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you were on your Necro, oh.
I would have had a grandfather.
I guess the problem is there was no two-hand sword only, huh? It's just two-hand weapon. So you could have got your scythe.
Yeah, it might have been a scythe too, but if it had rolled a two-handed sword.
Yeah, they haven't had the roll sword though. But they can easily put that back in. Just take the Uber Uniques out of the chest.
Then nobody's gonna want to farm the HellTides.
Wait, well, no, people want their regular uniques. Like, people will farm it for Tempest Roar. People will farm it for the Ring of
Mendelin.
So I should be doing the
Ring of
HellTide
Mendelin.
then.
They'll farm it for those uniques for sure until they get them.
So I should be looking
You
out
want a
for
karate chop in the head? Because that's how you get a karate chop in the head. I do karate chops. That's right, you little
Will
tooth.
HellTides drop the Ring of Mendel?
Yes, you can get it from HellTides, yeah. Dungeons, HellTides, Nightmare Sigils, World Boss.
It's just not Tree Whispers.
Not Tree of Whispers. They said in the campfire that the Tree of Whispers does not have a chance to drop uniques.
Well,
That was
at least I got a couple of levels out of it.
That was confirmed in the Tree of Whisper in the cat campfire meeting.
You still do Nightmare Dungeons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on for at least another like 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna hit my level 97 and do the last 3 tomorrow.
And, oh, wow, did that say 3.3 million? You're not using a barber gem, are you?
No.
Okay, well that was me, 3.3 million then. Not bad. I don't know where that came from, but sweet.
Take those.
You got a spot?
Yep. 2 spots.
I kinda wanna know where that 3.3 million came from. Now I wanna go pull up my stream and rewind real quick. I just want to see what ability I used when that 3.3 million happened.
Bulwark.
I hear him. He's always. His whole life is.
He's sad. He hurt. He's like, yeah, I am sad.
Let's take a look at this real quick. I think it was right up here. Yeah, this looks right. We walked up here, we killed something. I did like 3.3 million damage on something. I don't know what the hell it was. I'm fighting with the dog. Can't even pay attention to what I'm doing because of the dog.
Will you send me an invite, Leon?
Eventually, when I see you. Are you online?
I just put an X in chat.
Oh, I didn't see you in the list. I don't know what I'm doing. The player's not in game.
Okay.
You don't exist.
You don't see that X in chat?
Yeah, I see the X. It says the player is not in game when I say invite to party. It's grayed out.
Huh.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
What's up,
Sure
Ganondorf?
does. It's maintenance today for you. I left the game and came back in. Right again.
Yep, there it is. 3,262,227. I don't know what it was. Big giant green flash on the screen. I want to say it was Bloodhowl. Looks like Bloodhowl to me. Yeah, because Bloodhowl goes on cooldown exactly at the same second that the that it happens. Is one. Yep, Bloodhowl comes off a cooldown and I hit for 3.26 million damage from the flesh render. I'm pretty sure that's the flesh render damage.
You don't even have a perfect one.
No. That is the flesh render. That's very interesting. I didn't think the flesh render was hitting that hard, but apparently the flesh render is hitting that hard.
You might want to clip that for your flesh render video.
That's pretty sweet. Cody, what is the matter with you? I literally just took you out not like 45 minutes ago. You got a bug up your butt? You got a big old butt bug? You got a butt bug? Huh? You got a butt bug?
You got the poops.
Do you got a butt bug? Got a butt bug? Hmm? Do you got a butt bug? Hmm? Do you want me to get your paw? How about I eat it? You don't even need this paw. This is an extra paw. You got 4 paws. What do you need 4 for? I only got 2 paws. I only got 2. You can do it 2. Let's take some of them paws. Rip off your nostrils. How about that? You don't need your nostrils. Rip them off. Look at that. Got your nostrils in a hole.
Did that pop up on your screen?
It did indeed. Okay. You better get down. No, sir. Bad. I'll fight you. Within an inch of your life, I'll fight you. You want to get faults? I fight dogs. I fight cats. I fight squirrels. I fight rabbits. I fight dogs. I fight dogs. I put them in headlocks and give them noogies like this. What you gonna do about that? And then I go, people's elbow. People's elbow. People's elbow. Look at you squinting too, because you know it's coming. You don't move your head out the way, but you'll squint because you know the people's elbow is coming. You'll go. You just brace for it. You're like, go ahead. Lay it in. Let's see how hard you hit. Come on. He said, let's go. Jim will squint. I'm just gonna squint it out. Just squint it out. I'm gonna make a t-shirt with your face on it that looks like this. Squinting like this. And it's gonna say squint it out. It's one of the things that cracks me up about dogs. I swear, I don't know what it is about dogs, but they will know that pain is coming. There could be a spinning fan with blades spinning around in a circle. And instead of like avoiding the fan, they know that it would hurt if they get hit by it. They just simply squint their eyes real tight and they just lean in anyway and get hit by the fan. And they're like, just squint. It'll be all right. Just get it in there. Oh, ow. And they just get beat by the fan. And then they get mad at it and they start trying to fight it too. I'm kind of surprised that the Blood Howl thing did 3.2 million though. I don't know where that came from or like what kind of multipliers were involved in that. I mean, obviously I've got my when 3 or more enemies are around, there's a 45% increased damage to poisoned enemies. And then I've also got the spirit one, whereas when I spend the spirit, I get the the multiplier there. I don't know. I mean, it's not doing 3.2 million every time, that's for sure. Otherwise, I would have seen it.
And you didn't press the bulwark damage thing, right?
I checked the video, and according to the video, bulwark was on cooldown, and it was still on my character. I mean, I could pull it back up, but it definitely seemed like the bulwark was not involved. It was a green explosion.
Can you notice any damage numbers when you use it? Like average?
For the bulwark?
Or for the question?
I mean, I can try and like play with it, but I can never really quite figure out which one's which, because my poison creeper does a huge amount of damage, ends up killing everything. It's hard to get a good beat on how much damage that it's doing all by itself. But that particular time, I think it was very clear that Blood Howl had just come off cooldown. I used Blood Howl, and it made some sort of green explosion as opposed to the regular explosion. It was a little bit of a different kind of explosion than the first one. I mean, it's promising though. A 3.2 million hit is certainly what I'm looking for, right?
It's very promising.
Especially since I can spam Blood Howl and Debilitating Roar back and forth like that. And it's just, I'm not gonna lie, it's really safe and comforting in my cocoon of 3 defensive cooldowns.
It's a nice place to be.
It's a nice place to be in 3 defensive cooldowns. He won't stop, will he? You hear him back there?
Yeah, I heard.
It's terrible. It's terrible. His whole life is terrible. It's the end of the world is terrible. I'm the worst owner. I'm the worst owner ever in the whole world. And demons and farts and buttholes. And I don't give him no treats. And he's starving to death despite the fact that he still has his lunch over there. And he's dehydrated because he doesn't have no water despite the fact that his water bowl's full of water. And he ain't got nothing to do with his life, despite the fact that he's only in here because it's his fault. I tried to get your mama to take you 3 separate times today, and every single time you managed to find your way back in here. One of them was so quick it made my head spin. Literally, your mama took you out of here, and you were back in here before I could even blink. I don't know what you did. What'd you do? Chase a cat? What'd you do? Stomp on her toe a couple times? What'd you do that time? Do you reflect on anything that you've done wrong, sir? Bradley said it looks like I hit a 2.2 million 10 seconds before the 3.3 mil as well. Okay. I might just let you out. You can go to your mama and you can whine and complain to her. Because you're the biggest baby. The biggest baby. Baby. That's right. I said it. Baby. You want to fight about it? What you got to say about it, baby? Hmm? Baby. Maybe if you spent more time going to the bathroom when we outside, instead of chasing a possum in the tree, maybe you'd actually went to the bathroom while we was out there.
But there's things and stuff he has to look at.
Oh, dang it. I was trying to check my weapons. There's so much loot on the ground.
You're not supposed to look at that
I was trying to look. That's stuff.
All of our adventurers died. Poor adventurers.
All the adventurers. I think they were dead at the beginning of the fight. Come on.
They spawned dead.
They spawned dead. Oh, another flesh render.
Hey, buddy.
$7.99 this time with a 3,106. Oh, even better. That's way better than that one. First one I got. The first one I got was kind of garbage.
Hashtag more silver.
778 is not really the greatest. This one's got +2 ranks on defensive skills too, which means it's going to roll to 3. Hell yeah, we about to get a upgrade.
You about to get what?
Upgrade. Cody, see, if I had left, I would have missed out on an upgraded flesh render. All because you wanted to whine.
Something going on your microphone whenever you go all high pitch like that.
Yeah, it cuts out.
Yeah, it cuts out. It's like you hit puberty or something.
Pretty much, yeah. Crackly voice and everything. I don't know why it does that exactly, but you know, it be what it be.
Well struck.
Your Woody the Woodpecker thing, that was funny sounding on my end.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Oh, it cut out something awful earlier.
Yeah, that was really high pitched, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it happens.
Anything else?
Cody, can you stop crying your eyeballs out? We're almost done. You're almost out. Big baby. I'm not a big baby. You're a big baby.
That there is worth the coin.
Oh yeah, +3 ranks to the defensive skills now. That means I got rank 8 Bulwark, rank 4 Blood Howl, and rank 4 Debilitating Roar. Might even be worth spending extra points on them now. I wonder if the rank of the defensive skill has anything to do with the damage output.
You gotta work tonight?
No, that was last night.
Oh.
I'm probably gonna hop off though, because I want to make sure that I'm on early for this this campfire meeting, and then I'll probably grind tomorrow out, see if I can get my level 100 tomorrow. Might be a little bit of a steep climb, 8 levels in one day, but I might be able to do it. We'll see. Especially now that I got my flesh render. I got renewed vigor.
Did you hit 92 yet? Because we can't get off until we both level up.
I'm almost there. I got like a quarter, little over a quarter left before I hit 92.
Will you be able to sleep in your bed if we go again?
Oh man, that's rough. I've been climbing into bed late at night no matter what. I don't even care no more. You're just gonna yell at me all the time anyway. Huh? So, it don't matter.
I'll just take those punches as they come.
I'll just take the punches. Why not? I'm just taking the punches.
Anything else?
Are you still using Poison Creeper on your build?
This build, though, this build doesn't use no poison creeps.
I'm trying to figure out a way to test this damage and see how the hell it works.
Oh, for poison. I mean, I'm poisoning. I'm poisoning because I'm just a werewolf and I have the toxic claws.
Yeah, but you got all that lightning damage gonna be killing everything.
I do have lightning damage.
Here, let me pull off my landslide ring. Let me go outside real quick and let's see. I could probably just throw the poison creeper down and then blood howl and see how that works. I mean, it's not going to give me a true indication of all the multipliers and everything going on, but
Man, why couldn't these pants be higher roll than everything? Almost a perfect pair of pants.
yeah, I don't really know. Like, it definitely is not hitting that hard when I just walk up to a monster without any buffs or anything.
I wonder if the poison damage scales it. That's on the mom.
How much poison damage that's on the monster scales it, you think?
Somehow, I have no clue. The text doesn't feed you anything.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things going on there, right? So, like, when my poison creeper is under all the effects, he gets a whole lot of extra damage, right? And then I also have the chance for the double, so that poison damage might double. And then the 33% longer duration, and then a bunch of other things going on. So my poison damage probably does do a lot more than normal under certain conditions. And then when I trigger the effect, maybe it's utilizing all that poison damage to multiply or something. Because maybe it's not 3,106 damage to nearby poisoned enemies. Maybe it's actually taking my poison damage somehow and multiplying it. Alright, Cody's going to his mama. I'm tired of hearing his whining. This 3-rank defensive skills, though, is, like, really sweet. Kind of makes me want to pump some extra points into one or two of them. I feel like Blood Howl, out of all of them, is probably the best one to pump points into, because it's just a massive heal.
I just own the Butcher. Like nothing.
What do they all get for points? I'm kind of curious.
High cooldown reductions.
So, Debilitating Roar is... That is just cooldown reductions. Okay, so Debilitating Roar maybe not so much. Blood Howl is a straight up increase in the health. So it goes from 26.8 to 28.4 for each point. Not entirely sure if it's really worth it.
Yeah, you're probably sacrificing too much to dump points into them.
Yeah.
If you're already seeing those numbers, I don't think you need to dump points into them. I think you just need to figure out what scales it.
Well, why did I get that effect? Why was it a green explosion? That's what's really weird. Was really weird. I don't normally see that green explosion. Like, if we go back to the video, I don't know if I still have the video up. I do not, because I'm an idiot. But when I was going back over the video, when I pressed the Blood Howl, instead of the normal regular explosion, it was like a green explosion. I mean, like, if I press Blood Howl right now, there's no visible explosion that happens. Debilitating Roar kind of has a green explosion. Maybe it was Debilitating Roar, but it looked like I had just used Blood Howl, not Debilitating Roar.
Doesn't even say what type of damage it is.
No,
Heal?
it doesn't.
3,106 damage.
I mean, that was 176,000. I just tested the poison on that one, and it said 176,000. I gotta keep trying to attack stuff, and you keep pulling it in.
I'm sorry.
I gotta chase it. I don't know if splitting up on the B level is the good place to split up on. Well, I mean, the fact that I'm seeing the numbers means I'm in the right direction, so I've just got to figure out what it is that scaled that damage to 3.3 million and focus on it. I mean, it wasn't an overpower. It was just a regular crit, good luck to me.
How's your vulnerable uptime?
I'm using Storm Strike, so pretty much everything I hit, and then I think I have the yeah, I'm using the Tornado passive as well, the Raging Tornado. So all the tornadoes that are coming out my landslide are also providing vulnerability. And then I'm pretty sure I'm still using Exploit too, so my vulnerable uptime should be 100%, I would assume.
Okay.
I literally grabbed the passives for Tornado just so I'd have like the extra vulnerability from that. I could pull those out maybe. I don't know if I really necessarily need those. You know what it could have been? And this is just a thought. It might have been that you applied several damage debuffs to the target, the crowd controls, and maybe it scaled my poison damage higher. And maybe it does scale off poison damage, but maybe I just need more crowd control effects. Like maybe you immobilize... well, actually no, because I immobilize the target all the time as well. I'm not really sure what additional crowd controls you would be providing that I'm not already providing. Stuns, maybe?
I don't think I only immobilize on this one.
I don't know. I'll have to go back and analyze it a little bit and see, like, what was the chain of events that I did that led up to it. What buffs I had running. It's too bad I can't hold my mouse over them, right?
Yeah. You could get a picture of them and then compare it in game.
Yep, there was another one right there. 3.147. I don't know where that came from. I think that was Debilitating Roar again. It sounded like it was Debilitating Roar. Yep, here it is right here. Okay, so it hadn't even caught up on the stream yet. Let's see. So I hit Debilitating Roar, and it did 337,963 damage. And then another 300,000 damage. I don't know where that came from. And then there's the green explosion again. And the green explosion did 3.3 million. I don't know what that was from. I want to say that was Blood Howl again. That was definitely Blood Howl. Wow, okay. Or maybe... Did I cast Earthen Bulwark at that moment too? That might have been Earthen Bulwark. Because I just cast Earthen Bulwark at that moment. That could be the Earthen Bulwark doing the 3.4 million. I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, if I have Earthen Bulwark up and I recast Earthen Bulwark, does the previous Earthen Bulwark just explode?
Yes.
What I get in here?
Hmm. Let's test it, shall we? I mean, it's part of the defensive skill spam. Like, does it even really matter? Because I'm literally spamming 3 defensive skills, and it's part of the whole reset chain. It's just another defensive skill that's getting reset. It's actually kind of sweet. And yeah, I can totally maintain Fortify without the Fortify on Earthen Bulwark. So I guess running the explosion there is just another explosion. Why not?
More explodey.
Would you like something appraised? I thank you. Decent value.
Enter the Gungeon. Into the charnel house.
I'm glad I'm not bleed now.
What are you running now? Full Hoda?
No, not yet. If I can find the gloves, I've got the rest of it.
Well, good morning, Butas. Weren't you in here earlier? What'd you do? Go to sleep and then wake up? Oh, Austria. I thought you said Australia. Austria. Okay. It's a little bit of different. It's not quite what I thought.
How high can you stack a campfire?
You know, there's also another possibility besides the Earthen Bulwark explosion. Something I didn't really think about. Because I'm using Nature's Fury, there's a very good chance that Debilitating Roar or Blood Howl may have triggered at the same time as I triggered Earthen Bulwark. Because they do that, right? So the Earth skill would be... The Earth skill would be the opposite of... So Blood Howl would have been the one that would have triggered alongside Earthen Bulwark, right?
Blood Howl can trigger the Bulwark with your setup, right? Or wait, no, you're not using Tempest Roar, right? Or no, because Werewolf counts as Storm, right?
Yeah, because I'm utilizing the Nature Savagery,
right.
which is Werewolf skills function as Storm skills, and Earth skills function as... Werebear skills function as Earth skills. So Earth skill is going to trigger either Storm Howl or Cyclone Armor, and Debilitating Roar is going to trigger either Blood Howl or Cyclone Armor, and Blood Howl is going to trigger either Earthen Bulwark or Debilitating Roar. So it might have been a situation where earthen bulwark triggered the other thing as well, and I got both at the same time. That might have been what was going on. So I ended up with both effects at the same exact moment. So the explosion of the earthen bulwark, and then also the triggering of the poison explosion from the the blood howl. There's a very good chance it might have been both.
It's crazy.
Ooh, unique.
Nice. What'd you get?
Ring.
Ring of the Starless Sky, buddy. Let's go. Ring of the Starless Sky.
Mother's Embrace.
Ooh. Is it at least a good one?
No, it's a 20.
Oh god, throw it in the trash.
We're gonna salvage that.
It's like finding the mantled heel all over again.
Or sell. Yeah. Well, 209,000. I may.
Like whenever you find the mantled heel, you're like, well, what percentage is it? And it's like, it's a 4. And you're like, well, I'm gonna put it right back where you found it. Don't even pick that up. Just put it back.
That's how the Annihilus charm turned into D2R. They were doing so many walks right there at the end.
You're making a minion Bone Storm Mancer, Butas? See, I got you. Got him.
That route.
I will as soon as I got the ring.
What's that ring again?
Ring of Mendel. Don't make me mess it up.
Oh, well, you still did. You still did anyway.
Ring of Mendel.
There's an N on the end. There's an N. Why does it sound like he's...
Mendel ring.
Why does it sound like he's saying that one guy's name from
Howie Mendel?
Well, that too, but I was thinking more along the lines of the... what's that? Who's that guy? That famous African guy? African-American or whatever that... I think he was like involved in a hunger strike or something like that.
Nelson Mandela?
Nelson Mandela. I thought he was saying that name at first. I was like, Nelson Mandela?
I love Ray.
I'm dying over here, Ray. Dying. I'm dying.
I'm glad you're entertained.
I am dying. So you need to just do the thing from Gladiator every single time. You're like, are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
What? That was the girliest Gladiator voice I've ever heard in my life. What was going on with that?
Are you not entertained?
Gotta do deep, manly voice.
I'm gonna turn Scottish next.
I'm just not gonna say anything.
Ever again.
I'm gonna unplug my mic.
Be nice. Be nice.
Have you ever seen the, like, you know, this is Sparta? And then he kicks him in the well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta use the this is Sparta voice. Like, are you not entertained?
Or you can go full Joker and like, I am tonight's entertainment.
Well, it was so stupid they put him up against like some rookies, and he's a trained warrior, captain of the guard and everything, like freaking general of the armies. They put him up against the rabble, and he mercilessly slaughters them. The whole fight lasted what, like 2 seconds? The crowd didn't even know what happened.
That was amazing. Back when generals used to fight, right?
If that was on like pay-per-view, they would have had like 17 instant replays in slow motion with the guys talking about it the entire time. And I'm like, and here you can see he pivoted his left foot and swung his right arm at the same time as while he did a grimace with the grimace shake in his right hand. He took a sip from his grimace shake and then swung the sword, killing all three with one single blow. Here you can see the sword cleave through the poor unfortunate bystander. We got a magical chest up here and a teleporty boy. He keeps teleporting away. He's a meanie. Stop teleporting away and die.
Lightning attack!
See? He teleports. He's rude. Don't teleport. Give us your chest. Upgrade
How
the
far from
healing
92?
pod. Upgrade the healing. 20% maybe. Maybe like 19, 18. I don't know. You want me to upgrade my healing pot? Okay, let's upgrade the healing pot, guys. Proceeds to forget to upgrade the healing pot. We'll do it tomorrow, guys. Don't worry. We'll upgrade the healing pot tomorrow.
78. I think I got ashes at 78.
Where do I upgrade the healing pot again? I don't remember. Is it this guy over here? This one? This one? Is this it? No.
So does the gold ashes, does that still make your enchant cost more? Or did they fix that too?
No, it still makes your enchant
No,
cost
it's
more.
way more. I went to
Yeah.
reroll rings and I'm like, no way.
$10 trillion.
Get me out of here.
I don't want to live in this world.
Decent value.
Starts the Lord of the Rings monologue.
Because we have to believe that there's still good in this world, Frodo. We have to believe that there's good in people.
And it's worth fighting for.
And that it's worth fighting for. So that in the end, the good will ring out all the truer.
One spicy dungeon. What's life without a little spice?
A little spice, spice, spice. Lovely spice.
Yeah,
I
here's,
won't sleep tonight if you don't upgrade today. Well, dang, jeez, all right. I already upgraded, but if I knew that, I wouldn't have upgraded, because then I'd have a viewer all night long.
Why'd you upgrade your potion, man?
It's that ring that someone was talking about earlier, or that aspect.
Which one did you get?
I just linked it.
I'm loading.
The slacking.
Yeah.
Slaking.
Slaking.
The slaking aspect, yeah. That's one you probably want to use with Rend. Definitely. It makes it so you can pretty much just spam Rend over and over and over again, which is nice. It's certainly not a bad thing to be able to spam Rend over and over and over again if you're going to
Being
be a
that it
Rend
says
barber.
Rend on it, I don't think I would use it anything else.
Ooh, wow. So much damage. You said spicy. You weren't lying.
Yeah, I upped the spice.
I see the spice has been upped. Everything was dying, though. I mean, we got lots of explosions. And that was pretty good. I don't know what happened there. I think I,
Probably stepped into poison.
No, I think I
Get
killed.
a toe in
I
it.
think I killed all the spiders like all at the same time or something. The big boy spiders, the ones that explode, and I was standing. I think I was standing in the explosion.
Well, I suck them all in.
Yeah, when they died. So that huge explosion of all the big boys all blowing up at the same time was a little bit too much to handle.
That is so much poison. I'm at 3 of 9 potions, and I wasn't even standing in the poison anymore.
It's such a difference. We slept through like the last 2 dungeons. It was like a 42, and I was like, oh, let's just spice this up to a 55.
Spice it on up.
Add in some poison, and then your life just changed.
I don't know. We're doing just fine. I'm waiting for Chunks to say, "Speak for yourself."
Man, that poison's eating me.
You don't like the poison?
No, I don't like the poison. That's just a stupid question. That's the dumbest thing I've been asked all day. You don't like that poison? Hell no!
Oh no, I love that poison. That poison's great. That's my favorite fan in the whole world.